Chapter 359. Bright moon, rocks, bonfire, wild, and a man. When Thales woke up, the feedback from Hell's senses gave him such a scene. Good, I'm not tied up. Thales opened his eyes slowly. Despite the pain at the back of his head and the waves of dizziness, he quietly touched his waist. Are you looking for this? A voice that sounded like a gong rose. Thales sighed and gave up on searching. He sat up laboriously and patted the dust off his clothes. That's mine. Beside the bonfire at night, Monty leaned against a tree with a leisurely expression. He looked at Thales with a smile. JC's dagger spun nimbly in the man's hand, and he performed a lot of tricks. I have to say, it's pretty sharp. The Raven of Death turned the dagger into a backhand grip and swiftly sliced through the air. He pulled his arm back with a soft sound of the air being sliced. I can be considered to know a lot about weapons, but I can't even tell that it's made of some rare metal. TSK, the royal family is indeed the royal family. Monty flicked JC's blade and clicked his tongue with interest. Thales twisted his neck in resignation to soothe the pain at the back of his head while he observed his surroundings. They were no longer in the forest, but in a wilderness with complicated terrain and jagged rocks of all shapes and sizes. The man had even started a fire under a huge rock that was slanted to avoid the wind. There were 2 horses tied to the tree behind Monty. They were well equipped, and one of them had a quiver, while the other even had a long sword and shield. It was obvious that they were warhorses. With Hell's senses, Monty's silhouette was no different from that of a normal person. He had a transparent human form, but Thales could see that, just like the fortress flower, the kingdom's wrath, and the star killer, there was a strange power hidden in this supreme class elite's body. It lurked in his muscles and blood vessels, and occasionally flashed across his body. The horses are on the opposite side, and there are no weapons. This is a wilderness I'm not familiar with, and the enemy is very powerful. Thales secretly shook his head. The chances of escaping are very low. While he was observing carefully, Monty had already put down his dagger and tossed a piece of jerky and a water skin to him from afar. Thales caught them in a flurry, then frowned slightly. That's it. The prince patted the dust off the jerky and said with a disgusted expression, since you started a fire, can't you hunt and roast some meat? Monty shook his head and did not seem to care at all. My apologies, Your Highness. In the wild, the smell of meat will attract unnecessary trouble. It's already too much to start a fire. The Raven of Death grabbed another piece of jerky, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it with relish. Of course, you can choose not to eat it. Thales sighed in a seemingly sorrowful manner. He took a small bite of the jerky and put on a disgusted expression as he stared at Monty in displeasure. The man opposite him seemed to be very interested in the prince's appearance of not being able to swallow his food, and let out a low mocking laugh. What is this place? The prince seemed to have given up on protesting. He stared at Monty dejectedly and glanced at JC's dagger by Monty's hand. Where are we? Monty tore another mouthful of jerky and deliberately chuckled. On the way. On the road. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Wow, so accurate. I'm really sorry that I did not bring you a map, Monty said sarcastically. Your Highness. The people from the Secret Intelligence Department, the people who were supposed to be waiting in the forest to receive me. Thales said flatly, what did you do to them? Monty laughed when he heard that. He laughed very happily and his shoulders shook, as if he was very happy when he thought about it. This made Thales' heart sink. Didn't I tell you? Monty blinked and had a smug look on his face. They were very busy. Thales, whose expression darkened, did not respond. Instead, he quietly opened the water skin. He covered his mouth with the spout and quietly activated Hell's senses. Once again, he carefully observed his surroundings, including the position of the moon. It's midnight now. It's been at least a few hours since he knocked me out. But, strange. The prince drank a mouthful of water and asked faintly, "Are you alone?" Monty furrowed his eyebrows. "What's wrong?" The Raven of Death narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of wariness flashed in his gaze. "Do you think that if I'm alone, you might have a chance?" Thales glanced at the bag containing the crossbow beside him, then at JC's dagger lying quietly on the ground. He sighed softly. "Forget it. I never had the delusion that I could challenge Extet's most famous scout alone." Monty chuckled softly. A cold glint flashed in the Raven of Death's eyes, making Thales feel uneasy again. "Then don't look at me like that. You don't have a chance." Thales put down the water skin and wiped the corners of his mouth. "But you're really alone." Monty furrowed his brows and his tone became cold. "Do you like to talk nonsense?" Thales shook his head. But he still smiled faintly. "This can explain other problems." "Why? Are you afraid of being discovered? Of discovering that you kidnapped the Prince of Constellation without permission? Such as being discovered by Dragon Cloud City, or by your good friend, Nicholas?" Monty raised his head. His gaze on Thales grew colder. "Ha!" He curled his lips with a fake smile. Thales raised his eyebrows, put down the water skin, and started biting the jerky again. "That's true. You're not carrying me, but 2,000 cavaliers," he said vaguely. Monty's gaze shifted slightly. "Do you remember? Constellation's 2,000 cavaliers are still waiting at the desert border, waiting to interfere with the Alliance of Freedom's war." The prince tore the stiff jerky with difficulty and drank a mouthful of water from time to time. "It concerns the interests of the City of Faraway Prayers and Dragon Cloud City. The burden on your shoulders is not light when you bring me along, Lord Monty." Thales said softly, "Are you ready?" Monty did not speak, but his expression was completely stiff. "You talk too much." Thales shook his head nonchalantly. "But you're very confident, right? Because you're the best scout in all of Extet. The City of Faraway Prayer's army is also greatly enhanced because of you." The Raven of Death snorted coldly. His gaze on Thales became even more hostile. "Flattery won't help you, Your Highness," he said coldly and unhappily, "so, why don't you finish the food in your hands and shut up?" However, at this moment, Thales suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha." Monty was slightly surprised at first, then he looked at him suspiciously. "I understand now." Thales swallowed the last mouthful of jerky with water and patted his half-full abdomen. The smile on his face became brighter. "Oh you, Raven of Death." Monty's expression became even more unpleasant, and his attitude became even more displeased. "Damn it. Understand what?" Thales forced himself to put away his smile and averted his gaze from Monty. He shook his head hard. "Nothing." But he burst into laughter again, as if he could not hold it in. "It's just that. I suddenly realized that I'm too slow." Monty's gaze became fierce. The Raven of Death said coldly, "You've said so much, but it gives me a bad feeling. You're planning something, or you know something." Thales seemed to be engrossed in eating his jerky, but his eyes never left Monty. Monty felt very uncomfortable under his stare, and he said coldly, "They say that you're very good at persuading and swaying people. So, perhaps in the next moment, you'll say something that will make me hesitate." Thales' smile faded away, but he shrugged. There was not a hint of fear on his face. "Perhaps you're hesitating because you're guilty to begin with." When he finished speaking, the air sank into silence. Only the crackling of the bonfire remained. The warmth on the Raven of Death's face disappeared completely. This time, he stared at the prince quietly for a long time. Thales felt uneasy as he stared at him. A few seconds later, Monty sneered and stood up. You know, there's a good way to overcome hesitation. Thales was slightly stunned. He watched the Raven of Death walk towards him, and he subconsciously shrank back. What? But Monty was already in front of him. He put on that savage smile of a hunter again and clenched his fists. That is, don't give yourself the chance to hesitate. Are you done eating? Thales felt his heart palpitate. He subconsciously got up and moved backwards. Wait, you... But before Thales could finish speaking, Monty's expression changed. As if he did not need to accumulate any strength, he moved forward at lightning speed. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a dull thud rose. Thales could not even see Monty's movements clearly before he fainted again. You're awake again. This was the first sentence Thales heard in his muddled state after he woke up from his hunger and jolts. It still belonged to that man. The first thing he saw was the ground. The grass, stones, soil on the ground. Wait. Why are they all moving backwards? The moving ground. Thales was shocked. He shook his head hard, and to his surprise, he was lying on the saddle in an ugly posture. As the horse's hooves moved forward slowly, his head and hands were on one side, and his legs were on the other. The prince instinctively struggled to get up, but he realized that he was tied tightly to the saddle. He could not even straighten his body. Damn it, Thales felt the soreness all over his body and looked around in pain. The weather was clear and the sun was shining brightly, but they were walking on a small path covered in weeds. There were cedar trees on both sides of the path. It was obviously not the same place as yesterday's campsite. Damn it. What kind of operation is this? Thales stared at the horse's hooves that moved up and down on the ground with a solemn expression. His heart sank. He desperately looked up at Monty, who was whistling leisurely on another horse. Damn it, is this the treatment you should give to the prince? Thales exhaled. He felt that the pain in his waist and abdomen was becoming more and more unbearable. He could not help but curse through gritted teeth. Are you sure that your superiors won't punish you for this? What if I die on the way? The Raven of Death turned around from his horse and chuckled. But you're not dead yet, are you? And I'm sure that they won't. Ha 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 ha, Thales heaved a long and heavy sigh. He looked at his tied body and could not help but lower his head. He felt that he was extremely unlucky. You old actor, you used too much force. The Raven of Death did not seem to understand the underlying meaning in Thales' words. He slowed down his horse and rode alongside Thales. Listen, talkative boy. Monty's smile was very terrifying. For the sake of peace and smoothness on our journey, you have two choices now. Monty raised two fingers in a relaxed manner. The joy of having prey in his hands rose on his face. Choice 1, you can continue to talk, but he had not finished speaking. I choose 2, Thales said coldly. He did not even bother to look at Monty's expression or emotions. This made Monty's expression stiffen for a moment. He tilted his head and looked at his raised fingers. He scratched his chin in slight displeasure. Damn it, the Raven of Death said in displeasure, I haven't even started. Humph. Thales answered him bluntly and retorted stiffly, anyway, the result of choice 1 is always the worst, isn't it? Monty snorted in displeasure and turned his head around, inviting ridicule upon himself. They had been on the road for about an hour. It was so long that Thales only had the strength to pant. The feeling of being hung on a horse's back is really... Oh my God, hey, that big mouth, the Star Killer told me that he could snap your neck in 5 seconds. At that moment, Thales felt his consciousness blur. His waist ached, and his abdomen, which was against the saddle, was almost worn through. This made him hate the person in front of him so much that he gritted his teeth. Honestly, right now, I'm really looking forward to that scene. Monty stiffened a little while he sat on the horse. 5 seconds. Is that what he said? His expression became very unsightly. But in just a moment, Monty composed himself. He smiled in disdain and turned to Thales, who was gritting his teeth on the horse's back. Now I believe that you are indeed troublesome, at least when it comes to being annoying. You're already in this state, and you still can't shut your mouth. Thales gasped in pain and tried his best to show a pale smile. See, this is the problem. When I was still in Dragon Cloud City's hands, they thought I was troublesome. The prince's sweat dripped to the ground. It was rather difficult for him to speak, and his voice was hoarse. But after they lost me, they remembered that I was still a bargaining chip. And now, I'm in your hands. The teenager tried his best to raise his head. He was drenched in cold sweat, but he still tried his best to put on an ugly smile. Guess who is the most troublesome? Monty snorted coldly and moved his horse forward. He slowly raised his hand and aimed it at Thales' neck. Thales immediately felt a chill run down his spine. The feeling of being frightened returned to his mind. All right, don't do it. The prince lowered his head in regret and shouted, I will cooperate. Only then did Monty show a satisfied smile. But Thales grimaced in pain and spoke again, I only have one last question. Are you sure that we're on the right path? The Raven of Death frowned hard. Monty let out a long sigh. Didn't you choose the second option? Before Thales could react, the next moment, Monty's hand slashed down heavily. Asterisk bang. Asterisk it struck Thales' neck. The Raven of Death nodded in satisfaction as he watched the prince faint, again. He changed to a more comfortable sitting position and muttered as the horse swayed, it's much quieter now. Thales swore that this was the most difficult path he had taken in his short life so far, the most terrifying sleep he had, and the most boring person he had ever met. His daily routine was to eat and faint, wake up to eat again, and then faint again. It seemed like Monty was enjoying this as well. Whenever Thales spoke a little too much or angered him, he would basically serve him with a karate chop, and from time to time, he would say, first rule. Sometimes, Thales would wake up on horseback, and sometimes, he would open his eyes in the wilderness. Every time he woke up, he could only see the scenery changing, the sun and the moon alternating, and he did not even know how much time had passed. Back pain, leg cramps, dizziness, blurred vision, tinnitus, these were all common occurrences. Oh my God! Thales, who was about to go mad, wailed in pain in his heart. Even pigs aren't this cruel. He felt like he had returned to the abandoned house. No, it was even worse. He secretly said, I'll remember this person, the Raven of Death, Ned Monty. Damn bastard. I'll teach him a lesson when we get back. Thales thought through gritted teeth. However, just when Thales thought that this kind of life would last until they reached their destination, one day, when he woke up on horseback, he discovered something different. This time, he was forcibly shaken awake. Hey, wake up! When Thales opened his eyes in a daze, the Raven of Death's voice was a little anxious and solemn. It was another day. Sigh. The prince, who had adapted to the light, was at a loss. What's wrong? Are you lost? It was only then that he realized that the scenery around him was different again. The hills full of fir bushes and jagged rocks had turned into gentle slopes with slight ups and downs. There were fewer trees, and more weeds. Thales stretched his head and hands in pain to ease the pain caused by lying on horseback for a long time. He was almost used to it. He even developed a way to use the Sin of Hell's river to relieve the pain. You don't want to be captured by Dragon Cloud City, do you, Your Highness? Monty said coldly. Thales became a little more clear-headed. He suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Monty's words. The prince's expression became stern. What's wrong? Monty grabbed his horse's reins with one hand, and Thales with the other. His horse was much faster than usual. We just crossed the sunset snow river. Monty cast a glance behind him. His expression was solemn, and his gaze was terrifying. Someone has their eyes on us. Sensing the heaviness in his words, Thales shuddered and remembered his current situation. We just crossed the sunset snow river, they have their eyes on us, who is it? He asked warily. Monty shook his head. His expression was tense. I don't know, but if I had to guess, it should be Dragon Cloud City or Lampart's pursuers. Thales moved a little. How do you know? The Raven of Death snorted softly. I just know. With an unquestionable expression, he looked around seriously. This is the scout's intuition. The smell in the air is very familiar. Thales was stunned. Pursuers. How can it be? If you don't want to be captured, Monty said coldly, and there was a warning in his words. Then we'll work together. Thales stared at him in a daze. How do we work together? Monty lowered his gaze and gestured at his limbs. We can't go on a leisurely outing anymore. We have to let go of the reins and charge forward. You're also tired of fainting on a horse and sleeping, right? You make me feel like a human trafficker. The Raven of Death said with a disdainful expression, how about it? Thales stared at him. After a few minutes, the prince finally smiled. Of course. He said affirmatively. There's still a long way to go before we reach our destination. Thales nodded and narrowed his eyes. When we're faced with the pursuit of all of Dragon Cloud City, we both need partners. Not troublemakers. We're not enemies, Lord Monty. Thales put away his smile and said solemnly, especially when we're facing Dragon Cloud City. Monty exhaled and gradually smiled. The ominous feeling of having his eyes on his prey returned to him. Under the sun, the Raven of Death raised his eyebrows. Very good. He smiled, took out JC's sheathed dagger from his bosom, and cut the rope that bound Thales without hesitation. Thales exhaled. Finally. His limbs were numb. He straightened his back and sat up straight on the horse. He felt like he had not ridden a horse normally for a few lifetimes. Thales let out a satisfied sigh of admiration. His feet in the stirrup gave him a sense of security. How is it? Can you do it? Monty glanced at him. His gaze was subtle. Thales exercised his wrists and rubbed his numb waist. He took a deep breath and felt his vitality return. I've been reborn, he said faintly. Very good. Monty smiled sinisterly and tossed JC's dagger back to Thales. Thales caught the familiar dagger, and his heart became calmer. As expected, now, sit on your horse, pull the reins, control the direction, and follow me. Run with your life on the line. Monty patted his bag, which contained his crossbow, and lifted the quiver from the saddle. His expression was stern. Of course, don't even think about running away. I don't want to shoot you down with an arrow. For example, shoot through your balls. Trust me, I can do it. Thales felt a chill in his heart. He raised his eyebrows, held the reins, and nodded obediently. Monty licked the corner of his lips. Get ready to start. Remember, run with your life on the line. In the next second, Monty pulled out the rope in his hand and whipped it hard on Thales and his own horse. As the horse galloped faster, the air brushed past Thales' arms, and he felt the pleasure he had not felt for a long time. He exerted a little force on the stirrup and leaned forward so that the horse could speed up and catch up with Monty's hooves. Asterisk thump, 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 asterisk Thales sucked in a mouthful of air in comfort. He narrowed his eyes and felt the force of the strong wind blowing against his face. This could be said to be the happiest day he had in the past few days. But after just 10 minutes, Thales' heart sank. Wait! He shouted at Monty, who was in front of him. Why did we change direction? To avoid the pursuers. The Raven of Death turned around and roared back in an unquestionable manner. Cut the crap. Just follow me. Don't relax, they're not easy to deal with. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring. Thales could only suppress the doubts in his heart and follow this unreliable guide forward. They ran for an entire day and night while they galloped anxiously. They practically did not stop along the way. They even ate on horseback. The scenery before their eyes slowly changed. The gentle slope turned into an open wilderness. The trees had almost disappeared, and even weeds were rarely seen. What they could see in the wilderness were mostly large, bare pieces of limestone. So, when morning arrived again, they finally found a small stream that was so shallow that they could not even fill a water skin. When they set up camp and rested, even the horses were so tired that they whimpered. Where are we? Thales almost collapsed on the ground. He leaned against a rock and panted while he gulped down water. Land of barren rocks. This time, Monty answered very straightforwardly. He also gulped down a mouthful of water, but he did not look relaxed or tired. His gaze was still alert. It's already under the rule of the city of faraway prayers. Next, we don't need to avoid the crowd anymore. We can even go straight to the village to replenish our supplies. Thales' expression froze. Land of barren rocks. So, are we really going to the city of faraway prayers? He asked nonchalantly. So, the great desert is in the south. Monty shrugged and did not answer. He just tore off a piece of jerky and put it into his mouth. God knows how he could eat the moment he got off the horse, run once he got on the horse, and sleep the moment he laid down. For example, Thales felt like he was about to collapse from exhaustion. He did not even have the strength to eat. Did you take a detour? Thales panted. Why do I feel like you're not walking in a straight line? Monty glanced at him in disdain. Shut up. When you're outside, you have to listen to the professionals. With a hint of worry, Thales turned around and glanced behind him. So, we shook off our pursuers. Of course. Monty seemed to be in a good mood. His eyebrows relaxed, and he actually answered his question. Even if I'm carrying a burden, I'm still Axtet's best scout. As he watched the Raven of Death's smug expression, Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows. He mumbled in his heart, a burden, so, who is the one chasing us? Monty only shook his head. The person you don't want to see the most. Alright, I suggest that you shut up now and have a good sleep. Or do you want me to help you sleep? Thales could only turn his head around in embarrassment to avoid being knocked unconscious again. He picked a relatively flat rock in the land of barren rocks, which was covered in sand and dust. He lay down without any worries, recovered his strength, and thought about his next step. When he was captured by Monty, Thales initially thought that the situation was very bad. Later on, after his first conversation with Monty, he discovered to his surprise that the situation was very good. But now, after following the Raven of Death for an entire day and night, Thales frowned again. No, the situation is not as good as I thought. When he thought of this, Thales cast a worried glance at Monty. This person isn't as simple as I thought. It's much more troublesome and complicated. I'm very close to returning to my country. Now, I need a chance. A chance. As he thought of this, Thales quietly closed his eyes and entered dreamland. But this time, he fell asleep much faster than he imagined. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk a sharp, hurried sound woke Thales up from his dream. He panted heavily. This strange and rapid sound left a deep impression on him. This is. Be on guard. Monty's exasperated shout traveled into his ears, and Thales snapped out of his daze. It was noon. The sun was high in the sky, and it made the bare rocks burn. Thales climbed up while drenched in sweat. Only then did he realize that Monty already had a weapon in his hand, and he was looking behind him with a ferocious expression. The tension in the air affected Thales, who had woken up from his dream. He shook his head and stood up. What's going on? Thales touched the dagger in his bosom and looked around in shock, but he did not see anything. Just as he was about to activate Hell's senses, the Raven of Death responded with an angry snort. What's going on? We screwed up. Monty seemed to be filled with anger. He ground his teeth continuously, and his gaze was terrifying. Damn it, how is it possible? How did they find out? Thales had never seen him like this before. He looked as if he had flown into a rage out of humiliation. But Monty's body tensed up even more. Like a frightened beast, he stared fixedly at the back of a rock. Thales was stunned. How? But he suddenly recalled the most crucial part. The sound just now, Thales said in shock and bewilderment. He desperately tried to recall the impression in his memory. It's a little like the whistling arrow of Dragon Cloud City's patrol team, but there are some differences. I must have heard it somewhere before, and at that moment, a hoarse and deep male voice traveled slowly from behind the rock. Because it wasn't the patrol team's whistling arrow. At that moment, Thales and Monty's expressions changed. This voice, the sound of unfamiliar horse hooves, rose from behind the rock. A masked man with a white cloak and a saber on his back rode out from behind the rock. His eyes were bloodshot, but they were still as sharp as a blade. Thales froze. Cloak, mask. I recognize this attire. He is, the newcomer swept a cold glance at the two of them. He gently pulled down the scarf beneath his face, revealing the pale but distinct outline of his face. When he saw the newcomer clearly, Monty covered his forehead in pain. He gritted his teeth and stomped the ground. Son of AB*TCH. The newcomer said hoarsely, that is the signal arrow of the White Blade Guards of Dragon Cloud City, which has been used for almost 100 years. 6 years ago, it rang countless times in Dragon Cloud City. Thales sighed. In the next second, the teenager took out the jerky from his pocket, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it hard. I told you this in the hall, right? Thales Jade Star. Under the sun, the former commander of the White Blade Guards of Dragon Cloud City rode on a warhorse, fully armed. He carried the rising sun saber on his back and stared at Thales, who had a gloomy expression on his face, with his terrifying eyes. Thales and Monty looked at each other. Their expressions were unpleasant. Be careful. You'd better not fall into my hands. The voice of the Star Killer, Lord Sorry Nicholas, rose in the wilderness. There was a murderous chill in his voice. Chapter 360. Extet, the city of faraway prayers, the land of barren rocks. Under the sunlight, Thales and Monty stared at the uninvited guest in front of them with great caution and bewilderment. Why is it him? The Star Killer dismounted his horse with an expressionless face. He walked slowly into a piece of rock that had spat out and tied the reins naturally, as if nothing had happened. He gave off endless pressure. I heard what you said, Big Mouth. Why? Are you too confident in your abilities? Nicholas slowly tied the reins and turned to Monty, who looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He glanced at the short knife in Monty's hand. Do you think that after Isaiah left the White Blade Guards? The Star Killer fastened the reins. His eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he had been working hard for many days, but the meaning in his eyes was chilling. Do you think that after Isaiah left the White Blade Guards, there was no one else in Dragon Cloud City who could keep up with you? He shook his shoulder gently and moved the hilt of the rising sun saber to the position where it was easiest for him to attack. Monty's pupils shrank. Ah, I have to say, the experienced scout said softly and slowly spun the short knife in his hand, I more or less thought that way. Monty stared at his old comrade and did not move. His face was so cold that it looked like ice was about to form on it. His eyes shone with a light that made Thales feel extremely uneasy again. You are an outstanding scout, Monty, Nicholas said coldly. From the fake appearances, the route you chose, and the way you hid yourself, almost no one can compare to you. But it's only almost. Nicholas walked forward slowly, and the distance between him and Monty slowly shrank. His tone was dark. Just like now. We chased after him for so many miles from Dragon Cloud City. From Rubble Hill, to Sunset Snow River, then to Spear City, and even here, the land of barren rocks and the city of faraway prayers. We almost chased him into the desert. Thales instinctively took a step back. But Monty stood where he was and did not move. He only kept adjusting the angle of the short knife in his hand. But Nicholas did not care. He was still closing in. Thales' breathing became softer and softer. Finally, when he was a few meters away from Monty, Nicholas stopped. But we still caught up to you. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said faintly. Ned Monty. The Star Killer and the Raven of Death's gazes met in midair. One side was cold, while the other side was solemn. It was as if an invisible shackle had been placed on the air. Thales did not even dare to breathe loudly. He could only hold his breath and look at the two people in front of him while he anxiously thought of a countermeasure. This situation, the two men stood still, facing each other like heavy icebergs. The Star Killer's pale face brought out the blood in his eyes. The Raven of Death's eyes did not move at all. Other than being solemn, it was as if he was emotionless. The sunlight shone on Nicholas' hilt and Monty's blade, and they reflected a strange light. After a while, one side finally moved. He, Monty blew hard, and the solemn expression on his face disappeared. It was replaced by a helpless smile. I have to admit, Spiky, you've improved. It's the same for the White Blade Guards. The old scout shook his head, as if he was meeting an old friend. He smiled and sheathed the short sword at his waist. How did you do it? When Nicholas saw his old friend put away his saber, his gaze was no longer as terrifying as before. At that moment, Thales breathed a sigh of relief, even though he thought that a fight was about to break out in the next moment. Since 6 years ago, the Archduchess Guards reduced the training for charging and breaking through enemy lines, commanding the army, and even fighting alone. The Star Killer, who did not do anything, but made people's skin crawl, said coldly, the extra energy and money were all invested in the training of another skill. He said flatly, sentries, reconnaissance, stealth, and tracking. The air was silent for a moment. Monty frowned. 6 years ago, so exaggerated. Nicholas stared at him for a while before he nodded slowly. Yes, it was. Thales' gaze froze in midair. The king's death affected the former White Blade Guard much more than he imagined. Monty sighed. This is a good thing, really. The reform of the guards. Monty smiled sheepishly as he raised his hand and waved it in the air. You know, the old guards in the past. Castellan's shadow is too heavy. Even if you've been the captain for 20 years, everyone still only remembers him, but Nicholas did not seem to have any intention of reminiscing the past with him. The Star Killer glanced at Thales, who was beside him. Thales flashed an unpleasant smile. I'll give you 10 seconds, Monty. Disappear immediately. Nicholas' tone was very flat, as if he was just making a normal greeting. I'll pretend that I never saw you today. Monty's expression froze slightly. He lowered his head, placed one hand on his waist, and scratched his neck with the other. He looked like he was in a very difficult position. Spiky, you have to let me explain about this prince. Nicholas' gaze suddenly shifted and landed on the Raven of Death. There's nothing to explain. This is just between me and him. Nicholas gestured at Thales with his chin. His gaze became cold again. I don't care where you are, who you intercepted him from, and where you intend to send him. Thales could not help but feel his nerves tense up again. You can leave now, old friend, Nicholas said mercilessly. Monty's smiling face immediately stiffened. He looked away and exhaled. Thales could see that the Raven of Death was suppressing his anger and clenching his fists tightly. But the next moment, because the prince was about to get angry, Monty exhaled deeply and smiled again. Listen, Spiky. Dragon Cloud City and the City of Faraway Prayers are allies when it comes to the Western expedition. Monty bared his teeth and pointed at Thales with a troubled expression. He will go to the City of Faraway Prayers sooner or later. You don't want to see him fall into Black Sand region and the king's hands, do you? For the sake of our old friendship, and for the sake of each other's superiors, we should stand together in this matter, but Nicholas interrupted him. Big Mouth, the Star Killer said softly. Things are no longer the same now. Monty paused. We have long since passed the age of fighting for a woman's favor and looking for prostitutes together. Nicholas shook his head. His gaze was indifferent. It's useless. I said, I'll only give you 10 seconds. Disappear immediately. Monty's smile disappeared. The air suddenly became quiet. A shadow flashed across Thales' heart. Nicholas' pale face was expressionless. He only stared at his old friend quietly. And for a few seconds, the muscles on Monty's face trembled slightly, showing his thoughts. You're right, Spiky. The old scout mulled over this sentence, nodded slowly, and repeated emotionlessly. Things are no longer the same now. Nicholas did not say anything. Suddenly, the Raven of Death laughed. Ha 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 ha, but it was not a happy laugh. It was a cold laugh. The Raven of Death's laughter was chilling. He nodded slowly. Very good, Lord Nicholas. An ominous premonition attacked Thales' heart again. Don't forget. The Raven of Death grinned slightly, and there was a faint threat between his teeth. This is the land of barren rocks. It is already the City of Faraway Prayers territory. Monty sneered and took a step forward. He stared straight into his old friend's eyes. My City of Faraway Prayers. Thales subconsciously turned his head around to look for a horse. Unexpectedly, Nicholas also smiled. As smile lines appeared on his pale face, the Star Killer lifted his foot gently. He walked towards the other party. Your City of Faraway Prayers. He slowly walked towards Monty. The two of them were so close that their foreheads were almost touching, and they could almost kiss each other. The Star Killer met the Raven of Death's sneer. His gaze was fierce, and his tone was unfriendly. So what? Monty's sneer gradually faded away. When was the last time we fought, Spiky? 18 years ago. The Raven of Death asked softly. The two old friends stared at each other for a moment without showing any signs of weakness. 18 years. Nicholas nodded. But today. I don't intend to fight alone. You heard the signal arrow, old friend, Nicholas said coldly. The Archduchess guards will arrive soon. Monty's pupils froze. Many of them are your old acquaintances, the Star Killer repeated, emphasizing his words. Soon. Do you know what this means? Monty's expression slowly turned cold. The two of them were silent for 5 seconds. A second later, Monty closed his eyes abruptly and exhaled heavily. He gritted his teeth and said, Damn it. Nicholas snorted softly and revealed the smile of a victor. Yes, damn it. He stared at Monty, who could hardly control his emotions, and said softly, I will only count to 10. Monty seemed to be enraged. He opened his eyes abruptly, and his tone was agitated. But Nicholas was not moved at all. He only stared at Monty coldly and uttered his next words. 10. Monty suddenly extended his hand and grabbed the Star Killer's collar. Nicholas only smiled. Monty seemed to be so angry that his entire body trembled. He took a step forward and roared furiously, almost touching Nicholas' forehead. You! Spiky! F***ck. But Nicholas only smiled. His pale face was as pale as ever. Thales sighed secretly. Looks like I can't count on Monty's old friendship anymore. Monty angrily and savagely grabbed Nicholas. He lost his composure and roared, I'll remember you, Spiky, I'll remember you. The Raven of Death panted harshly. One day, I will get back at you for what you did today. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Nicholas also suddenly extended his hand. His arm overlapped with Monty's, and he similarly grabbed Monty's collar. Then you have to leave first, Nicholas said coldly, giving him tit for tat. Then there's the saying of, getting back at me. The Raven of Death and the Star Killer's gazes met again. Their gazes were burning with an unknown flame. In the next second, as if they had come to a tacit agreement, the two of them snorted coldly at the same time and let go of each other. Monty turned around without hesitation and walked towards his horse. Nicholas stared at him coldly. Thales, who was watching from the side, was shocked. You're leaving just like that? Monty untied the reins and stepped into the stirrup. He turned around angrily. What else should I do? Are you going to wait here to be surrounded? Thales looked at the angry Monty, then at Nicholas, who was exuding a cold aura. He rubbed his forehead in pain. My God! Aren't you good at talking nonsense, brat? Monty turned his horse around and glared at the silent Nicholas with gritted teeth. Help me. Be a competent gray magpie. Don't shut up. It's best if you annoy him to death. Thales flashed an awkward smile. In the next moment, Monty flung his reins angrily. The horse under him raised its hooves and swiftly galloped towards the west without any hesitation. His back was hidden among the rocks, and he left their sight. Then, the sound of the horse hooves disappeared, and the unpleasant smell disappeared. The prince, who had held his breath in the tense atmosphere just now, turned his head around in annoyance. He looked at the only person left. What a deep impression, Lord Nicholas. Thales sighed and said, You caught up to me so quickly. Nicholas crossed his arms and flashed a cold smile that chilled people's hearts. It was just like the first time they met. The Star Killer lowered his head and glanced at the dagger in his hand. He did not say a word. The teenager shook the JC dagger in his hand and smiled helplessly. Thales sheathed JC's dagger and stuffed it into his bosom. So, before you wait for your companions to meet up and capture me, can you tell me how you did it? Thales sheathed JC's dagger and stuffed it into his bosom. I thought you sealed off the city and were busy dealing with the important people to screen the people who might kidnap me. Why did you suddenly appear here? Nicholas smiled. With a certain look on his face, he nodded slightly. Yes, your plan is not bad, young prince. Arrange for people to attack the team and create the illusion that you were kidnapped out of thin air. When the situation is at its most complicated, make everyone in Dragon Cloud City suspect each other. When he said this, the Star Killer's gaze turned cold. Greatly slow down the efficiency of the search and mislead us. In reality, he secretly escaped by himself. If we really fell into your trap, even if we searched for half a year, we wouldn't be able to find you. Thales felt dejected. He still found out the truth. Then how did you find out? Thales raised his eyebrows and crossed his arms. He looked like he had completely given up on resisting. When did you become so smart, dead face? When he heard this nickname, Nicholas' smile became colder. It's true that I'm not that smart, he said coldly, but compared to someone like you who can come up with 10 clever ideas in a second, more than 20 years of being a guard, especially the last 6 years, have taught me at least one thing. Thales furrowed his brows. And that is. Nicholas put his hand into his bosom and said softly. When you face something you don't understand, you can never be too cautious. The Star Killer took something out of his bosom. He spread it out, then let go of it gently. Thales' pupils shrank. That thing floated in the air for a few seconds. Until it landed at his feet. The teenager stared blankly at the thing the Star Killer took out. He almost could not believe his eyes. Lying at his feet was a piece of paper. It was a sky blue, expensive piece of paper with ugly wrinkles. Thales stared at the thin piece of paper, and the feeling in his heart was indescribable. It was that piece of paper. That invitation card that Asda wrote for him. After they were intercepted by the highly suspicious Nicholas in Heroic Spirit Palace, under Thales' teasing and cover-up, the Star Killer angrily crumpled it into a ball. But, I thought you'd thrown it away. Thales frowned and looked at Nicholas. Didn't you read the joke on the paper? Do you need me to repeat it? Nicholas let out a chilling laugh. He took a step forward and stomped on the thin sky blue paper. There was a line of words written on the paper that had faded a lot. It was especially eye-catching. Star Killer, you big idiot. Yes, but that's just the surface. Nicholas shook his head slowly. Thales' image was reflected in his eyes. No matter how Nicholas shook his head, it never left the center of his pupils. You can't imagine how I spent 2 whole months, paid a huge price, and mobilized almost all my information resources. From the quality to the source of the information, I wholeheartedly investigated the details of this piece of paper. Thales was horrified. Rylan paper, Nicholas repeated word by word in a lifeless and rhythmic manner, as if he was reciting knowledge he did not understand at all. The raw wood comes from Norton Dukedom. The manufacturing and dyeing process comes from Dragon-Kissed Land. The material is excellent, durable, and can even be repeatedly erased. It's a special paper provided by the Palace of Unlenzo Dukedom in the south of the Western Peninsula. It's specially used for writing nobles' invitations. Thales stared at him solemnly. Nicholas flashed a smile, and there was a hint of smugness from having caught his opponent. In Northland, the rich and powerful nobles might spend a lot of money to forge a sharp sword or rear a good horse, but no one would use this kind of luxury. You can't buy this kind of paper anywhere. Even the Camion merchants are too lazy to transport it to Northland. And we've searched Constellation's diplomat group before, including Viscount Putre-Nemain. There's no trace of this thing either. Under Thales' complicated gaze, Nicholas pointed at the crumpled paper on the ground. This thing. It shouldn't have appeared in Heroic Spirit Palace and in your hands. The next moment, the Star Killer's voice turned cold. This can only be brought in from the outside through a channel we don't know of. You even had to deliberately hide it from Heroic Spirit Palace's eyes and ears, because it must bear some secret and special mission. When he heard this, Thales closed his eyes gently. Secret and special mission, sigh. Young prince, it's obvious that you've been hiding something from us for a very, very long time. Nicholas curled his lips and revealed a hint of a cruel smile. Although I don't know, you've indeed been secretly planning to complete it by leaving the palace every month to play chess. Obviously, there's something wrong with that chess room. The Star Killer's gaze became unprecedentedly sharp. So after you disappeared, when Count Leesban was still thinking about who kidnapped you, and when the major forces of power were still testing each other in bewilderment. I knew it, and I believed it without a doubt. I knew it, and I believed it. You were neither kidnapped nor carried away. Instead, you escaped on your own. Nicholas shut his mouth and looked at Thales in disdain. At that time, I knew that all of this must have been a show you made up and acted out yourself. that's all. At this moment, a light breeze blew across the land of barren rocks, stirring up sand and making Thale's heart grow colder and heavier. When I think about it this way, it's very obvious where you went after you disappeared. Nicholas' words had never sounded so forceful before. They were almost as forceful as his blade. At that time, the forces of power that everyone suspected and deeply suspected were Black Sand Region, the City of Faraway Prayers, the Secret Room, and the forces of Dragon Cloud City's vassals. These were the places that you would never go to. His words came one after another. Thales even had a feeling that Nicholas' words had almost forced him into a corner. So, the Archduchess Guard sealed off the city on the surface and pretended to be suspicious of these forces. They were too busy taking care of themselves. Nicholas' smile became more and more terrifying. In reality, during the hour you disappeared, we had already poured all our energy and resources into one direction. He spoke slowly and enunciated his words clearly. Constellation's Secret Intelligence Department. Nicholas laughed coldly. This was an expression that he had never shown during his previous outdoor training. It was as if this was the moment he completely defeated Thales. Yes, Thales, we caught up to you outside the city. We found the tracks of you and that pack horse in the thicket where you stopped. It was within half an hour after you left. Thales' heart tensed. If it weren't for Monty's interference, you would have been in Heroic Spirit Palace by now. Nicholas shook his head as if he did not care. But you have to know that you can't escape. The Star Killer's cold laughter continued. It made Thales feel even more gloomy. The teenager stared quietly at the piece of paper under Nicholas' foot. He did not say a word. It was as if it was not a piece of paper. It was his pride. After a long while, Thales said with difficulty and hoarse, I can't believe it was this. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't have thought that it was this piece of paper. There's a problem with the source of this piece of paper. He sighed dejectedly. Damn it, the Asda puppy, Thales added in his heart in a daze. Nicholas responded with a chuckle. Look, once the key point is exposed. The Star Killer's boots moved slowly, and he slowly ground over the thin piece of paper. The famous Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department is nothing more than this. Your escape plan is full of mistakes. It's childish and laughable. Thales sucked in a deep breath. The sun finally rose above his head and began to set in the west. The wilderness was still quiet. Only the whispers of the breeze blowing through the cracks in the stones and a few sporadic bird cries could be heard in the distance. Very impressive, Star Killer. You said that you were cautious. Thales let out a long sigh. You did not underestimate me, and you made me pay the price. He slowly raised his head and enunciated each word clearly. But you underestimated the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department. Nicholas' gaze froze. Thales did not continue speaking. He turned around with a smile, and his eyes lit up. Wow, he left me a horse before he left. Thales looked happy as he stared at Monty's remaining horse. And a long sword and shield. I guess he did it on purpose. He probably doesn't like you. Under Nicholas' increasingly hostile gaze, Thales walked towards the horse without hesitation. Humph, the Star Killer's smile this time was rather unique. He smiled and shook his head. Really? You and me? Thales smiled as well. He drew his long sword from the saddle, picked up his shield, and turned to Nicholas, who had a strange expression on his face. Speaking of which... Thales looked at the other party in high spirits. He swung his long sword, tested the weight of the shield, and nodded happily. We've been sparring for a long time in class, but we haven't really fought with our lives on the line, have we? In the next second, Thales put away his smile and put on the starting stance of the Northland military sword style. He raised his shield and moved his sword forward, waiting for orders. The teenager's expression was solemn. He faced the strongest opponent he had ever challenged, aside from the mystic. The Supreme Class Star Killer. Sorry, Nicholas. This was probably not the battle with the greatest disparity in strength he had ever experienced. But it was definitely the most difficult battle. You only have one chance. Thales focused his attention on the person in front of him and said to himself quietly, Thales. Only once. Nicholas' smile slowly faded away as he watched Thales, who had his weapon in hand and was fully prepared. This is a bad idea. He was expressionless, and his words were concise. What right do you have to win against me? Thales snorted coldly and shrugged. Why? At this stage, do you still expect me to surrender obediently? The Star Killer furrowed his eyebrows tightly. The wind howled, and the cold blade reflected the scorching sunlight. Nicholas' eyebrows relaxed, and he suddenly spoke. You use your right hand to eat, right? Thales narrowed his eyes. What? Nicholas' pupils shrank slowly. Don't worry. He cracked his knuckles, twisted his neck, and exercised all the joints in his body. His bones let out terrifying cracking sounds. The Star Killer clenched his fists and slowly walked towards Thales, who was ready for battle. No matter how badly I beat you later, the former commander of the White Blade Guard said coldly. Chapter 361. Thales still remembered his first meeting with the Star Killer. 6 years ago, the prince had seen Nicholas's appearance clearly through Hell's senses. He was a silver human figure that emitted a light that was as sharp as needles. The power of eradication shone inch by inch in the man's body, constantly guiding his movements and direction, causing his movements and figure to become erratic. At that time, even if Thales, who had the sin of Hell's river, racked his brains and calculated all the changes in Nicholas' speed, trajectory, and direction, he still discovered to his dismay that his weak self could not avoid Nicholas' attack, even if Nicholas was unarmed. And now, 6 years later, bang! Nicholas' heavy punch arrived in an instant and landed heavily on Thales' shield. With a loud bang, Thales swayed. But he gritted his teeth, stepped on his hind legs, and withstood the attack. With Hell's senses, the silver human figure in front of Thales flashed. The prince immediately tensed up. Just as expected, the Star Killer's left fist, which was the second wave of attack, arrived before Thales' eyes without any hesitation. Thales was prepared to retreat as he always did. But at that moment, why his words when they were training in the courtyard brushed past his ears. Your Highness, you can't always retreat or defend. This is what happened when Caribbean and I fought against that big guy in Heroic Spirit Palace. We were too afraid of the Rising Sun Saber's attack and kept avoiding the fight, but in the end, we failed. Defending is not giving up, but preparing for the next attack. Nicholas' fist brought with it a terrifying sound of wind. Thales took a deep breath. The next moment, he faced his opponent's fist with a stern expression. He took a step forward and attacked with the Northland military sword style's flank attack. The tip of the sword forced Nicholas to stop attacking for a moment. However, the Star Killer's adaptability was beyond his imagination. While he avoided the tip of the sword, he also changed the direction of his left hand and struck his right wrist, which was holding the sword. With the help of Hell's senses, Thales watched the movements of this supreme class elite. He praised in his heart, as expected, defense is not the same as retreating. Take Nicholas for example. Every time he defended, he would take an aggressive step forward. Even if he was retreating to dodge, his opponent would never think about avoiding damage, but about inflicting damage. When he thought of this, Thales gritted his teeth and moved forward again. He pushed out his shield and collided with his opponent's swinging left arm. It was the third defensive stance of the Northland military sword style. He swung his shield in the name of defense, but it was actually for his next counterattack. Bang! under the collision, a muffled sound rang out again. His left hand was slightly numb, and his entire body was trembling, but Thales roared and tried his best to counterattack. But Nicholas's movements were faster and more bizarre than he imagined. His left arm was pressed against the shield, but his whole body charged forward without stopping. Aiming at the center of the shield, he delivered a powerful knee strike. Boom! Thales felt suffocated. In the next second, he groaned in pain and fell 2 meters away with his shield. Very good. The unarmed Nicholas' expression did not change. He cracked his knuckles and furrowed his eyebrows in a barely noticeable manner. It's probably the best performance you've had in so many training sessions. The Star Killer walked closer slowly and put on a malicious smile. At least you have some awareness of fighting. You're no longer a blind man swinging his sword and a coward raising his shield. Thales climbed to his feet with great difficulty. He swung his numb left hand and picked up the shield again. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's your power of eradication that suddenly changes direction, again." The Star Killer shook his head, as if he did not want to waste time. "Hurry up and end this. I still want to eat lunch." Thales sucked in a deep breath, endured the pain, and reassumed the confronting enemy stance. The Northland military sword style. He suddenly remembered what Gilbert told him when he first learned the sword style. This set of sword style was created to fight against terrifying opponents who are far more powerful than humans. A huge disadvantage, a hopeless battle, a sure-death defense, a suicidal charge. He looked at Nicholas, who was getting closer to him, and sighed in his heart. Terrifying, opponents who are far stronger than humans. No, it's not just that. Another mysterious man's back appeared in Thales' mind. How did humans defeat the ancient orcs when they were at an absolute disadvantage? How did they win the battle of eradication? True elites seek hope in hopeless situations, seek to turn the tables when they are at a disadvantage, turn favorable situations into certain victories, and turn unforeseen and unexpected situations into their own support. They seize all useful and useless factors, hold tightly onto every possible bargaining chip, play the most crucial move, and change the entire battle. Thales took a few deep breaths and tried to shake his head, which was a little dizzy from the fall. My bargaining chip, my chance of victory, there are. But, only once. In the next second, Thales roared and charged at his opponent again. He thrust his long sword. Nicholas knew him too well. Every time they trained outdoors, the Star Killer would use all sorts of methods to defeat him with a smile that was at ease. Every time they conducted a surprise inspection, the Star Killer would rely on his skills to toy with him. Every time he probed and provoked him, the Star Killer would be fully prepared to test the standard of his followers. So, Thales' pupils shrank. So this is the Star Killer's biggest weakness. He knew himself too well. Come on. Thales' face was contorted. He gritted his teeth, roaring with his mouth and calling out in his heart. Come on, my companion. The sin of Hell's River. The familiar fluctuations surged towards him. After 6 years of experience, it instantly spread through his entire body in a faster, steadier, and smoother manner. Again. Nicholas sneered as he watched Thales charge towards him. Same method, same ending. The Star Killer exerted force in his legs and charged towards Thales. He easily dodged Thales' thrust and threw a punch at the prince's face. The wind from his fist howled. Thales' entire body trembled. He swung his shield once again to counterattack. He swung his fist at his opponent. But this time, it's different. This time, I need strength. Strength. The teenager thought coldly. The sin of Hell's River surged excitedly into his arm. The shield and the iron fist collided again. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Nicholas' sneer remained. As I said, young prince, but after a mere tenth of a second, his laughter came to an abrupt halt. Because an unprecedented force came from the shield in front of him. It shook his fists and body. Nicholas' expression changed drastically. Nicholas stared in shock at the roaring prince. He was forced to retreat under the great force and took an extra step to stabilize himself. What's going on? This strength, Nicholas blocked the shield in shock and instantly counterattacked with his left elbow. But before he could figure it out, Thales roared again, Star Killer. I need to react. React. The sin of Hell's river surged happily into his eyes, brain, and sword-wielding hand, forming a synchronized connection. At that moment, the roaring Thales seemed to have predicted his opponent's movements. The moment the Star Killer moved, the tip of his sword suddenly appeared and pointed at Nicholas' forward momentum. Nicholas was shocked again. With this momentum, his opponent would pierce his left lung. This prince who doesn't know how to fight. How can he react so quickly? But the experienced and skillful Star Killer reacted in a short moment. At the price of giving up on attacking, he quickly turned around and dodged the sword. But his opponent did not think so. Finally, Thales thought coldly. I need speed. Speed. Speed that can take lives. With that thought, the remaining sin of Hell's river surged into Thales' arm muscles with a roar, like a beast released from its cage. It ignited a terrifying flame inside, burning with explosive power. Ayaha! Thales' roars continued without stopping, as if he wanted to use up all the strength in his life. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk in an instant, the tip of his sword brought with it a piercing sound of wind. It suddenly flashed in the Star Killer's field of vision. As if it had disappeared. At that moment, the already shocked Nicholas suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. A chill that he had not felt for a long time rose in his heart. It was a sense of danger that could only be felt in front of a powerful enemy and on the battlefield. He suddenly felt a chill on the left side of his chest. *T. *T. In the next moment, Nicholas gritted his teeth laboriously and activated his power of eradication in a frenzy. He restrained himself from dodging and turned to the other side of the tip of the sword. No! In the next second, *rip. The sound of the sword cutting through flesh could be heard. Thud. It was the muffled sound of a human body rolling on the ground. After two sounds, Thales stabbed his sword into the ground and tried his best to maintain his balance. He withdrew from the sin of Hell's river state, which included Hell's senses. Ha 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 ha, the teenager held onto the shield and placed most of his weight on it. He panted rapidly, trying to get rid of the muscle soreness and dizziness after the sin of Hell's river faded away. At that critical moment, Nicholas' body turned in a strange manner. He tilted his head back and rolled to the side in a disheveled manner to avoid the sword that was aimed at his heart. Thales trembled and gritted his teeth. He looked across him in pain. There, the Star Killer knelt on one knee on the ground. He widened his eyes in disbelief and stretched out his palm in a daze. In the next second, a short line of blood spread from the Star Killer's left cheek to his chin. Red liquid seeped out. Drop by drop, the blood fell into Nicholas' slightly trembling palm. The Star Killer seemed to be completely stunned. How is this possible? He, the prince who never knew how to fight, he touched the wound on his face and felt the pain that he had not felt for a long time. The Star Killer raised his head in shock and anger. He stared at the pale and panting Prince of Constellation and tried hard to understand what was happening in front of him. That piece of trash who can't even take one punch from me, how did he suddenly, Thales shook his head hard, trying to shake away the brief dizziness. He felt indignant. Damn it. Even if I use everything I have, I still can't make him. A few seconds later, the extremely disheveled Star Killer panted a few times and calmed his emotions. That's not right. This power, this reaction, he furrowed his eyebrows tightly. There was deep suspicion in his eyes. It's not something you can do. There was disbelief and surprise on Nicholas' face. Was that the power of eradication just now? Thales flashed a weak smile at him while he leaned on his sword. The teenager now only hoped that his opponent would talk more nonsense. At least he had to get over the numbness and soreness that came with using the sin of Hell's River too much. The Star Killer's expression was solemn. But when did you awaken to the power of eradication? Haha, Thales chuckled and interrupted him. The prince, whose hands and feet were numb, could no longer hold on to the long sword. Hence, he let go of the sword hilt and shook his hand with a slight tremble. He tried his best to look as if he was at ease. It was a long time ago. Are you surprised? Nicholas stood up slowly. His expression became more and more serious. As he watched Nicholas get up, Thales' hand on the shield trembled slightly. So, the speed you displayed when you snatched the book in front of the stable that day, and the strength you displayed during training. Nicholas stared at him, ignoring the bloodstains on his face. None of it was a coincidence. You hid the fact that you possess the power of eradication from us and the eyes and ears of the entire heroic spirit palace for so many years. Thales snickered. His numb limbs were regaining their senses. The training over the past 6 years was more or less effective. Even if he could not improve, at least his body had gradually gotten used to the price of the sin of Hell's River. I'm sorry to say this, but... The prince shook his head and placed his hand on the sword hilt again. There are still many things you don't know. The shock and anger on Nicholas' face slowly turned into pure annoyance. So, during all the outdoor training sessions, you were beaten up so badly, but you never used it even once? Power is not for show. Thales gently clenched his right hand, which had returned to normal, and wiped the cold sweat off his face. If I can't use it at the most crucial moment, then you might as well hide it and confuse your enemy. Nicholas laughed angrily. He extended his hand and wiped it across his face. His pale, blood-stained face began to turn red. I knew it, little prince. You have always treated us as your enemies, from the first day you came to Dragon Cloud City. You were born with cunning and treachery. The Star Killer's eyes were practically ablaze. The pain on his face reminded him of the fact that he was injured by a weakling, and it made the proud man even more furious. God knows how many more things you have hidden from us over the past 6 years. Thales sneered. What about you, Star Killer? He took a deep breath, stood up slowly, and pulled the long sword out of the ground. How many truths have you, Lisban, and even the late King Nuvan hidden from me over the past 6 years? Nicholas' breathing froze. In the face of the prince's profound gaze, with suppressed anger, he steadily extended his hand to his back. This time, it was Thales' turn to have his expression change drastically. I apologize to you. The Star Killer drew the weapon on his back with a fierce gaze while the sound of metal rubbing against leather echoed in the air. There was a scar on his face, and his words were filled with caution. I was wrong. I never treated this as a battle. I've underestimated you. Thales Jade Star, who awakened to his power of eradication before he was 14. Thales stared worriedly at the long and narrow saber in Nicholas' hand that reflected a golden luster. It was the legendary anti-mystic weapon that had once been pressed against his neck and threatened his life in the hands of its previous owner. The Rising Sun Saber. How terrible. Are you sure? Thales braced himself and raised his shield. I heard Waya mention that this incredibly sharp weapon can cut through everything, right? Nicholas started to sneer, but there was a hint of savagery in his voice. Don't worry, I won't activate its ability, in case I can't hold back and accidentally cut your head open. He raised the rising sun saber horizontally and pointed the blade at Thales. There was a rare seriousness and solemnity in his eyes. And didn't I say it before? No matter how badly I beat you, I will leave you with that hand. In the next moment, Nicholas' expression changed. He instantly left the spot. The nervous Thales sucked in a sharp breath and instantly entered Hell's senses. In his field of vision, the silver figure flashed with a rapid light as it charged towards him. The battle began again. But this time, the speed and angle of the Star Killer's attack were far beyond Thales' imagination. The blade instantly arrived before his eyes. Sensing the threat, the sin of Hell's river automatically boiled. The nervous Thales immediately raised his sword and blocked the Star Killer's merciless slash. Asterisk clang. Asterisk as he stared at the golden saber in front of him, Thales felt a chill run down his spine. He could not help but think, if this thing is really like what Wyas said and can melt everything, then wouldn't I already be? Without any time to think, Nicholas let out a low growl. He held the saber with both hands and pressed his entire body against Thales along with the blade. Thales only felt a weight on his hand. He was about to lose his balance. His heart tensed up, and he instinctively used a side attack to dodge his opponent's slash. But Nicholas did not stop his attacks. He used the momentum of the slide to charge forward, and with his right shoulder, he rammed into Thales. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales grunted laboriously. At least he managed to hide behind the shield before his opponent crashed into his bosom and forcefully withstood his opponent's charge. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk a huge force charged at him. The prince scrunched up his face, pushed against the shield with his elbow, and took 3 consecutive steps back. Thanks to the increase in strength from the sin of Hell's river, he was not knocked down by his opponent's experienced charge. A true warrior is formed through experience and blood on the edge of a blade. Nicholas used half of his body to push against Thales' shield. This uncomfortable angle made it difficult for Thales to draw his sword. He could only grit his teeth and withstand his opponent's attack. The Star Killer's angry voice rose into the air. Condition, mentality, experience, adaptability, body. Not a single one can be omitted. You only know how to train against targets. You're still far from that. As Nicholas roared, Thales, who was using all his strength to wrestle with his opponent, suddenly felt the shield on his elbow become lighter. He could not help but slide forward a step. With Hell's senses, the Star Killer instantly appeared on his defenseless left side and struck his head with his right elbow. Thales shuddered. He instinctively threw away the shield. The sin of Hell's river surged to his elbow, and he thrust it at Nicholas, wanting to parry his opponent's fatal blow. However, the silver light spike in the Star Killer's body flashed again. Within half a second, the Star Killer, who was ambushing him from his left, suddenly stopped and immediately turned back. Thales turned pale with fright. He had just swung his left elbow, and his right hand, which was holding the long sword, could not pull back in time. He could not defend himself in time. In that second, as time slowed down through Hell's senses, Thales stared in shock at his opponent, who had seized the initiative and was only 1 strike away. It had only been 7 or 8 seconds since Nicholas took the initiative to attack. Even if he included the injury on Nicholas' face, it was only the second round. So fast. Thales sighed in his heart. Nicholas' lips curled up. His scarred face curled up, and he revealed a smug, savage smile. This is the difference. Brat. There's a fine line between supraclass and supreme class. Victory and defeat will be decided in an instant. In the next moment, Nicholas roared and turned the hilt of his sword around. He struck his opponent's forehead, and at Thales, who was powerless to defend himself. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a terrifying, muffled sound rose. the scene fell silent. But Thales did not fall. Nicholas, on the other hand, stared at the young opponent before him in shock again. Before the hilt of the saber, which he was prepared to subdue Thales in one blow, it first collided with a palm. It was Thales' left hand. It was his left hand, which he had swung with force just now and could not pull back in time. This left hand miraculously moved in front of the prince and blocked his opponent's attack. Thales was drenched in cold sweat. He trembled slightly as he blocked Nicholas with all his might. At that moment, the Star Killer could not believe his own eyes. Impossible. I used the twist of fate. It was the best attack when he lost his momentum and was powerless to defend himself. He actually blocked it. But the Star Killer did not hesitate, nor did he think much about it. Castellan told him before, if you can't kill your enemy with your first slash, then, Nicholas roared. He activated his power of eradication again and drove his movements. As if he did not care about inertia, he swung his sword and slashed. Thales sucked in a sharp breath and watched helplessly as his opponent's blade moved back and forward, instantly attacking his unguarded leg. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sound of metal clashing rang. Nicholas' blade was blocked perfectly by Thales' long sword, which suddenly appeared in front of his thigh. Nicholas' pupils shrank. Impossible. Impossible. The Star Killer's power of eradication surged from his joints. His movements flickered again. The blade went for Thales' neck again. Asterisk clang, asterisk the second sound of metal clashing echoed in their ears. Thales panted harshly. This time, both his hands appeared in front of his neck. He pushed the long sword up and down to block Nicholas' throat slash. Nicholas stared at him in a daze. His eyes were filled with shock. He even forgot his desire to attack again. This, asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Thales used the last of his strength to force Nicholas back with one slash. Then, with a thud, he fell to his knees. The prince could not stop panting, and his groans were mixed with pain. But the Star Killer was already stunned. Just now, Nicholas blinked and stared blankly at Thales, who had an unpleasant expression on his face and was drenched in sweat, as if he was enduring torture. He opened his mouth gently. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. His expression was incredibly complicated. Thales only panted continuously, as if the few attacks just now had almost taken his life. In the end, the surprised Nicholas still opened his mouth. You used it to block me just now, he furrowed his eyebrows tightly. No, your power of eradication is. Thales' breathing gradually slowed down. When he heard this, he weakly squeezed out a smile. Ha ha ha, Nicholas continued to stare fixedly at him and did not move. Thales was still kneeling on the ground. He supported himself with one hand and raised his long sword with the other. Oh, you're talking about this? The prince sucked in a sharp breath. In an instant, his face turned even paler. But he swung his sword sideways. His movements were very imposing. But when the sword was halfway through its slash, it strangely changed its direction. In an instant, it fell and cut straight into the ground. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Nicholas watched this scene in a daze. Thales laughed weakly and said, a sudden change in direction that can't be predicted. This is. The Star Killer murmured as he fixed his gaze on the long sword on the ground. This is a rare supreme class elite. Thales lifted his head weakly and stared anxiously at Nicholas, who had an interesting expression on his face. He forced himself to say, he used 6 whole years to personally demonstrate this ultimate skill to me every week. According to him, this is a rarely seen power of eradication in history. Thales smiled again. No one knew that at that moment, the muscles in the prince's body were practically rebelling. Pain, soreness, numbness, pain, cramps, and all sorts of other sensations attacked him at the same time. It was simply indescribable. The Star Killer's expression became more unpleasant. The prince smiled even more happily and continued to say, "There is only one in Northland." Thales narrowed his eyes slightly while enduring the pain. "It's called the twist of fate." At that moment, Nicholas' expression almost turned into the coldest ice. "You should feel honored." Thales smiled softly again and carefully observed Nicholas, whose mind was in turmoil at that moment. "Because he told me." Chapter 362. Under the sun, the two enemies faced each other in silence. One of them knelt on the ground and panted weakly. The other stood in a daze, his heart trembling. Finally, Thales exhaled. The after-effects of forcefully using the sin of Hell's River were slowly fading away. Compared to 6 years ago, when he would easily faint every time the sin of Hell's River came, Thales smiled in relief. "Look. Even though I can't improve, but I can still get used to it." Under the sun, Nicholas did not move. It was as if he had sunk into the greatest confusion of his life. The Star Killer's body stiffened, and he panted in disbelief. "How can this be? That's something I can only occasionally awaken on the battlefield, the twist of fate. Even the name was given by him on the spot. You only used it during training sessions." At that moment, Thales roared furiously. "Oh!" He threw away his long sword and charged at Nicholas with a ferocious expression. Nicholas trembled slightly. Even though he was still in shock, his battle instincts, which he had trained countless times, allowed him to react without any delay. Bang! Nicholas swung his arm coldly and parried Thales' fist. The next moment, the Star Killer struck with both hands. Thud. Thales, who was at the end of his tether, felt a pain in his chest. His forward momentum stagnated, and in the next second, Nicholas' rising sun saber appeared at his throat. After 6 years, the weak Thales could only sigh slowly as he felt the faint chill from the same weapon pressed against the same spot. "What's going on?" Nicholas recovered from his shock and stared coldly at the prince in front of him. "The twist of fate. It's completely different from any systematically trained power of eradication. It's impossible for you to learn it from any swordsmanship or moves." A gentle breeze blew past the quiet world. It blew past the rocks, bringing with it a mournful howl, and the sporadic chirping of birds in the distance. "Ha!" Thales forced a smile. "Is it really that strange? After all?" He leisurely raised his trembling hand and flicked the blade in front of his neck, as if this was just a pleasant outing. "I'm the Star Killer's disciple, a good student who gets beaten up by you once a week." Nicholas' expression turned cold. He withdrew his blade and lifted Thales' collar. "I'm warning you for the last time." At this moment, Thales suddenly raised his finger and interrupted him. "Shoo, listen." Thales flashed a gratified smile, as if he was really listening attentively. "That's the sound of a gray magpie." Nicholas was slightly stunned. "What?" But in the blink of an eye, a terrifying shudder erupted from Nicholas' entire body. The Star Killer's expression changed drastically. It was the intuition of a soldier who had been through hundreds of battles. He subconsciously wanted to turn around. But Thales did not think so. The prince, who had been prepared for this, suddenly raised his hands and grabbed the Star Killer's shoulders tightly. "Don't let him leave this place." Nicholas, who was halfway through turning around, was suddenly seized. His expression changed drastically. He did not continue. A terrifying, muffled sound suddenly rose in their ears. "Chee!" Thales watched with satisfaction as Nicholas, who was in front of him, shuddered violently after that sound. His face stiffened. The Star Killer's expression contorted from shock to savagery, then from savagery to rage. Bang! He threw a punch with his left hand, and without holding back, he hit Thale's chest. The prince was sent flying like a broken sandbag and fell with a thud. Then, with a twisted expression, Nicholas' knees gave way and he knelt on the ground. He opened his mouth and let out a crazed and pained roar. Ah 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 ah. The right side of the Star Killer's body seemed to have stiffened. He trembled and threw away the rising sun saber. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched the rock beside him. Boom! Dong! 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 Punch after punch, Nicholas, who was kneeling on the ground, had a ferocious expression on his face. It was as if he had a grudge against the rock beside him. He punched the ground with all his might while he continued to roar in anger and madness. It was as if he was enduring some kind of pain. Thale spat out a mouthful of blood. He endured the pain in his chest and shook his head. He was gratified to see a thin arrow shaft suddenly appear on the Star Killer's back. The thin arrow sank deep into the right side of Nicholas' back, and a ferocious and sharp arrowhead appeared on his chest. Fresh blood dripped from the arrowhead. The Star Killer lifted his head abruptly. His bloodshot eyes shone with terrifying flames. He roared in anger. Ah, Ned Monty! You son of a B***TCH. His roar spread through the land of barren rocks and echoed in the cracks between the rocks. At some point in time, the chirping of the birds had disappeared. Only the mournful sound of the wind remained. Thales sucked in a breath and closed his eyes. He was completely at ease. He had won the duel between him and Nicholas. He had grasped every factor and every bargaining chip he had. Thales coughed out a mouthful of blood in pain. He then could not help but laugh. Yes, the prince's only chance of winning in this duel is that Nicholas' opponent was never just him. The Star Killer's roar turned into pained moans and grunts. He tried to reach out to retrieve the arrow, but the location of the wound was too tricky. Nicholas could not touch it at all. TSK, TSK, Tisk, a hoarse and sinister voice that both of them were very familiar with came from behind a rock. Be careful, Lord Nicholas. Don't move, especially your right hand. That's a barbed arrow. The more you move, the more you'll get hurt. The hidden man let out a low chuckle. Nicholas' right arm was still trembling as he knelt on the ground. He used his left hand to support himself on the ground. He glared at Monty with bloodshot eyes and gritted his teeth. You can't run away. We'll tear you to pieces. Monty's cold laughter came from behind an unknown rock again. Oh. You. You're talking about Lum and Jella, the hidden sentries half a mile to the north who are providing support, or are you talking about the two new guards I don't know in the northeast? Nicholas' gaze froze. Monty, who was hidden in the dark, laughed out loud. Don't worry, I've already taken care of the four of them. I even left a mark for the people further behind. They won't come here. The Star Killer shuddered violently. His heart turned cold. Taken care. Thales panted in pain and felt slightly better. He struggled to sit up and reached for his sword and shield. A whistle rose around him. Monty's voice sounded near and far, as if he was moving non-stop. Spiky, you said that you strengthened the Royal Guard's scouting and scouting training, and reduced the amount of fighting against the enemy head-on, right? Nicholas tried to reach his wound again, but in the end, he failed. He could only moan in pain. Thank you so much. Those soldiers aren't very skilled. There was a rhythm in Monty's voice that made people's hearts palpitate. You saved me a lot of trouble when I intercepted them. Ah! Nicholas roared furiously and punched the ground again. Monty's laughter was intermittent, but anyone could hear the ghastly, unfathomable, and malicious intent in it. Fortunately, the Royal Guard still used the scouting formation passed down by the coward Lakin, take a guess. Who is the person who knows, understands, and is most familiar with Lacan's 12 scouting formations within a circular area of 100 miles? Who is the person who can intercept them in the shortest amount of time and at the fastest speed on the path they must pass through? When he said this, the Raven of Death's smug laughter came from somewhere. Ha 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 ha, Thales frowned slightly. Monty. Nicholas' gaze became more and more terrifying. The pain in his heart and body tormented him greatly. You son of a b*tch. A long sigh came. It seemed to be the Raven of Death's sigh. Yes, Spiky. He seemed to find it a pity. Now, there's only you and me left. The Star Killer clenched his fists while he knelt on the ground. Ahem. About that. At this moment, Thales coughed softly. Did you forget about me? The Raven of Death and the Star Killer's voices rose at the same time. Shut up. Thales raised his eyebrows. He closed his mouth and continued to crawl to look for his weapon. Noon had passed, and the sun began to set in the west. Listen up, Spiky. This is the land of barren rocks and the city of faraway prayers, the border of Extet. Further south is the terrifying Great Desert. Monty's voice rose coldly. It's very dangerous to faint in the wild. Nicholas let out a low growl. Give me this boy. Let me bring him to the city of faraway prayers. The Raven of Death clicked his tongue. Then we'll be even. Lum and the other three can also live. What do you think of this suggestion? Thales' expression changed. The air was quiet for a while. For a while, only Nicholas and Thales' panting could be heard. Suggestion. The Star Killer raised his head abruptly. His gaze was vigilant as he scrutinized almost every rock around him. Why? Why do you insist on having him? Why do you insist on having this prince? Monty's strange laughter rose around them. You know very well that he will play a key role in the war between the City of Faraway Prayers and the Alliance of Freedom. The Raven of Death's words became fierce. We need him, more than Dragon Cloud City. Don't block our way. Thales scratched his head as if he had a headache. Old Monty, that's enough. There was another period of silence. Big Mouth, Nicholas was heard saying in a low voice. Do you remember what happened 18 years ago? The voice behind the rock was silent for a while. I don't want to talk about the past with you. Monty's cold voice traveled into his ears. You know I hate this the most. But at this moment, Nicholas, who had lost his composure and roared just now, raised his head and laughed. Strangely, this time, the Raven of Death did not interrupt him. That year, the Star Killer seemed to have had enough of laughing. He said airily, Prince Soria and his wife were assassinated. The late king was furious, and all the White Blade Guards were punished. Thales felt his skin tighten. He heard this incident from the past again. Nicholas said weakly, Old Coleman took responsibility for me, the acting captain. He admitted his mistake and resigned. Isaiah was disheartened and left the royal guards. Many of our brothers were implicated. And you, Monty, you rushed back to Dragon Cloud City overnight to fight for justice for them, even though you were out on another mission. Negotiations were fruitless. You didn't even show the king any respect. The next day, you threw away the White Blade Guards and left Dragon Cloud City. Monty did not speak. There was still only the sound of the wind blowing through the cracks in the rocks. It was shrill and sad. Nicholas laughed brokenly. No, Big Mouth. I knew your personality from the moment you secretly brought me to visit prostitutes when we were on duty when we were young. You're not the kind of person who would run errands for a suzerain, even if that suzerain is the king. Not to mention chasing after the Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers all the way from Rubble Hill to this place. There was a hint of sadness in Nicholas' voice. No, you're not. The Star Killer straightened his back and looked around fiercely. Ned Monty. The Raven of Death was still silent. But Thales frowned. But now I understand. Nicholas' anger turned into a sneer. Ha 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 ha, you. His voice contained indescribable hatred, and it echoed among the rocks. It spread. A few seconds later, Monty, who had been hiding in the dark, finally spoke airily. Spiky, the Raven of Death said faintly. What do you understand? Nicholas snorted coldly. He sucked in a breath and let out a long sigh. The pain in his chest and back made him frown from time to time. But Nicholas still gritted his teeth and said softly, Lord Ned Monty, a few days ago, as the so-called vanguard, you came to Dragon Cloud City earlier than the official diplomat group of the City of Faraway Prayers and anyone else. On the day of the council hearing, when the situation was already set, you brought news of Constellation's unusual movements at the border and pushed the prince to the front of the stage. Thales closed his eyes gently. The Raven of Death did not say a word. Nicholas continued speaking. Every sentence and every word he said was filled with an even deeper and heavier chill. The Archduchess tried her best to protect the young prince, but you fanned the flames at the critical moment and forced Dragon Cloud City to send him to the City of Faraway Prayers. After this prince disappeared, at the same time when Dragon Cloud City opened, you arrived even earlier than us, the local tyrants, and intercepted him. He, the Star Killer sneered. Everything you've done over the past few days has puzzled me, even though I know you well. Aren't you putting in too much effort for the City of Faraway Prayers? Aren't you too much of a coincidence in this game of chess? Monty interrupted him. You don't understand. The Raven of Death's words seemed to be a little sentimental. Spiky, you don't understand. Asterisk thawed. Asterisk the heavily injured Nicholas punched the ground. Yes, I don't understand. He shouted angrily, but I understand now. The Star Killer's gaze had never been so terrifying. It was even more terrifying than when he saw Lampard. It's all thanks to this young prince. He was the one who reminded me that I underestimated the Secret Intelligence Department. Thales' expression froze. At that moment, the air became quiet. Nicholas' voice became urgent. He was practically gnashing his teeth as he said the following words, 18 years ago, Prince Soria and his wife were strangely assassinated. The assassin from Constellation entered as if there was no one around. No one saw him sneak in. The White Blade Guard's strict defense was useless. No one responded to him. Aside from the sound of the wind. No! The Star Killer shouted angrily. 6 years ago, even a formidable person like Lampard had to rely on calamities to lure us away and weaken us. He knew that. With every additional White Blade Guard, the assassin's chances of success would decrease, and the possibility of a coup would decrease. But the assassin 18 years ago could bypass the heavy defense of hundreds of elite White Blade Guards, plan meticulously, and assassinate the prince of the strongest country in the Western Peninsula. At this moment, Nicholas' face was extremely distorted. There's only one possibility. He clenched his left fist tighter. There's a traitor among the White Blade Guards. There was still no response. Thales lowered his eyes and looked at the ground. Nicholas practically hissed each word through gritted teeth. Over the years, I've suspected many people, Byrne Merck, who was the prince's personal bodyguard, Old Coleman, who was the first to arrive that day, Justin, who was patrolling the perimeter. I even suspected Isaiah, who was in charge of protecting Black Sand Region's diplomat group. When the Star Killer said this, he took a deep breath. The rocks were still silent. It was as if even the stream was about to stop flowing. But you just reminded me, old friend. When Nicholas said this, his eyes seemed to burn with the flames of pain and hatred. Among the White Blade Guards, especially on the day Prince Soria was assassinated, the person who knew the internal situation the best, understood the formation of the scouts the best, was the best at avoiding detection, the most familiar with the loopholes in the defense, and the most convenient for the assassin. Actually, it was a person who wasn't even there. An expert in concealment and assassination. A person who hid in Extet, in Dragon Cloud City, by the king's side, and among the White Blade Guards for decades, Constellation spy. The air was so quiet that it could not be any quieter. No one answered him. It was as if everything around him had sunk into eternal silence. The Star Killer was still kneeling on the ground. But he no longer cared about the arrow on his back. Instead, his entire body trembled, his eyes struggled, and his facial muscles twitched slightly. He looked like he was about to wail, but also like he was about to roar. His gaze was incredibly complicated: disgust, pain, regret, resentment, sorrow, sadness, despair. It was endless and mixed together. In the end, Nicholas shuddered and sucked in a deep breath. A mouthful of the coldest air in midsummer. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but shiver a little. "What do you think?" he asked the person behind the rock softly. "Big Mouth, Ned, Monty, the sworn brothers who joined the White Blade Guards with me." The former commander of the White Blade Guards, Lord Sori. Nicholas' voice became more and more indifferent. Finally, he restored his expression to the coldest, most apathetic, most merciless, and most competent version. "Or should I call you the Raven of Death from Constellation's Secret Intelligence Department?" Thales gently grabbed his long sword. He sighed a little at an angle that no one could see. Silence. Still silence. Another gust of wind blew. The whistling in the crack became more and more sorrowful. Then, a voice that was not so harmonious broke the silence. The sound of a bough being knocked rose clearly. "You know, I've changed my mind about the suggestion just now." The Raven of Death's voice traveled into Thales' ears. He still sounded calm, relaxed, and at ease. Spiky, but this time, his words were filled with a dark, murderous intent that made people shudder. Chapter 363. All these years, in the face of the Raven of Death's extremely callous words, Nicholas responded calmly, "Monty, this is the first time you didn't argue with me." It was as if he had lost all his emotions a moment ago. "You don't even want to defend yourself." However, the only thing that responded to Nicholas in the crack was the soft sound of the wind. And whoosh. When he heard the sudden sound of a crossbow, Thales' breathing froze. Nicholas' body swayed violently. He turned his body in a disheveled manner to avoid the fatal arrow that sliced through the air. Thud. After a muffled sound, a short arrow was nailed to the ground not far from the Star Killer's shoulder. The shaft of the arrow was still trembling. "What a beautiful dodge." Monty's voice came from behind the rock again. Lying on his side on the ground, Nicholas panted rapidly. Even though he tried his best to dodge, the light armor on his left shoulder was still grazed by the arrow, leaving behind an ugly wound. "But how many more times can you roll with that arrow?" The Star Killer frowned slightly. He turned his head and glanced at the arrow shaft on his right back. He then endured the pain and looked at the wound on his chest. The tip of the arrow was slightly exposed, and it was dripping with blood. Obviously, the dodge just now had worsened his injuries. "Why?" Nicholas said hoarsely. "What benefits did the Constellations give you, Monty?" But before he could finish asking, Nicholas' expression changed drastically. He supported himself with his left hand and dodged again. Bang. The bowstring sounded again, and the sharp arrow sliced through the air. Clang. Asterisk another arrow stabbed into the spot next to Nicholas' thigh, leaving behind a terrifying, muffled sound. The Star Killer's leg armor was cut by it, and spots of red could be seen under his clothes. Next to the stream was a small empty space surrounded by rocks. The heavily injured man's face was pale as he lay on the ground, panting. He was facing a terrifying and powerful enemy who was hidden from his sight. "Do you hear the sound of your flesh being torn apart by the barbs?" The Raven of Death's voice rose faintly. It was filled with viciousness and malice, and it continuously attacked the other's mind. But this time, the tormented Nicholas did not speak. On the contrary, his sweaty face was extremely focused. The Star Killer endured the pain in his chest and firmly extended his left hand to grab the golden saber with the black handle. Thales frowned. "It's a pity that the Rising Sun saber can't block arrows." Monty's cold laughter floated in the cracks between the rocks. Along with the sound of the wind moving about, he seemed to be near and far at the same time. "Are you thinking that it would be great if the Severing Soul's blade was still around?" But the Raven of Death's words came to an abrupt halt. Nicholas calmly got up from his kneeling position. He moved his left hand to the back of his head and extended the Rising Sun saber to his back. Thales' gaze froze. He was shocked. The Star Killer's blade swept past the arrow shaft, which was exposed outside the armor, and sparks flew. Sizzle, amidst a strange sizzling sound, the arrow that was instantly cut off fell to the ground powerlessly. One side of it was still faintly red and emitting faint white smoke. Nicholas coughed. "You know, this flaming knife really can't be used to block arrows." His blade returned to his chest, near the wound. There was another terrifying sizzling sound. As Nicholas grunted laboriously, his blade and right hand left the wound on his chest. Thales widened his eyes. A small but ferocious-looking barbed arrowhead and the broken arrow shaft were pulled out from his chest without hesitation. Aside from the sweat on his forehead, the Star Killer did not even frown, as if he had just cut open someone else's wound. But debridement, removal of the arrow, and stopping the bleeding at the same time are still very useful. The moment Nicholas' voice faded away, the crossbow bolts came flying again. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk as the sound of the air being sliced rose, Nicholas turned swiftly. The twist of fate surged in his body, causing his figure to change. Asterisk ding. Asterisk the new arrow passed through the afterimage of its target and landed a few inches away from Nicholas' boots. It buzzed with the remaining force. Thales watched the scene in front of him worriedly. The Star Killer panted softly as he stared at the arrow on the ground, but he was not injured. Compared to before, Nicholas seemed to be at ease after he removed the arrow from his body. For the first time, the Raven of Death's fatal arrow did not succeed. Thales could not help but tighten his grip on his sword. 6 seconds, old friend. From the moment you knocked the arrow, aimed, measured the distance, and fired, you took a total of 6 seconds. It's about the same as 18 years ago. The Star Killer took a deep breath. He extended his right hand and clenched his fist lightly. Even though he was not as agile as before, he was no longer impeded by the arrow stuck in his body. Coupled with the movement after the arrow was fired, the interval between each arrow was at least 7 to 9 seconds. 7 to 9 seconds is safe. Nicholas' expression became calm again. He loosened his grip gently, and a small arrowhead fell from his hand. The wound on his chest had long since been sealed by the high temperature, and the wound on his back was no longer bleeding. The power of eradication gathered in the bones near the arrow wound and surged ceaselessly, urging his muscles to contract and seal the wound. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the wind from the arrow rose again. Before the Star Killer finished speaking, he suddenly turned around, turned his head, and slashed. Thales shuddered. Hell's senses instantly slowed down the scene in front of him. The silver light in Nicholas' body shot out, propelling his body to change direction in an unbelievable manner, leaving behind an afterimage. His blade was agile and swift, cutting through the arrow in the air. Shick. As sparks flew, the rising sun saber easily cut it into two. The Star Killer's body froze for a moment. The scene in front of Thales returned to normal. On the ground in the distance, a short arrow that had been cut into two did not lose its momentum and fell into the distance. Thales' eyebrows furrowed even more. He could tell that even though the Star Killer's movements were still sluggish due to his injury, he was slowly regaining control of the situation. Nicholas raised the slightly red rising sun saber in his left hand and took a deep breath. "You're right, Monty." The pale-faced man furrowed his eyebrows and looked at the area below his left rib. There was a new scratch on his light armor. He swung the weapon in his hand in dissatisfaction. "This steaming hot saber is too sharp. Even if I cut the arrow, I can't make it deviate. I'm starting to miss that old saber." The Star Killer raised his head and began to pace slowly. His gaze was vigilant as he surveyed the rocks around him. "Son of AB *TCH. Monty's voice floated into his ears again. His tone was slightly raised, and there was a hint of annoyance in his vulgar words. He repeated Thales' worries. "You retrieved an arrow from the battlefield while in extreme pain, and you still have time to calculate my firing speed. You're just a foot soldier who only knows how to cut people. When did you become so powerful?" Nicholas gently moved his injured right arm, searching for the limit of his injuries. He sneered in disdain. "Didn't I say this before? This is the age when we are at our strongest. While our physical strength declines and our skills decline, our knowledge, experience, and willpower gradually solidify into the most reliable strength." The Star Killer sneered. Anger flashed in his eyes. "And you can't imagine what kind of experience I had on that night in Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago." Thales, who was resting to recover his strength, had a thought appear in his mind. He could not help but recall that nightmarish night. It was especially so when Lampard sneered. He remembered the black mass of crossbows, and the terrifying sound when they fired at the same time. Merciless and cold. And those white blade guards who protected me and little rascal with their lives, and the unwilling and pained expressions on their faces when they were heavily injured, compared to that. Nicholas' sneer brought Thales back to reality. "Monty, every time you shoot, you have to calculate your opponent's movement trajectory according to the distance and the direction of the wind." Monty did not answer. "How unfortunate." Nicholas grinned coldly. "My power of eradication is best at changing trajectories halfway." Whoosh. Another muffled sound was followed by the next arrow. But Thales solemnly saw the twist of fate in Nicholas' body flash slightly. He instantly stopped moving forward and bent his body backwards. As if he had predicted the move, he dodged the arrow that should have pierced through his chest. F***CK. Monty's exasperated and furious shout came from afar. Nicholas responded to him by shaking his head indifferently. "Come on, Monty. I almost know where you are." He stared at the area in front of him to the left, and the saber in his left hand spun continuously. Silence returned to the land of barren rocks. Only Nicholas, who was staring at the rock, and Thales, who was sitting on the ground and resting against his shield, were left. Thales sighed heavily. "Obviously, the situation has changed." "Ha ha ha." The Raven of Death's laughter rose faintly. There was a faint desolation in it. "You know, Spiky, you remind me of Caslin." Nicholas' gaze stopped in midair. Caslin. A heroic old man who persuaded him to drink appeared in Thales' mind, but the prince never saw him again. It was said that the old man died in heroic Spirit Palace in the end. Every time Caslin and Turenne fought, the inextinguishable Flame, who had fierce attacks, had the upper hand, and was about to defeat the iceberg, Monty continued, counterattack, trap, lure the enemy. Caslin always had a way to deal a fatal blow at the last moment, turn defeat into victory, and defeat to end. Even the motionless bow could not help him. Nicholas was first puzzled and stunned, then he reacted. The inextinguishable flame, to rend. His gaze darkened. The former vanguard of the White Blade Guards, the great warrior of Caslin's generation. There's always a way, there's always a way. You're really becoming more and more like that iceberg, Monty said with a sigh. No, Nicholas breathed softly. Whether it's Caslin or Tarrant, they, Dominic, Blake, Lycan, Soul, Bauer. These old faces of the White Blade Guards. Nicholas gripped the blade in his hand tightly with an expressionless face. At this moment, the Raven of Death said flatly, "What are you waiting for, Your Highness?" As he spoke, the bowstring sounded again. The slightly absent-minded Star Killer was shocked. He immediately activated the Twist of Fate. He immediately turned and dodged the arrow. But it was not over yet. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the wind from the sword rose. Behind him, Thales had already arrived before him at some point in time. With a fierce expression, the prince swung his sword at the disheveled Nicholas, who had just dodged the sniper attack, and was enveloped by the tip of the sword. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Nicholas calmly raised his sword. In the most disadvantageous position, he struggled to dodge Thales' attack. Thales gritted his teeth and used the momentum to ram his shield forward. Asterisk bang. Clang. Asterisk Nicholas' right shoulder pushed against the shield, and the blade in his left hand blocked the prince's subsequent thrust. Back off, young prince. The Star Killer exerted force from his waist and pushed Thales back. He warned impatiently, "Or else you'll lose a hand or more." Thales snorted coldly. "Didn't you say that it's enough for me to eat with one hand?" The furious Nicholas was just about to speak when he felt a sense of danger. He immediately lowered his head. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk another crossbow bolt flew through the air. It slashed past the back of Nicholas' left ear, bringing with it a scorching wave of air. "See, you don't actually have to worry about me." Thales exhaled and assessed his remaining strength. He said solemnly, "Your real opponent is on the other side." Nicholas let out a low growl. His gaze was hostile. The wound Thales made on his face was still bright red. The second prince thrust his long sword at him again. The Star Killer had just raised his saber to block the attack when he noticed that something was wrong. Just as he expected, Thales' long sword, which was halfway through his thrust, suddenly made a turn and bypassed the Star Killer's intercepting blade. It was a feint. A feint made by the Twist of Fate. Damn it! The Star Killer cursed in his heart. That's my move. He quickly took a step back and dodged Thales' sword, which had changed from a thrust to a slash. Thales, who had forced his opponent to retreat for the first time, curled his lips. As expected. The right side of Nicholas' chest was heavily injured. Even though he had temporarily suppressed the injury, it could be seen from the fact that he had to use his left hand to use his saber. The Star Killer's dominant hand, footwork, and balance were greatly affected. He was far from being in his best condition. Thales exhaled. Fighting against this terrifying man is no longer as stressful as before. Thales placed his sword on his shield. His gaze was fierce. He knew that he had two great advantages. First of all, unless absolutely necessary, Nicholas was unwilling to kill him. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for the Star Killer to chase him all the way here for Dragon Cloud City. Secondly, this was not a battle between Thales and Nicholas, but a battle between the Raven of Death and the Star Killer. They placed all their attention on each other. The Prince of Constellation was at most an arena. So, as long as I try my best to create trouble for him and make the Star Killer reveal enough flaws, than the Raven of Death hiding in the dark can. Do you want to continue playing? Nicholas looked at him angrily. Then open your eyes wide and watch. The next moment, the saber in his left hand immediately appeared before his eyes. Thales raised his shield, but his heart immediately skipped a beat. With his hell senses, the power of eradication in Nicholas' body surged. He swung his saber and instantly changed direction. Twist of fate. It's this again. The twist of fate that allowed him to instantly change direction and reverse inertia. It had a miraculous effect regardless of whether he dodged or attacked. Thales instinctively activated the sin of Hell's river and imitated the silver needle-like glare that erupted from his opponent's bones. He forcefully pulled his shield back while his joints let out muffled sounds and pain, and changed direction to attack his opponent's true direction of attack. At the same time, he swung his sword with his right hand and stabbed the enemy. He was prepared to play the game of "you change, I change too" with the enemy. His shield and Nicholas' weapon swept past each other in the air, and a barely noticeable sound was produced. Ding. No, wait. Thales looked at Nicholas' fierce expression and could not help but feel his heart race. A bad feeling rose in his heart. It's not that simple, whoosh. The saber whistled, and its momentum was piercingly cold. Thales was shocked. This time, the dead face did not activate the twist of fate. He did not use the special effect of his power of eradication either. He did not change his body and inertia, and he did not avoid Thales' sword. Instead, Nicholas roared furiously. Instead, he swung his saber and attacked with an indomitable will. Shik. Thales' sword grazed past Nicholas' left shoulder, and blood splattered. But the Star Killer's blade did not care about anything else. It went straight to the middle. In the next second, Thales, who was still in a dodging posture and retreating in a disheveled manner with his sword and shield, felt a chill in his throat. He was terrified. When he came to his senses, the rising sun saber was already pressed against his neck. The twist of fate is the same as war. It's an art of deceiving the enemy. Nicholas did not care about the injury on his shoulder at all. His gaze was cold. But if you indulge too much in the deceiving effect of it and rely too much on feints and changes in direction to gain an advantage. The man did not continue. Thales sighed. He lowered his shield and held the hilt of his sword upside down to show that he admitted defeat. Nicholas tightened his grip a little and threatened with a cold snort, "This will be your end, Shik." Another sound of a crossbow rang in the distance. The Star Killer's expression changed. At the same time, Thales swung his upside-down sword in a backhand motion. Nicholas' expression changed when he was attacked from both sides. He cursed, but he only had time to say one word, F***. The twist of fate in the Star Killer's body circulated again and forcefully twisted his body. Nicholas perfectly dodged Thales' backhand sword that was right in front of him, but his left arm was cut by the flying crossbow bolt, and blood gushed out. The unstable Star Killer gritted his teeth and took a few steps back. He moved out of the dangerous area and used the rising sun saber to stop the bleeding. I think what he meant was, "Your Highness, you know how to deceive the enemy, and you also know how to fight with your life on the line." Monty's lackadaisical voice, which was replaced by a solemn and fierce one, came from the cracks in the rocks around them. "But you have too little experience in battles. You don't know when to deceive the enemy, and when to fight with your life on the line." Thales' eyebrows twitched. The Raven of Death said softly, "I have a suggestion for this. When the enemy is used to you fighting with your life on the line, you should deceive them. When the enemy is used to you bullying them, you should fight with your life on the line. Thank you for your guidance." Thales exhaled. "I feel like I've learned more today than I did in the outdoor training classes over the past 6 years. I can tell. The Star Killer pressed the wound on his chest and stared at Thales with hostility. Are you scolding me? Thales smiled in a friendly manner. Also, speaking of the training sessions, if I remember correctly. Thales stared at Nicholas and sighed in a rather resigned manner. 6 years ago, his left leg and left arm were shot by arrows, but he still fought for a day. He did not remove the arrowhead in time, so this problem was left behind. When Nicholas heard this, he froze. 6 years ago, this brat, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his saber. Thales said solemnly, during the training classes, compared to his right side, his left side's movements were slightly uncoordinated. Got it. Monty's answer was brief and very satisfied. Nicholas was silent for a while. You. The Star Killer tightened his grip on the hilt of his saber. He no longer smiled coldly, but his gaze was fierce. You are very good. Thales sighed in resignation. He shook his arm lightly. The numbness and soreness appeared again. I'm almost at my limit. In the next moment, the battle started again. The prince turned his body sideways and raised his shield. Without holding back, he charged at Nicholas, who was trembling in anger. In response, the Star Killer lowered his body and swept his leg in an attempt to kick him down while he was charging forward. This time, Thales gritted his teeth and no longer used the twist of fate to dodge. He activated the Sin of Hell's River to increase his strength and maintain his balance. He lowered his body and stood on the ground to withstand the kick. Thud. Thales swayed, but he did not fall. He roared angrily and pushed Nicholas' saber away. Monty's laughter came from the crack in the rock. Look, he learned it. The Star Killer activated the twist of fate with all his might. He stuck close to the shield and spun around in a strange manner. He stretched his weak right hand over the shield, grabbed Thales' left arm, and pulled it in an ingenious manner. Thales lost his balance due to the pull, and his long sword missed its target. He moved past Nicholas, lost his balance after charging a few steps, and landed on one knee. But there were gains and losses. Whoosh. Nicholas, who was tripped by Thales, heard a sound next to his ear. He only had time to dodge with his upper body when he suddenly felt pain in his leg. Shick. His left calf was pierced by Monty's arrow. The Star Killer cried out in pain and cursed fiercely, Monty. CKU. The prince coughed in pain a few times. He got up and stared at Nicholas with a slight frown. He turned his head and said indignantly to the Raven of Death, who was hiding behind the scenes, Calf. Can't you aim for the vital part? Monty's voice rose, and he rebutted Thales rudely, I also want to look for the shooting field. Unless you want me to kill you as well. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of the bowstring being released was heard again. Nicholas' expression was one of grief and indignation. He dragged his injured leg and spun around with all his might. Whoosh. Fortunately, the arrow only grazed past his thigh and tore his armor. Once the arrow was shot, Monty said slowly with a mocking tone. I will shoot you as well, your honorable highness. Thales was speechless for a moment. He shook his head in resignation. Forget it, next time we will bet, but before Thales could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. In his shock, Thales turned his head around. The rising sun saber's blade was right in front of his eyes. Clang. The prince raised his shield with all his might in a panic and blocked Nicholas' slash with both hands. Both of you. Nicholas did not care about his pierced calf at all. His face was red with extreme anger, and the blood from Thales' slash could be seen. I've had enough of both of you echoing each other. The Star Killer shouted angrily with bloodshot eyes, one of you is shameless and sinister, and the other is despicable and lowly. What do you take this for? Thales tried his best to draw his sword and tried to force his opponent to retreat. But the moment he handed over his weapon, he heard a strange sound. Asterisk sizzle, asterisk a blade suddenly appeared on the back of the shield. It was slightly red and emitted light smoke. Thales felt a chill in his heart. This is bad. As expected, at that moment, the red rising sun saber pierced through the other side of the shield and arrived in front of his eyes. The legendary anti-mystic equipment effortlessly cut Thales' shield in half, and then turned to cut his longsword. Asterisk sizzle, asterisk all of Thales' weapons turned into scrap metal in an instant, as if they were made of paper. Even Thales' entire arm was roasted red from the rising sun saber's slash. Faint smoke rose from it. The prince grunted in pain. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the next moment, Nicholas roared madly. He tripped Thales and sent him tumbling to the ground. In that second, Thales' face contorted in pain as he fell to the ground. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the sound of something slicing through the air rose again. The Star Killer instinctively leaned forward and bent down, sticking close to Thales' back to avoid the arrow, which was filled with murderous intent. Asterisk rip. Asterisk it was the sound of flesh being torn apart at high speed. As Nicholas grunted, a crossbow arrow grazed past his lower back in a dangerous manner. It tore through his light armor, and as Nicholas bent down, it cut through his skin and came out from his shoulder and neck. This arrow brought with it the most blood the Star Killer had seen since the start of the battle. The bloody liquid even sprayed onto Thales' head. Blood flowed down his head. Thales breathed in laboriously. His mouth and nose were filled with the stench of blood. It reminded him of many, many bloody nights, such as the abandoned house, King Street, and Shield District. However, not only did Monty's arrow not stop the Star Killer, the intense pain seemed to have encouraged Nicholas' madness. Nicholas knelt on Thales' back and trembled as he straightened his body. Monty, Monty, Nicholas roared in grief and indignation, Monty. Malthav asterisk cur, the Star Killer was in so much pain that his teeth chattered. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was intermittent and hoarse. But he could not find Monty even after a long time. He could only lower his head in anger and look at Thales on the ground. Thales struggled with all his might. He supported himself against the ground and wanted to get up. But he had long since been pinned down by the experienced Nicholas. He could not even turn his body around. I've forced him into a corner. I can't find Monty. Nicholas' eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger. But I caught you. Yes, I won't kill you. He swung the back of his saber down with great force and hit the back of Thales' left hand, which was pressed against the ground. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Thales' entire body trembled. He felt a sharp pain in his left wrist. Asterisk crack, asterisk the clear sound of bones cracking could be heard. Oh, Thales howled in pain. He struggled with all his might, and his right hand was grasping at something behind him. He seemed to have lost all feeling in his left hand. All that was left was pain. But the prince was immediately punched in the back of his head by the Star Killer. He saw stars. But I mean what I said. The Star Killer's eyes were bloodshot. He swung the back of his saber down again. Asterisk crash, asterisk this time, Thales' right knee let out a terrifying cracking sound, and he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Oh, the prince's cries of pain grew more intense. His back arched upwards as if it was spasming, and he struggled more and more crazily. But Nicholas still pinned him to the ground. The Star Killer gritted his teeth. As he listened to Thales' screams, there was an incomprehensible delight in his eyes. I will give you, he roared furiously and pressed the teenager under his knee down. He raised his saber again. Leave your right hand behind. The next moment, he swung the back of his saber down for the third time. Asterisk crack. Asterisk Thale's left tibia was broken with a crisp sound that was terrifying to the ears. The prince was in so much pain that he could barely scream. His shoulders hit the ground from left to right, and he trembled helplessly. Time seemed to have slowed down. Thales breathed in a daze. He was trembling. At that moment, under the intense pain, he felt as if he truly felt death approaching. This is, in the end, Monty. Nicholas crawled up from Thale's body and raised his head abruptly. He roared with a ferocious expression and looked around. Come on. Come and kill me. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk another twang from the bowstring came from the right. Sensing the threat, Nicholas did not hesitate and swiftly activated the twist of fate. The Star Killer's body leaned forward, and an arrow pierced the ground powerlessly. But it was not over yet. Ha! The vigilant Nicholas tensed up. A short sword and a figure pounced on him from the sand and dust on his left. So, the arrow on my right is just bait. The real him is lurking here, waiting for me. As he thought, the battle-seasoned Nicholas did not stop. He activated the twist of fate again, and the rising sun saber in his left hand changed its momentum. He swung it fiercely in an unbelievable manner. Asterisk sizzle, asterisk the sharp legendary anti-mystic equipment cut the person who appeared on Nicholas' left, as well as the short sword in his hand, into two. But the moment Nicholas turned his head around, he was immediately stunned. The only thing he cut was a short sword, and, a light armor. *T. It's not the left. Before Nicholas, who felt a chill run down his spine, could think further, a pair of thick and powerful arms with a deep chill and murderous intent stretched out abruptly from his right, in an unstoppable manner, from the direction of the arrow just now. The enemy's left arm went through Nicholas' left shoulder, wrapped around his neck, and latched onto his throat with the crook of his arm. At the same time, the enemy's right arm went through Nicholas' right shoulder, latched onto the joints of his upper arm with his left hand, and pressed down on the back of Nicholas' head with his right palm. Is it the left? Or the right? War is the art of deceiving the enemy, isn't it? The familiar, brassy voice traveled into his ears coldly. Nicholas felt a chill run down his spine. He had just realized that he had made a fatal mistake. In the next second, the enemy behind him suddenly exerted force. The enemy was still tightly pressed against him, but he arched his body, and with his face and right palm, he pushed the Star Killer's head forward. He locked his arms behind him and seized the latter's neck. Do you miss Turen's favorite strangulation technique? 3 seconds to end the battle. 1 second. Nicholas' face turned pale. His vision swayed. The blood in his veins was stuck in his carotid artery, and it could no longer flow to his brain. The voice behind him said coldly, "You're giving me a headache. Your instinctive sense of danger is really hard to kill. I really have to thank that child. Whether it was his reminder or his sacrifice, as expected, you're much slower when you turn your head from the left." 2 seconds. The Star Killer's vision darkened, and his consciousness became increasingly blurry. He had just pulled the rising sun saber, which he had swung backwards, back to his chest. He wanted to stab backwards, but his hand went limp due to the lack of oxygen in his brain. He could no longer find his target. Only the Raven of Death's eerie words remained in Nicholas' ears. They were short, clear, and terrifying. It's over. Spiky. Chapter 364. Thales lay on the ground, trembling under the torment of pain. He was drenched in cold sweat. His entire body was almost numb. This was not the most intense pain he had ever experienced, but it was definitely one of the most unbearable, torturous, and protracted pain. His left wrist, left calf, and right knee alternated with needles, blunt cuts, and even oppressive pain. It came in waves. He wanted to stand up, or at least move a few steps on the ground to leave the battlefield. However, if he moved too much, the pain would spread from his wounds to his brain, and it would be magnified endlessly. He could only shut his eyes tightly and try his best to breathe. He did not even care about the fight between the two men. As he listened to the sounds of fighting, Thale's face contorted. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He felt as if a century had passed, and he suddenly had a great desire to faint. And reality seemed to be developing towards his desire. After the continuous pain gradually exceeded the limit of his endurance, Thales began to lose consciousness. His entire body, especially the muscles and tendons around his wounds, began to twitch uncontrollably. He was about to faint from the pain. But at this moment, boom. The sound of surging tides rose in Thale's ears, temporarily drowning out the sounds of fighting. The teenager, who was enduring the pain in his muddle-headed state, was instantly shocked, and he became slightly more clear-headed. This feeling, it was as if something had suddenly spread through his veins. It's it. Thales, who was suffering from his injuries, tried his best to turn his face away. His mouth and nose brushed against the ground, and he sucked in a mouthful of dusty air. He coughed laboriously, and then he understood. That was the sin of Hell's River. It was the most dangerous power that Black Sword had warned him about. It was one of the companions who had accompanied him the longest through disasters and pain. It was also one of the most unforgettable experiences in his life. Boom. At some point in time, the sin of Hell's River, which had been passively summoned, surged uncontrollably. It was like a fierce beast that had been released from its cage. It was extremely excited, and it let out a roar before it hunted its prey. Its voice grew louder. Thales seemed to have an illusion. Pain, dizziness, and weakness. The sin of Hell's River was like a fish in water in this heavily injured state. The power of eradication was like a river flowing over a dry and cracked riverbank, invading every cell in its master's body without restraint. Including the brain. At that moment, Thales took a comfortable breath. It was as if his entire body had been placed in warm water. The pain turned into a gentle numbness that temporarily disappeared from his senses. Time seemed to have stopped again. Thales lay weakly on the ground and stared at the yellow rock wall in front of him with lifeless eyes. It was very strange. What flashed through his mind was the battle just now. Nicholas' sharp blade cut through his shield, broke his long sword, and swept him to the ground. The scene of the blade that would determine his future misfortune replayed in his mind over and over again. He shouldn't have stopped. Thales thought hazily as his consciousness blurred. The sin of Hell's River was like the flames of hell. It licked his wounds in an active manner and brought about a prickling sensation. Yes, he shouldn't have stopped. Thales gritted his teeth. An urge to get up and fight surged in his limbs. When his weapon was rendered useless, he shouldn't have stopped. He could have gone against the flow and continued to let the rising sun's saber pierce through his shoulder. Then, he could have pushed the broken sword in his hand forward. Nicholas' blade was unstoppable. He had placed all the momentum in his body on it. He must have been too weak to defend himself and had no time to push it towards his opponent's neck. I might have to pay a huge price, yes, but Nicholas will definitely suffer a huge loss. He will be miserable. Thales smiled subconsciously in his daze. He clenched his right hand subconsciously, as if the broken sword was still in his hand. As he thought of this, the sin of Hell's River surged cheerfully again and let out a roaring sound. Yes. I don't need to dodge. I can ignore defense and give up on retreating. Forward. Only forward. Towards the enemy, Thales trembled as his vision darkened. He coughed violently, and his mouth and nose were filled with blood. Blood. He felt the feeling of his broken blade piercing through his enemy's artery, felt the heat of his enemy's blood gushing out of his neck, and felt the despair of his life gradually draining away. He fought fiercely in blood. Until death. Thales slowly closed his eyes and grinned. Next time, if there is a next time, just do it, boom. As his last shred of consciousness disappeared, the sin of Hell's river surged with a bang. Not far away from Thales, Monty's expression was stiff. His entire body was tense, and he locked his arms around Nicholas' neck. He felt the other party struggle at the last second. However, the Raven of Death was slightly stunned. Nicholas, who only had a little bit of consciousness and strength left, raised the rising sun saber with his trembling left hand. The hilt swayed in his hand. In the next second, Monty suddenly saw a flash before his eyes. A strong golden red light that was as bright as the sun shone from the golden blade. It was so piercing that Monty's vision instantly darkened. Ah! The Raven of Death shut his eyes tightly and could not help but let out a grunt. But he, who had already become an instinct to kill, did not waver in the slightest. Instead, he arched his back and leaned forward again, increasing the strength in his hands. He locked down the Star Killer's neck. Just a little more, that's enough. Monty's face flushed red as he thought in pain with his eyes tightly shut. But he soon realized that the rising sun saber did not just bring a strong light. Monty's arms trembled violently. His skin, which was pressed against Nicholas' skin, suddenly became extremely hot. It was not scalding, nor was it burning. It was a burning pain that went deep into his bones. Ish! Monty could not help but scream in pain. He could no longer keep his arms in their original position, and as if he had lost all feeling, he let go of Nicholas in an instant. He staggered backwards. Bang! The Raven of Death fell on the ground in pain, but he could no longer care about anything else. He could only desperately slap his hands and the flames that had ignited for no reason on his chest. No. Monty stared in disbelief at the unconscious Star Killer, who was kneeling on the ground. The latter's skin seemed to be enveloped in a layer of golden red light, and waves of heat came from him. Before the terrified Monty could understand what was going on, the burning sensation on his body increased in size. Suddenly, many parts of the Raven of Death's body caught on fire. It was as if an invisible, blazing flame had instantly enveloped Monty. CKU. Monty roared in pain. His body, which had just gotten up halfway, fell backwards again. Not only these parts, but also his head, shoulders, legs, waist, chest, damn it, spiky. The Raven of Death fell on the ground. His expression was one of pain, and he rolled around madly without stopping. He tried to extinguish the flames that had ignited in a strange manner. In front of him, Nicholas, who had been freed from his restraints, knelt on the ground weakly. He pressed his palm against the bright red rising sun saber. The red light around Nicholas' body gradually dissipated. The Star Killer lay on all fours on the ground. His body trembled, as if he had not breathed air for a few lifetimes. He breathed in big mouthfuls of air, feeling the energy that he had been lacking in surge into his brain again. Even his fingers were trembling. Nicholas' face had never been so red above his neck. It was as red as blood. For a time, only the Raven of Death's pained cries and his rolling on the ground, as well as the Star Killer's panting without caring about the price he had to pay, could be heard in the field. A minute passed. Monty finally extinguished the last bit of the flames on his body, but he looked incredibly wretched. White smoke rose from all over his body, and his clothes were covered in burn marks, especially on his arms. The Raven of Death moaned in pain, and an unpleasant burnt smell spread into the air. Nicholas was still lying weakly on the ground. The barren land around him had long since been charred black, and a small amount of light smoke rose from the man's body. Both men fell to the ground. One was weak and could not get up, and the other was badly burned. What was that? Monty lay on his back on the ground, exhausted. His entire body trembled, and he spoke with his last breath, "I've never heard that the rising sun saber can be used like this." Nicholas raised his head in Monty's direction with great difficulty and shook his head vigorously. His gaze was unfocused, as if he had just recovered from the nightmare of his neck being locked. He panted laboriously and used the last bit of his strength to lie down on his side. The legendary anti-mystic equipment will be affected by the user. In different people's hands, it will more or less adapt and change, just like the power of eradication. Nicholas' expression was unfocused, as if he had just been tortured. He squeezed the rising sun saber, which no longer shone, with all his might. He spoke weakly and intermittently, "I've seen. Told you use the rising sun saber as a mystic gun, and in a narrow tunnel, create terrifying flames and explosions." Monty grunted hoarsely. He struggled to get up. "Don't move, Monty." The Star Killer lowered his head. His voice traveled into Monty's ears faintly, and his words were filled with fatigue. "If you don't want to be burned to ashes." "I can't control it well." Hearing this, Monty froze a little. He sighed softly and lay down again. When he saw his enemy lying down, Nicholas, who had used up a lot of energy, heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the rising sun saber in his hand with a dispirited expression. "As you can see, I really can't get along with this broken saber. It's been 6 years, and I can only do this much." There was a moment of silence between the two. "Can only?" Monty laughed wanly. Trembling, he stretched out his arms. His armor had been burned, and his skin was charred black. He felt the last bit of his strength disappear along with the burn. "You just used the rising sun saber to make an armor of flames for yourself and roasted me until I was half-cooked, and you call this can't get along?" Nicholas laughed. His gaze when he looked at Monty was especially complicated. "No, you haven't been a captain before. You haven't read the records in the legend of the White Blade Guards. The Severing Soul's blade once fought against the Night Wing King's tens of thousands of Eastern Peninsula's army on its own. But when I held it, I could only seal and isolate around 100 people at most." The Star Killer seemed to have rested well. His speech became fluent, and he said dejectedly, "The rising sun saber, which is said to be able to burn everything, has become an armor that uses flames to protect and defend itself in my hands. I'm guessing that even the Soul Slayer pike, which once created a no-man's land that spanned hundreds of miles, in my hands, can only become the tip of the pike, which can keep the living away from it, and those who get close to it will die." Nicholas raised his head and flashed a bitter smile. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have wanted to fight in such an ugly manner." Panting in pain, Monty's gaze froze. "What?" The Raven of Death stared at his opponent in disbelief. "Are you saying that the current situation was something you planned from the very beginning? You lured me to show up and used the rising sun saber to end the battle." "Impossible." Monty stared at his old comrade, his old superior, and his old captain in a daze. For a moment, he felt as if he no longer knew him. Nicholas lowered his gaze and pursed his lips. "From the start of the battle, I was at my greatest disadvantage. You gained the upper hand and hid in the dark, while I was badly injured, and my combat abilities declined. Plus, this terrain." When the Star Killer said this, he looked at the seemingly unconscious Thales in the distance and pursed his lips. "This is the battle you're best at, and the most advantageous battlefield. Even if I searched for another 20 years, I wouldn't be able to find you. I wouldn't be able to counterattack, and I could only suffer in vain. And with that brat's interference, I wasn't confident that I could survive until you ran out of arrows." Monty's entire body stiffened. I could only grab that brat, pretend to have lost my mind, and risk taking 2 of your arrows. For this, I even sacrificed my leg. Nicholas seemed to have finally gotten rid of the after-effects of having his neck locked. He slowly sat up and extended his hand to treat the injury on his calf. I tried to lure you out and kill me in close combat. Monty gritted his teeth lightly. The Star Killer stared at the miserable Monty with a burning gaze. Of course, it was still very risky. The timing of your appearance was too cunning, and the lock formed too quickly. I didn't even have the chance to counterattack, and I almost fainted. Monty sucked in a deep breath. Fatigue appeared in his eyes. Son of AB*TCH, the Raven of Death said dejectedly as he lay on the ground. If I wasn't in such a hurry, I would have made a few poisonous arrowheads a few days earlier. Humph! Nicholas curled up the corners of his lips and began to silently bandage his wounds. Do you know why you lost? Monty did not speak. He clenched his burned fist slightly. You've been a scout for too long, and you're used to maintaining an absolutely safe distance. Nicholas seemed a little sentimental. His hands paused for a moment. You're used to attacking from behind and killing with one strike. I guess you've almost forgotten what it feels like to fight and bleed while you're face to face. Is that so? The Raven of Death frowned a little, then said in puzzlement, but you, Spiky, since when did you start thinking so much when you're fighting? Nicholas shook his head. The emotions in his eyes were complicated. A commander always has to think one step ahead of others. You're different. Monty tried his best to sit up. Enduring the pain, he exhaled and said indignantly, You're like Caslin, a person who fights with his brain. Are you still the annoying, hateful, and bloodthirsty Spiky I know? Nicholas forced himself to smile. Enduring the pain, he pulled out the arrow from his calf. Can you tell me now? The Star Killer tore open his clothes and bound the wound on his calf tightly. The rising sun saber was within his reach. Why? Why did you betray us? Monty closed his eyes in despair and placed the back of his head on the ground. Is it still important? We're already like this. The Raven of Death's voice was unusually tired. Hurry up and do it. End it. Nicholas was silent for a while. He turned his head. Thales was unconscious on the ground, motionless. In the next second, the Star Killer exerted force on his hands, which were wrapped around his wound, and bound his calf tightly. This is very important. Because I'm your captain. The Star Killer's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He slowly shifted his gaze from the wound to Monty, as if his gaze had a physical form. I'm your leader. Monty roared with laughter and shook his head slowly on the ground. Ridiculous, you sure like to reminisce about the past. Nicholas suddenly raised his voice and interrupted him. Because I'm the commander of the White Blade Guards. The leader of the White Blade Guards. His expression was contorted, and he gritted his teeth. I should be the one who leads, protects, and urges you. Ned, damn you, Monty. Nicholas punched the ground beside him, which had been burnt beyond recognition. He loosened his teeth and panted softly. The man's pale face darkened. And if anything happens to any of you, it's my responsibility. I failed. The Raven of Death shuddered slightly. Nicholas put his hand into his breastplate and squeezed a small stone tightly. He tried his best to keep his expression unchanged. His voice was slightly choked. And I need to know why. I need to know. Nicholas paused for a while before he spoke dejectedly. Why? The land returned to silence. Only the sorrowful whimpers of the breeze blowing through the cracks in the rocks could be heard. Ha 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 ha. Monty opened his eyes again and stared at the clear blue sky. His laughter was a little bitter. Spiky, you've really changed. I finally know why you could kill Caslin, even when he was old. Nicholas did not answer. He just tightened his grip on the stone. I can tell that you've surpassed Caslin in all aspects, be it in terms of fighting or fighting. The Raven of Death's gaze was unfocused. Even when the ground shaker was at his peak, he was just like you now. You don't stand out in any way, you're usually inconspicuous, and you look normal, but when it comes to actual combat, no matter if it's good or dangerous, whether you attack first or later, no matter what kind of enemy you face, as long as they stand on the ground, they can't win against you. Monty laughed in spite of himself. It's worse, but it's also better. Nicholas punched the ground again. There was slight anger in his voice. Don't mention him anymore. After today, you'll have plenty of time to repent in front of him. What answered him was Monty's forlorn laughter. Ha 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 ha. Here comes the problem, Spiky, do you worship him and that iceberg that much? The Raven of Death laughed so hard that he could not catch his breath. But have you ever truly understood him? Nicholas frowned a little. Monty tried his best to lift his upper body. He shifted his weight and leaned against a low rock. His chin was burned, which made his smile look even more ominous. Do you know what kind of existence Caslin Lampard really is? Nicholas' heart sank. He remembered the day 6 years ago when Caslin stopped breathing forever in Heroic Spirit Palace. Monty sighed softly. His eyes were filled with endless sorrow and sentimentality. I really missed that day, Spiky, the day we officially swore the Oath of Blades and officially became new guards from the Royal Guards. Nicholas seemed to have understood something. He raised his head as if he was deep in thought. Monty said airily, at least, we still had a choice that day. And after that day, my future and my life no longer had light. He was lost in thought. Chapter 365. Nicholas frowned. I don't understand. The White Blade Guards gave you everything. Monty shook his head and sneered, interrupting him. Of course you don't understand. You're the person Caslin chose, the future commander whom he placed high hopes on and nurtured. You're the one who can carry the entire war flag for the White Blade Guards. His breathing quickened. He pressed his right hand against the ground and dragged it along. His eyes were filled with sorrow and indignation as he stared at Nicholas. Sorry, Nicholas, you're the glorious snow blade whose blade shines brightly. How can you understand a scavenging, dirty crow like me? Yes, the White Blade Guards gave us everything, but they didn't give us a choice. As he listened to Monty's baffling words, anger rose in Nicholas' heart. But Monty continued talking, leaving the Star Killer's words stuck in his throat. That was the second day we officially joined the team, Monty said flatly. Monty said faintly, Caslin suddenly told me that he thinks I'm very talented in scouting. Coincidentally, after a coward Lycan died of illness, the Royal Guards are lacking people like me. There's a secret mission tonight. Do you want to give it a try? Nicholas' cheeks twitched slightly. He remembered this. He still remembered the envious expressions and sour tone of the others when Caslin told him about it. He also remembered the uncontrollable excitement and agitation on Big Mouth's face. But, Nicholas looked at Monty's eyes, which were filled with complicated emotions, and subconsciously closed his mouth. There was no moon that night. The Raven of Death spoke softly, as if he was telling a lesson from a long time ago to a child. Caslin brought me and a few other elderly guards. We covered our faces and carried out my first mission after joining the team. His eyes shone with a brilliance that made Nicholas shudder. A merchant had something that the king was interested in. We had to search for it in secret, and while we were at it, Monty paused for a moment before he finished his sentence in an indifferent tone. Kill his entire family. The sun was covered by a cloud, casting a shadow between the two of them. It brought with it a faint chill. What? Nicholas' face turned pale. You? Monty's shoulders trembled. His facial features quivered. He leaned against the rock and laughed. Ha ha ha. His breathing was extremely unstable, and his speech speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. He looked like a person who had just been rescued from drowning. Covering your face in the middle of the night and committing murder and arson, it's hard to imagine, right? This was especially true for the awe-inspiring Captain Nicholas. To him, the White Blade Guards were perfect. Protecting is your most sacred duty. Nicholas did not speak. He only stared blankly at the ground. The moon was very dark that night. Even the human blood was black. I couldn't see their faces clearly. Monty sucked in a deep breath and shuddered slightly. His pupils quivered slightly. I'm just a lookout. I don't have to do anything. But Caslin, Dominic, and the others. These respected seniors in the Royal Guards, they stood among the corpses with torches in their hands. With their numb eyes that could not be seen through their masks, they gave me a special privilege as the most special ceremony to join the team, to kill the last survivor. An old woman lying on a sickbed, on her deathbed. Nicholas, who was listening quietly, felt a slight chill in his heart. They probably thought that since I'm a newbie, I should start with the easier ones and slowly get used to it. She's about to die anyway. Monty let out a faint, hollow laugh. But Caslin and the others didn't know that when I cut her, her expression before she died was completely different from my grandmother's expression before she died. Of course, I might have remembered wrongly. After all, I've been through so much. My memory of my first target is already very blurry. But Monty's smile still faded away. His gaze was calm. But they don't know. They don't know. Nicholas did not speak. He only stared at Monty in a daze. As a White Blade Guard who was supposed to protect his brother, the Star Killer did not know how to reply at that moment. Monty sucked in a deep breath and watched the clouds above his head slowly float away. The scorching sun shone down on them once again, enveloping them in light. Just like this, Spiky, before the light of the bright moon, under the witness of the snow, raise your white blades high, drink strong wine, and make a blood oath to become White Blade Guards. The Raven of Death said faintly, and I, in the deepest darkness, in front of the dim torches, facing the profound gazes of my seniors, raised my blade high, drank my blood as wine, and used my head as proof. I became another type of White Blade Guard. I didn't even know if my blade hilt was the usual snow-white color when I joined the team. Because it was too dark that night. Too dark. I couldn't see the color at all. I couldn't even recognize the blood on the old woman's neck, much less know if the blade in my hand was a white blade. Nicholas sucked in a deep breath. F***ck, after a long time, I only understood that the White Blade Guards of Dragon Cloud City had been doing this kind of work in the dark for a long time, much earlier than we imagined. Aside from the shiny and tough snow blades, there would always be people who would throw away their limits, dirty their hands, and do the rough work. These were Caslin's exact words. Monty panted a few times. His eyes became more bloodshot. But they were old. The ugly and secretive side of the White Blade Guards needed to be replaced. Caslin needed fresh blood and a successor. I didn't want to be an elite scout or a sentinel at the front lines. I wanted to be an assassin who was not afraid of staining his hands with blood. I wanted to be a cold, merciless, and unshakable blade. I wanted to be a tool with no limits or principles. The Raven of Death raised his head swiftly. He stretched out his hand and patted his chest weakly. And out of so many people, Caslin chose me. Monty gritted his teeth. His expression was miserable. Chose me. The wind whimpered. The two heavily injured men faced each other quietly. From that day onwards, I put down my snow blade, carried a crossbow on my back, and wore a mask. With his face half burned, Monty faced Nicholas with his teeth chattering. I became an ominous raven that chased after death and rotten flesh. Nicholas slumped to the ground dejectedly. Why, Big Mouth, why didn't you tell me about these things? Tell you. The raven of death sucked in a sharp breath, threw his head back, and laughed. His laughter was desolate. What could you have done? Thorny soldiers. Did you want to work with me? Or did you want to beg Caslin to let me go and pretend that none of this happened? Nicholas shut his eyes tightly. On the other side, the unconscious Thales let out a pained groan. Monty sneered faintly. You don't know, this isn't like the suzerain's guards in the countryside. They only need to stand guard and sweep the area, accompany me on my hunts, and occasionally deliver letters and run errands. He struggled to clench his right fist. Nuven was a very ambitious man. He didn't want to just be the king of Dragon Cloud City, but the secret room, which abided by neutrality and had limited functions, could not satisfy his expectations. He didn't need eyes and ears, guards, or even soldiers. Instead, he needed a sharp blade, a dark hand, and a group of cruel mercenaries who would be absolutely loyal to him without a bottom line, without asking for a reason, to fulfill his ambition. Caslin was one of them, and I was his successor. Nicholas was silent. He kept thinking about Caslin before he died. He remembered the complicated iceberg, the stern iceberg, the laughing iceberg, the distressed iceberg, and the relieved iceberg before he died. He once wondered if he had not matured fast enough and could not share the burden on Caslin's shoulders. That was why such a tragedy happened in the end. But today, he suddenly understood. There was someone else who shared Caslin's burden. Over the past 10 to 20 years. Monty stared at his fist. You can't imagine where I've been, who I've met, what I've done, and what blood I've been stained with. Killing people to keep them quiet was the most insignificant part of it all. Remember after the Battle of the Deep Valley, when we were both injured and drinking in the Alliance of Freedom's military camp? The Raven of Death smiled bitterly. You complained that you were too bored guarding the palace gate all day, and you envied me for going out on duty all day. Nicholas frowned. But what do you know? Monty shook his head. Every day, every night, every minute, every second, I had to wear a different colored mask and the same black cloak. I had to walk in the shadows, run amidst blood, kill, kidnap, deceive, plunder, threaten, spy, snipe, poison, instigate, rape, torture, interrogate. I did almost all the dirty things I could do. Monty's expression tensed. He swung his right fist with great effort. From Camus Union to Constellation, from the Golden Passage to Thornland. I was a spy who blended into the crowd, a scout who patrolled the front lines, a robber who killed people and stole their goods, a prisoner who committed many crimes, an assassin who sniped targets, a scout who snuck into the enemy's camp, and a spy who started wars. For King Nuven, I became whatever he needed. Everything I did was for the sake of power, especially after Caslin retired. Facts have proven that I, who abandoned my conscience and morals, was the most outstanding tool. I wore the skin of the White Blade Guards, and during the years I served them, I killed countless political enemies, created countless opportunities, and started 3 wars. Nuven was very satisfied with me. He even handed me over to Prince Soria, hoping that I would become the latter's right-hand man for his coronation and become his royal assassin. Monty lowered his head, but he raised his gaze and glared at Nicholas with the whites of his eyes. He panted like a man who was about to be hanged. Do you understand? You don't understand Caslin, Spiky, because I'm the one closest to him. Nicholas' heart was heavy. He could not say a word. The Raven of Death slowly raised his left palm and covered the left half of his face. The person you admired the most, King Nuvan's most trusted Castellan Lampard, had two faces revolving around power. A relaxed smile appeared on the right side of his face. He had the usual ruffian and boorish air of the blabbermouthed brown-haired knight, just like he did many years ago. Under one face, he held a white blade and protected the kingdom and Dragon Cloud City. Monty gently moved his left palm to cover the right side of his face, revealing the left side of his face. His smile gradually disappeared. His gaze was cold, and the corners of his face were sharp. Coupled with his charred left lower jaw, he looked incredibly ferocious. Under the other face, he was covered in blood, and he spread darkness and shadows. Nicholas stared at him in a daze. He could not help but let go of the stone in his pocket. He remembered the words carved on the stone. Castellan's protector Talia. Monty gently lowered his palm. There was no longer any expression on his face. He looked cold and stiff. There was not the slightest hint of humanity. Under the banner of For Ekstedt, Castellan was sandwiched between these two faces in agony. He suffered for his entire life, and it was difficult for him to free himself. Nicholas shuddered a little. Monty snorted coldly. Perhaps he did not want the tragedy to repeat itself, or perhaps he had enough of everything, so he... Humph. When he was passing down the legacy of the White Blade Guards and training the last batch of newbies, he stared at his old friend in front of him. Ground shaker Castellan, the invincible Castellan, he tore his conflicted self, his two-faced self, into two halves while he was still alive. Nicholas' breathing froze. The Raven of Death slowly extended his index finger and pointed it at the Star Killer. His eyes were focused on it seriously, as though it was the aim of a sniper rifle. He gave the bright and dazzling half to you. With a stern expression, he raised his voice and said, "Sorry, Nicholas, the Star Killer who built his career in front of Broken Dragon Fortress. The leader of the White Blade Guards, the war banner that never falls, the indestructible Iron Wall. You are the junior he has high hopes for. You lead the future of the White Blade Guards like the alpha of a pack of wolves, and protect Northland in the snow like the wings of a snow eagle." The Star Killer did not say a word. The breeze blew again, and a thin cloud invaded the path of sunlight. The ground became dark, and the two people facing each other could be seen indistinctly. Monty withdrew his finger and slowly turned it to point at his chest. Even though the man curled up the corners of his lips, the emotions in his eyes were incredibly complicated and unfathomable. And he gave me the dark and filthy side of him. He grinned cheekily and said softly, "Nate Monty, the Raven of Death who lingers on in the boundless hell. A nameless killer, a beast in human skin, a cold-blooded and merciless blade, and dregs whose hands are covered in blood. Like the shadows under the clouds, they cover the stairs of power to the throne, and like earthworms in the sewers, they chase after rotten flesh and foul stench." The Raven of Death's smile became even brighter. "The two of us are the two sides of the legendary ground shaker Castellan. We inherit his supreme glory." On the ground that was covered in the smell of burnt flesh, Monty took a deep breath leisurely, as though he was tasting the freshest air. "And endless sins." Nicholas' expression was bitter. His emotions were complicated, and he could not speak for a long time. Monty only smiled and stared at the sky. It was as though his hometown was there. Not far away, Thales groaned in pain like he was in a dream while he lay on the ground, as though he was going through an unbearable torture. Nicholas frowned and looked at the prince. At that moment, Monty's right hand moved abruptly. Thawed. As an irritated sound rose, a black crossbow flew from the air. It was pulled by an extremely thin iron wire, and it flew over the short rock behind Monty into the Raven of Death's hand. The Star Killer's expression changed. "Damn it." The battle resumed. The two of them, who had recovered a little of their strength, moved almost at the same time. Nicholas struggled to get up from the ground with all his might. With his saber in hand, he limped and charged at Monty with all his might. The Raven of Death, who sat on the ground, gritted his teeth and put his foot into the footrest of the crossbow. He did not care about the injury on his hand and pulled the bowstring with all his might. The Star Killer was 1 meter away from Monty, but the Raven of Death used one of his legs as a pivot to roll on the ground. With great effort, he dodged Nicholas' first slash in a pathetic manner. He even kicked up a large amount of dust. Nicholas narrowed his eyes slightly due to the agitation. Monty's expression was unpleasant. Rolling on the ground worsened his injury. With a click, he finished pulling the bowstring. The Raven of Death calmly pulled his foot out of the footrest of the crossbow. Nicholas' heart clenched. This is bad. The Star Killer did not delay. He activated what little remained of his power of eradication, roared, and pounced on the Raven of Death amidst the dust. Monty, on the other hand, lifted the crossbow strenuously, and with a long arrow that had been set up at some point in time, he turned towards the Star Killer. One of them sat on the ground, and the other pounced. Both of them, who were at the end of their tether, had savage expressions on their faces. They were less than 1 meter away from each other, and their blades and arrows were aimed at each other. In the next moment, clang. This was the sound of the blade hitting the crossbow. Nicholas stared at the enemy in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally hit Monty's weapon before his opponent could shoot the arrow. Strangely, the black crossbow did not break when it faced the rising sun saber, but it still deviated from its trajectory. Whoosh. This was the sharp sound of an arrow leaving the bowstring. A whistling arrow grazed past the side of Nicholas' face and shot towards a place no one knew where it was headed. Thud. Nicholas rammed his knee into the helpless Monty so hard that he coughed up blood and fell back to the ground. His only crossbow fell out of his hand and flew into the distance. The Star Killer roared in exasperation and fell backwards with a limp. Before he fell, he held on to the rock wall. You just won't give up, right? On the ground, Monty, whose face was covered in blood, tried his best to raise his head and smile. When he saw his expression, Nicholas suddenly felt that something was not right. Shick. Without any warning, as if he was pushed by an invisible arm, Nicholas' entire body crashed into the stone wall, and he was stuck to the stone wall. Clang. With a few crisp sounds, the rising sun saber flew a few meters away and fell on the ground. The red blade gradually cooled down. The Star Killer let out a pained cry. He lowered his head in disbelief. He saw a crossbow arrow that was slightly longer than other crossbow arrows first pierce through his left forearm, then his left upper arm, and finally into his left shoulder, nailing the Star Killer to the rock wall. What is going on? Nicholas felt the intense pain from his arm to his shoulder, which made him almost unable to move. Drenched in cold sweat, he stared at the crossbow arrow in shock, then at Monty, who was smiling. I clearly missed, didn't I? Didn't I dodge it? Arg. The Raven of Death spat out a mouthful of blood. He trembled as he tried to get up, but in the end, he fell down again. I forgot to introduce myself. However, Monty stared at the shocked and furious Nicholas, who was nailed to death by the crossbow arrow. He snorted coldly and pointed at the inconspicuous black crossbow in the distance. The Star Killer's expression changed when he followed his gaze. This piece of trash. There has never been anything it could shoot. Monty's expression darkened. He spat and stared at the crossbow lying on the ground, as if he was incredibly disdainful. There has never been any prey it could not shoot. Its existence is to torment every master. Nicholas endured the intense pain. He felt incredibly indignant, but he also stared at the weapon in puzzlement. A legendary anti-mystic equipment. The Raven of Death said with slight dissatisfaction. Chapter 366. In the face of the reversal of the situation, Nicholas, who was injured on top of his previous injuries, had an unpleasant expression on his face. He tried to pull out the arrow that pierced through his left arm and left shoulder, but the arrow wound on his right side affected his right hand. He could only attempt to pull it out repeatedly while grunting. Nicholas could only sigh softly. As he moaned, he ended his 6th attempt to pull out the arrow. "How did you hit me?" The Star Killer stared at the inconspicuous black crossbow in indignation, then angrily looked at the arrow that nailed him to the rock wall. "What is the ability of that weapon?" Monty, who was also on the verge of death, lay weakly on the ground. The badly burned man stretched out his hand with great difficulty to support himself against the rock. He tried to sit up and quietly recover his strength. The Raven of Death snorted in disdain. "I don't have to tell you." Nicholas looked at him and could not help but clench his teeth lightly. "Then come." The Star Killer was drenched in sweat due to the intense pain, but his lips still trembled as he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "Break my neck and end this." The Raven of Death stared at his wretched appearance. After a while, he suddenly grinned. "I won't take the risk to get close to you again, Spiky." Monty endured the pain and tore off a piece of clothing that was still intact. He gently wiped his wound with it, and his slow bandaging technique was the same as Nicholas. "We're both in a bad state right now." Monty raised his head with great difficulty and forced a smile. "If we engage in close combat again, God knows what other surprises you've prepared to turn the tables on me." Nicholas narrowed his eyes. "You're afraid of me," the Star Killer said coldly. The Raven of Death shook his head. He tore off the cloth with his teeth, and while he grimaced in pain, he bandaged his right arm, which did not look good for him. "On the contrary, I've already controlled the situation. I just need to wait for me to recover, maintain this distance, reload the bow, and load a few more arrows." Monty panted. He pointed at the crossbow of time in the distance with a trembling finger, then pointed at his opponent. His gaze was sharp. "All that's left is a fixed target." Nicholas' expression darkened. The Star Killer's right hand grasped the arrow shaft in front of his shoulder powerlessly, trying to break it. However, crossbow bolts were much harder than ordinary long arrows. Without a sharp weapon like the Rising Sun saber, coupled with his injured and weak right hand, the effects of his efforts were limited. He could only gasp in pain as he tried again and again. When Monty saw this, he laughed loudly. His whole body was trembling, and he was sweating as he tore off the clothes stuck to his chest. He tried to stand up, but in the end, he fell to the ground. "Ha ha ha." Monty, who fell down in a pathetic manner, laughed in a nonchalant manner. "So, this has become a game of last till the end, is it?" On the desolate stone ground, the two injured men stared at each other, sparks flying in the air. The Raven of Death turned over. His severe burns made him groan in pain. "Remember the welcome gift we gave to the newcomers? That bastard iceberg stripped us naked and threw us into the snow on the first night. He told us that there would be hot water once we reached the finish line. So, a bunch of naked men ran for their lives while shivering." Nicholas furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Monty spat on the ground. "We were so frozen that we couldn't reach the finish line no matter how hard we tried. It was only when we couldn't take it anymore that we realized there was no finish line at all. The so-called welcome gift was a tradition of the White Blade Guards. It was just to test our limits." His gaze froze in midair, as though he was talking to himself. Lies are always the most effective whip. Nicholas shook his head with a stiff expression. "You don't have the right to mention guards." The remaining power of eradication in his body surged to his wound, and he tried his best to relieve the pain in his shoulder. Traitor of the Oath of the Blade. The Raven of Death froze a little, and his breathing became a little heavy. The Oath of the Blade. Traitor. At that moment, Monty looked a little absent-minded. But after a moment, a smile appeared on the man's face, and he shrugged. He endured the pain from the sequelae of the burns and hissed, "Whatever you say." Anyway, the Raven of Death's expression became solemn, and his gaze was cold. "Those are your last words. Star Killer." Against his expectations, Nicholas smiled. He leaned against the rock wall and stared at Monty with an extremely complicated gaze. "If half of what you said is true, Big Mouth, then at least in the beginning, you weren't a member of the Secret Intelligence Department." Nicholas narrowed his eyes. "What made you turn traitor, or did the Secret Intelligence Department get hold of something against you?" Monty was first stunned, then he burst out laughing. "My God, the way you talk is really becoming more and more like Caslin." Nicholas ignored his attempt to change the topic. "Your life as a White Blade Guard may have brought you torture, but you won't improve much by turning to those maggots in the night from the Secret Intelligence Department. You don't really think that they're your saviors and can save you from your predicament, do you?" Monty's smile disappeared. "That's a worse step." The Star Killer stared at the rising sun saber and the crossbow of time in the distance. "You walked out of one abyss, but jumped into another abyss. You must have some other reason." Monty was silent for a few seconds, then he flashed a painful and happy smile. "Some things don't need a reason." The Raven of Death snorted coldly. "Perhaps I was born a traitor, heartless, unfeeling, and lacking in conscience. That's why Caslin chose me to be that dirty blade." But Nicholas still ignored him. He continued to speak. "That was your first betrayal, wasn't it? That assassination attempt." Monty's eyebrows twitched. The Star Killer looked like an old man who was reminiscing about the past. He said flatly, "After Prince Soria died, you thought of a way to leave Dragon Cloud City and the late king, because you were also afraid that he would discover the truth. And the reason that instigated your betrayal might have been in that assassination attempt 18 years ago." Nicholas fixed his gaze on Monty. The Raven of Death stared back at him with a solemn expression. "Damn it, you've not only become stronger," Monty muttered, "but you've also become more paranoid." Nicholas glanced at the unconscious prince who was moaning softly. The Star Killer said coldly, "If you fight against a cunning, treacherous, scheming prince of Constellation day and night for a whole 6 years, and you can't even lay a finger on him every single day, you will be able to do anything to him. You would become like me." Monty shook his head and could not help but laugh. "None of this matters anymore." The Raven of Death tried to struggle to get up again. His expression became fierce again. "Just wait for me." At this moment, Nicholas spoke softly and uttered another name. "Adele." At that moment, Monty, who was trying his best to get up, froze on the spot. After a long while, the Raven of Death, who had always looked relaxed, sat down. He was like a chess piece that had lost its center of gravity. As he watched Monty, who had lost his composure, Nicholas sighed deeply. "You haven't forgotten her, have you?" The Raven of Death's neck moved up and down like an old, rusty clock. He turned to Nicholas with great difficulty, and his expression was stiff. "What?" The sun set another angle, and their shadows gradually slanted to the east. The Star Killer was like an old man who had been dealt a heavy blow. His expression was gloomy, and his tone was dejected. "I can only think of this reason why you harmed others and yourself, turned to Constellation and the Secret Intelligence Department, and why you wanted Prince Soria dead." Monty stared at his old superior in shock. You thought you hid it well in the past, and no one knew." Nicholas chuckled with an indecipherable expression, but his words were filled with fatigue. "But the way you looked at Madame Adele, and the abnormal frequency and location of your duties. No, no. Monty's breathing quickened. He stared at Nicholas with a gaze filled with disbelief. You knew. So, you saw through it a long time ago. Son of AB*TCH. Nicholas only stared at him coldly and said with certainty, so, your betrayal is indeed related to that woman. Am I right? The Raven of Death lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. The Star Killer stared at him like an interrogator. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Monty suddenly moved. He curled up the corners of his mouth, and as his cheeks twitched, he threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha, Nicholas closed his eyes. His expression was one of anguish. Adele. The Raven of Death exhaled softly and repeated that name with a desolate expression. Adele, yes, she was the turning point of everything. Bang. Nicholas did not know if it was because his injuries were affected, or because he was too agitated, but he elbowed the rock wall on his back. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The Star Killer gripped the arrow shaft tightly again, trying to break it. While he grunted in pain and broke out in cold sweat, he said falteringly, back then, when I arranged the sentry duty, I deliberately transferred you away. I used all sorts of methods to make you stay away from the Blood Court and Madame Adele, so that you wouldn't be able to see her for a few years. I even acted out of character and asked you to drink, and advised you to quickly find a girl and get married. Monty was slightly stunned. Ah! Nicholas, who failed to escape again, cried out in pain. He angrily smashed the rock wall. I've done so much, don't you King understand what I mean? Stay away from her. Stay away from that ominous, ridiculously beautiful Camion woman. Abandon your senseless, taboo, and senseless feelings. Monty froze on the spot and did not move. In the next moment, resentment and anger appeared on the Raven of Death's face. He slammed the ground and stood up while swaying without caring about his injuries. He glared at the Star Killer as if he wanted to eat him alive. Monty supported himself against the rock while trembling. He gritted his teeth and roared hoarsely, so it's you, Spiky. During the first few years when Adele married into Dragon Cloud City, you deliberately transferred me away just to ensure that I stayed away from her. Couldn't see her. Couldn't get close to her. The Raven of Death, who was covered in wounds, swung his arm in grief and indignation. It's you. A small, handleless throwing knife flashed through the air. Nicholas' breathing froze, and he subconsciously swung his right hand. Ding. The throwing knife grazed past Nicholas' gauntlet and hit the rock wall, falling powerlessly to the ground. Monty, who threw the throwing knife, lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud, stirring up sand and dust. But he did not care about it at all. He only used his badly mangled arms to prop himself up again. Even when she suffered the most, suffered the heaviest, and was the most exhausted, I wasn't there. I couldn't see her, and I couldn't help her. For the first time, Monty's voice trembled. It's all because of you. The Star Killer looked at the throwing knife, and his anger burned even more. That's for your own good. He spat on the ground. I thought that by doing this, you would be able to get rid of those unrealistic fantasies. You idiot, can't you tell? But Monty did not care about Nicholas' words at all. The resentment on his face suddenly turned into sorrow, then into disappointment, and then into sadness. Dozens of seconds passed. Only the breathing of the two men could be heard in the air. In the end, all the expressions on the Raven of Death's face disappeared. He stared at the ground in a daze and fell into the sand and dust again. I thought that my method worked. Nicholas lowered his head. His gaze was surly, and he clenched his right fist. I thought that you would just have to get drunk, find a few women, and forget about her like how you used to. Monty turned over with great difficulty. He first looked at Nicholas in a daze, then laughed in a strange manner. His laughter was so big and wide that even tears fell from his eyes. Forget about her. How is that possible? The man covered in burns exhaled slowly. His voice was filled with endless melancholy and resentment. I will never forget the day I entered Vine City. The gentle and graceful Lady Adele Gest, who was at the prime of her youth, wore a light veil and bid farewell to her parents and siblings with reddened eyes. Under the reluctance of all the citizens in the city, she slowly stepped into the wedding carriage of Dragon Cloud City's diplomat group. To the cold north. Monty stared at the sky. His right hand trembled slightly. I remember that when I helped Adele into the carriage, her slightly red face, that innocent smile, and that bashful thank you. The Raven of Death spoke absent-mindedly. His face was full of perplexity. I remember the beautiful bow on her wrist, the pattern on her dress, and the way she played the zither and sang in the carriage. That song seemed to have some sort of power that made the Northlanders, who were used to killing, hold their breaths and listen to it. Nicholas shut his eyes tightly and let out a barely audible growl from his throat. The veins on his arms bulged because he was using too much strength. I still remember that I, who was usually a glib talker, suddenly became clumsy. I could only comfort the lady, who was so sad that her eyes turned red from staying up too long. I comforted her that Northland was a good place, that all the people there were bold, uninhibited, tolerant, unyielding, and passionate. I also said that Prince Soria was bold and brave, and that she would definitely be happy. All these words were later proven to be shameless lies. Monty sat up laboriously and stared at the Star Killer with a dejected and sorrowful expression. Yes, I met her earlier than all of you. The man's expression was dejected. I also lost her earlier. Nicholas exhaled heavily and stared at Monty in disbelief. Lost her? Damn it, she was never yours. The Star Killer punched the rock wall again. He lost his composure and roared under the double pain of his body and mind. She was the prince's wife. She even had a child. You forgot your identity, betrayed the White Blade Guards, betrayed the king and the prince for a woman. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Monty snorted. He ignored Nicholas' accusation and only smiled nonchalantly. Of course, a maggot like me, who was born in the dark and lived in mud, didn't even have the right to miss Adele. The Raven of Death lay on the ground and sighed slowly. I understood a long time ago that as a noble and beautiful princess, she had no reason to care about a lowly protector who was born into a hunter's family in the countryside, spoke rudely, and had his hands stained with blood. His gaze drifted away, and he smiled bitterly as he panted. The only thing I could do, and the only thing I desired, was to seize the few moments I had in heroic Spirit Palace to be on guard duty frequently and seriously. When I passed by her courtyard, I would pretend to be alert of the surroundings, and occasionally glance at the desolate girl. The only thing I hoped for, and the only thing I was satisfied with, was to wait until midnight, when there was no one around, to curl up in a dark corner of the blood court and daydream. I would stare at the plants she took care of, stare at the stars in the sky, and recall the smile she once had. That's enough, Monty, who was immersed in the past, said in a daze. Enough. Bastard, coward. Nicholas looked at him in disdain. I really regret talking so much nonsense with you. I should have castrated you when I realized that you were up to no good. Monty shook his head, as if he did not hear what Nicholas said. So, when that night came, the Raven of Death seemed to have regained his composure. He sneered, and the color in his eyes became terrifying and cold again. Do you know how I felt? Nicholas was stunned. That night? Monty glanced at him. His face was expressionless, but the inexplicable emotion in his eyes made the Star Killer feel uneasy. That night, once again, as the Black Raven, I rushed back to Dragon Cloud City from the war-torn constellation to report to King Nuvan and his son. Monty narrated without any sadness or joy, as if what happened next had nothing to do with him. It was also that night that Prince Soria summoned me in private. Our dignified and valiant Prince Soria Walton calmly and coldly ordered me that there was a scandal in the royal family that should not be made public, and it had to be dealt with urgently. Nicholas' entire body froze. At some point in time, the Raven of Death's voice began to tremble. He ordered me to get rid of his wife without leaving any future trouble. The prince's consort, Lady Adele. Monty slowly raised his eyes. The darkness in his gaze was boundless. And the lover she loved with all her heart. Chapter 367. Nicholas stared at Monty in a daze, as if he was meeting him for the first time. He subconsciously said, "No. That's impossible, Monty." He frowned and said, "You're lying." Monty glanced at him, chuckled in disdain, and shook his head. "What's impossible?" The Raven of Death sat on the ground, his emotions unreadable. The gentle and weak Adele couldn't have an affair with someone else. Or the honest and lowly Merc couldn't have seduced his mistress. With each word, Monty's brows furrowed a little tighter. As he listened, the Star Killer seemed to have forgotten the pain in his shoulder. He took a deep breath and carefully recalled the past, comparing it to the parts that did not match his memories. But this is the truth. That damn B***starred, burn Merc. The Raven of Death gritted his teeth and said, "That quiet, simple-minded, inflexible country soldier who only knows how to follow Soria and say, yes, all day long. Can you imagine him with Adele?" Once he said this, Monty spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered. But his eyes were filled with indescribable pain, like a cornered warrior. "So, Soria has her body, and Merc occupies her heart." Monty's smile slowly turned mocking. "And the only thing I can touch is her death." But the Star Killer still stared at him in disbelief. "Impossible." Nicholas suppressed the anger in his chest and refuted with certainty, "Prince Soria. He couldn't have given such an order. He already promised to let Merc and the others go." As he listened to Nicholas' words, Monty sneered nonchalantly and said, "Do you believe it? Soria wants to let them go." The Star Killer froze a little. Monty's expression changed, and he said coldly, "Soria is the one who lied. That's all. He wanted to create a chance for me, who was in the dark, to get rid of the two of them without leaving a trace." Nicholas' expression changed rapidly between doubt and bewilderment. "No." He gritted his teeth and raised his head. He denied it again. "We all know him. Soria. He's a good warrior. He trained with us, killed enemies, drank with us, laughed with us, and fought with us. He even dragged us to the countryside to celebrate Byrne's wedding. He's not that kind of person. If he wants to solve the problem, then at least he won't ask you to assassinate." But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the Raven of Death. "You know nothing. Many people gave him the same evaluation as you did, including that damn Merc." Disgust and fear appeared on Monty's face at the same time. "But for countless years, I served Prince Soria and worked in the dark for him. No one knows him better than I do. Only the eyes of a black crow can see the truth under the moonlight. Soria Walton grew up under the guidance of the scheming Leesban and the undefeated Caslin. He's like the younger King Nuvan. He's majestic and doesn't bother about trifles, but he's colder and more decisive than his father." Monty stared at Nicholas solemnly. "Most importantly, Soria is far-sighted and ambitious. Every step he takes is for the sake of power and benefits." With every sentence Monty said, the Star Killer's pupils focused a little more. Our prince has never cared about the gentle and graceful Princess Adele. Monty's voice continued coldly, causing Nicholas to shudder. It was as if there was winter snow that had not fallen for decades hidden in his voice. His original intention of marrying her was to cause trouble for the Camions, to pave the way for the war 20 years ago when Soria led an army to fight against the Alliance of Freedom, shook the Golden Passage, and intimidated the city of faraway prayers and Defense City. And in the future that Soria planned, even if there was no problem with Merc, Adele was still destined to die. Nicholas looked puzzled. What? Monty leaned against the rock behind him. His gaze was profound. That year, I was sent to Constellation to investigate and liaise with them because of this. I even occasionally heard the conversation between Soria and King Nuven. I know, 18 years ago, in the war between Extet and Constellation, Soria was the original commander-in-chief. His goal was very clear. He didn't want to conquer Constellation in a war, but to pave the way for the future. Monty raised his hand weakly and pointed to the south. First of all, Dragon Cloud City gathered the strength of the entire country and attacked Constellation until it was riddled with holes. It was so desolate that it would not recover even after decades. Second, the 9 untamed and greedy archdukes of Extet would pay a huge price in this war that King Nuven deliberately allowed. Only Dragon Cloud City would retain its strength. The Raven of Death gritted his teeth. At the end of the war, Nuven would propose a peace negotiation with the Constellations. As an alliance between the two countries, 82nd would marry his youngest daughter to Prince Soria, and Extet would retreat. Nicholas was stunned. He suddenly remembered the tragic battle that made him famous 18 years ago. He remembered the thick smoke and corpses falling from the fortress. He remembered the death and blood on the land of Constellation. He remembered the angry roars and wails of the soldiers. He even remembered the liberated gaze of the Butcher of Constellation before he died. In the years to come, especially after Soria was crowned, he would take over Extet, which was silent among its feudal vassals, and he would face the heavily injured and weak Constellation. With a pained expression, Monty took off a small bag from his body and poured strong wine from it. He poured it on his wound in great pain and began to bandage it again. The future King Soria would not only be able to suppress the archdukes and turn all of Extet into the Walton family's private property, he could also go one step further and use his queen, who was born in the Jade Star royal family, to reach out to Constellation, which has yet to recover its strength. Monty panted as he endured the pain of the strong wine flowing over his wound. In fact, his descendants, who are half Jade Star and half Walton, will be able to follow in their father's footsteps and fuse the dragon scale crown and the 9-pointed star crown into one, completing a great feat that no one has achieved since the ancient empire. Nicholas' breathing froze. His entire body stiffened. When he said this, the Raven of Death leaned against the rock and laughed mockingly. Do you understand now? In Soria's grand plan, if Adele could not bring him more benefits, she would not be fit to become Extet's queen. So, she was destined to die, sooner or later. Nicholas stared at his former colleague in a daze. It was only at this moment that the Star Killer suddenly realized that he and this sworn brother, whom he once thought to be extremely close, had always been living in the same mirror. They saw two completely different worlds. This discovery made him mentally and physically exhausted. He could not help but clench his fists. He and Monty, had clearly stepped into the guards' camp at the same time. But since when did their paths deviate from each other, and they walked further and further away from each other? Castlands, two sides. Nicholas weakly repeated Monty's words in his heart. His weak body slid down a little, but the sharp pain from his shoulder being pinned made him wake up again in cold sweat. Ha ha ha, can you imagine? This should have been a husband's interrogation and revenge filled with anger and pain. Monty laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. In Soria's eyes, there are only schemes and bargaining chips left. He shook his head slowly and said in a resentful tone, "Nobles, nobles. Ha, these scumbags. What kind of F***king trash are they?" Nicholas did not speak. King Nuvent, Soria, Castellan, Monty, many of the living and dead people he thought he understood seemed to have broken free from the shackles of his memories at this moment. They became unfamiliar existences to him. Monty's laughter gradually became softer. The warmth on his face slowly disappeared. But when I snuck into the blood court with the poison, I saw Adele tending to the flowers and plants while happily playing with the child. When I saw the smile on her face, Monty's gaze froze. I knew that I had no right to blame her. Monty let out a slow sigh. She was just a delicate plant. It was me. I brought her into this hell. The Raven of Death's expression was pained. Under the sun, he became one with his own shadow. I left her in Heroic Spirit Palace to be tortured and humiliated, to be tortured in these scumbags' chessboard. The Star Killer slowly raised his gaze. So, you acted on your own. Nicholas said slowly, you wanted to save her. Even if you betrayed her. Monty's expression changed. He cast Nicholas a cold glance. His gaze was fierce. Did you really not know? Spiky. The Raven of Death gritted his teeth softly. Adele has been married to Dragon Cloud City for a long time. As the king's personal guard, as the acting captain of the White Blade Guards, and as the guardian of Heroic Spirit Palace, do you really not notice anything? Nicholas furrowed his brows. For the first time, Monty's eyes shone with undisguised pure hatred. His chest heaved up and down. It's hard to imagine. Every day and night, Adele was tortured, abused, and humiliated, and all the people in Heroic Spirit Palace, including you, treated it as the prince's private family matter. They turned a blind eye to the misfortune and suffering she went through. They stood by and pretended to be deaf and mute. Adele had to turn to that silly Merc for solace. Monty shuddered. And even so, the useless Merc she looked forward to couldn't give her anything. He didn't have the courage to stand up for her, nor did he have the responsibility to help her escape. He didn't even have the ability to protect Adele. Nicholas stared at him expressionlessly. Spiky, Merc, everyone in the White Blade Guards, you're all cowards. Monty spat on the ground. You watched a pitiful and pathetic woman suffer, but you did nothing, not daring to stand up for her. All of you. Monty lowered his head. That night, I looked at the flowers and plants in the courtyard, let go of the poison in my hand, and told myself helplessly, no, he said desolately, I've already sunk into the darkness and can't pull myself out. But at the very least, I can't let Adele become my victim. I can't let her become another soul in my blood-stained hands. Monty's eyes shone brilliantly. The muscles on his arms tightened again, like a sailor who had caught hold of a life-saving driftwood in the middle of a sinking ship. Even if the person she likes is that foolish Merc, if that's the only way Adele can be happy, and smile again. Monty gritted his teeth forcefully. Then it's worth it. As for the remaining darkness, let me bear it. The Raven of Death stared at his right hand in a daze. His gaze was unfocused, and the expression on his face looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time. I will protect her only hope in the boundless darkness. Nicholas took a deep breath. He felt his chest churn with emotions. So, you went to Constellation's secret intelligence department? Monty forced out a weak smile. They were the ones who found me, the Raven of Death said faintly. That hotel in Spear District. When I was drinking in there, the owner of the hotel from Camus Union could drink a lot, and he was also very good at persuading people. He told me the love story between him and his wife. He told me that in a short lifetime, there would always be a time when you would throw caution to the wind and never turn back. Of course, I only found out later that he was the person in charge of the secret intelligence department in Dragon Cloud City. When he said this, Monty sneered. No one knew whether he was laughing at Nicholas or himself. You already know everything that happened after that. The Star Killer closed his eyes. Both of them fell silent. A breeze blew past, and the moans between the cracks in the rocks became even more mournful. So, just for a woman. Monty, who has always been gluttonous and lazy, became like this. Nicholas asked tiredly. A woman you can never have. Monty was slightly stunned. But he immediately burst into laughter. Come on, sorry Nicholas, the so-called Star Killer, haven't you also persevered until now in pain and conflict for a woman you can never have? The Star Killer stiffened. Yes, I knew a long time ago. Just like how you know me, I also know who the person you miss is. The Star Killer is not as cold as the rumors say. Nicholas stared at the Raven of Death in disbelief. His train of thought stopped. With a mocking expression, Monty clicked his tongue in a sentimental manner and said, when she came to the guards' training camp to visit Caslin, all of us bastards surrounded her like a waterfall. Hundreds of pairs of eyes could hardly leave that girl, only you, Spiky. Only you turned your head away and pretended to be disdainful, but in truth, you didn't even dare to look at her. Trust me, I know what that feels like. Nicholas did not speak. He only shut his eyes tightly and tightened his grip on a stone in his pocket. Once, when we snuck out to look for a woman, you got drunk and hugged a woman. You even called out her name. The Star Killer suddenly opened his eyes. Monty. Nicholas stared at the pair of bloodshot eyes. He was a little angry, and he interrupted the Raven of Death with a cold expression. Monty's words came to a halt. You know, I suddenly realized that Nicholas took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, I almost can't recognize you anymore. Monty was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, it's not just you. At first, he laughed happily, but later on, his laughter became a little forced and even a little miserable. There are many times when I look at this man in the mirror. Chapter 368. Flustered and terrified, he looked up at the king, then at Lady Alex, who seemed to be asleep in his arms. At that moment, Merc's terrified face was filled with helplessness. That's right, I am your long-lost friend. I'll change it back tomorrow. Before that, let's reminisce about the past. Thales stared at the motionless Alex in a daze. Little rascal, who was sitting by Thales' feet, seemed to be scared out of her wits. She just stared at Alex's body blankly and shuddered from time to time. Merc's face began to contort. Please, Your Majesty. He knelt on the ground. His voice changed as he spoke. Like an asthmatic, it was a mixture of gasps and pauses. Tears rolled down Merc's cheeks and dripped onto Alex's face. What followed was his pleading voice, Why? Why? Thales clenched his fists, lowered his head and exhaled. Merc sobbed as he screamed at the king, Why? Why? King Nuven seemed to have just recovered from his silent contemplation. He stared quietly at Merc, who was trembling and weeping, and uttered through gritted teeth, You're right. He gritted his teeth and said, Burn Merc. Shouldn't you know that? Merc shuddered violently. If it wasn't for Mariah's death, I wouldn't have combed through the Walton bloodline. King Nuven closed his eyes and said in pain, the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple wouldn't have realized that she wasn't of the Walton bloodline. Merc stared at King Nuven with his eyes wide open and trembling in disbelief. Thales' jaw dropped. He stared blankly at Merc and the little girl in his arms. Bloodline. Not of the Walton bloodline. Doesn't that mean that the Walton family, which has been around for 600 years, and this also reminds me of many things, King Nuven said coldly. Soria loved to hunt, but he never brought a woman with him, not even his wife. Tell me, the old king said in a low voice, what happened in the assassination 12 years ago? Mirk listened to the king's words as if he didn't hear them. He hugged the little girl in his arms tightly and sobbed. Tears rolled down his cheeks. King Nuvan seemed to have exhausted all his patience. His face was ferocious and he roared like a terrifying lion, "Speak." Frightened by the roar, the nervous little rascal shrank back with a yelp. Thales tried hard to sort out the situation before him. He exhaled forcefully, walked to Little Rascal's side, and pulled her up. Little Rascal grabbed Thales' arm tightly, as if she had found someone to rely on. She looked at the terrifying scene before her eyes from behind her glasses with a terrified expression. Mirk's eyes were filled with despair and desolation as he cried. He looked at the girl in his arms and snorted, as if he was crying but not laughing. 12 years ago. The reason why Soria brought Lady Adele out of the city was because his words were mixed with his breathing, like the last words of a dying man. Because of what? King Nuvan stared at him. Because. Mirk stroked Alex's hair painfully. Because Soria found out what? The king's voice was bone-chilling. Mirk's face was filled with pain, as if he was tormented by the biggest nightmare of his life. He found out, about us, about me and Adele. Thales stared at the short-haired warrior in shock. Little Rascal pulled Thales' arm and hid behind the Prince of Constellation. She gritted her teeth and watched the scene in disbelief. Yes. Mirk wailed in despair. Alex, she is, my daughter, Clang. King Nuvan could not take it anymore. He threw the wine goblet to the ground with a force filled with hatred. The iron goblet clanked against the ground, accompanied by the administrator's sobs. Thales took a deep breath and tried to understand the situation before him. Only Mirk's sobs and the old king's heavy breathing could be heard in the hall. Ha 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 ha. King Nuvan's suppressed laughter came from his throat. There was a hint of sadness in his laughter. You. Soria's most capable subordinate. His best friend. His most trusted brother. Just like that, you used betrayal and deception to repay his trust. The king's voice reverberated in the hall. Kneeling on the ground, Mirk sobbed and raised his head abruptly. No. As if his greatest dignity had been violated, he roared with tears and snot in his eyes. I did not betray him. I did not betray Soria. Thales looked at the scene before him with an unpleasant expression. He felt bitter in his heart. Mirk looked at the girl in his arms and sobbed softly. Prince Soria, Soria was a good brother, and I was willing to give up my life for him. He growled, in the White Blade Guards, we trained under Castellan to become the most valiant warriors. When we were at the 38th century ground, he crawled with a broken arm to block a fatal hammer blow for me. When my mother was seriously ill, and my sister came to Dragon Cloud City to look for me, he personally sent a doctor to save my mother's life. When we were surrounded on White Mountain, he and I had our backs against each other. Those sharp-eared arrows pierced through my left shoulder and his right shoulder. We cursed each other's luck as we retreated with our backs against each other until Dominic came to help. I still remember the day I returned to my hometown to get married. That bastard, Mirk said with a smile through his tears. Soria brought his brothers from the White Blade Guards and came to our village with a tray full of rye wine and roasted meat. He raised the flag of the Red Dragon on a black background and the Cloud Dragon spear. The local counts and knights came. The expression on the village chief's face was even more exaggerated than when his son became a tax collector. Mother was very happy. She finally felt that her son was promising. Soria, I have always treated him as my closest brother, comrade, your highness. Mirk roared angrily with tears streaming down his face, I will never betray him. King Nuvan stood up abruptly, his hair and beard bristling with anger. Bullsh *T. Thales felt his hand tighten. Behind him, Little Rascal began to tremble again. He could only try his best to hold Little Rascal's hand and comfort her. You cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to. King Nuvan's eyes were burning with anger. He said loudly, you cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to, and even gave birth to your child. You tarnished the Walton family's dignity and bloodline. Do you think this is not a betrayal? You never treated him as a brother in the White Blade Guards, a man you should be loyal to with your life and honor. Traitor! Kneeling on the ground, Merc listened to the king's words. He looked at Alex, his daughter in his arms, and roared in grief and indignation, "Oh! No!" He closed his eyes in agony. Thales gritted his teeth and frowned as he watched the confrontation between the king and his subject. He felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. It's not like this. Adele, she was so good, so gentle, so... Merc lay on the ground. He clenched his right fist and pounded the ground miserably. She shouldn't have married into Dragon Cloud City. Shouldn't have met Soria. Should have met you. King Nuvan's words were filled with terrifying emotions. Shameless traitor. Adele. Adele. That was a mistake. Merc's teeth trembled as he caressed his daughter's face. His expression changed several times, as if he was looking at another person through her. Whether it was me and her, or Soria and her. It was all a mistake. She should never have left Camus Union, Vine City, the flowers, and the blue sky that she cherished. She only belonged there. As for Soria, he's a good brother and a good warrior, but he never cared about women. Prostitutes, women he captured after the war, maids in the castle, and ladies of the nobles. None of them made a difference to him. Merc put his face against Alex's and cried, Soria, Soria, Soria. In Soria's world, there was only wine and battles, politics and victory. The only people he cared about were warriors, friends, and enemies. On the night of their wedding, Soria was dead drunk. I stood guard outside their bedroom. That sound was like a gun exploding. Adele's resistance and sobs. I guess Soria thought that it was a celebration after another battle. The next morning, Soria went hunting. He left me to watch over Adele. Her expression was not the expression a newlywed wife should have. Thales listened to Merc's desolate and painful confession with an unpleasant expression. Finally, one day, I saw Adele trying to cut her wrist with a pair of scissors. I told Soria and tried to persuade him to treat his wife better. But Soria thought that she had insulted the Dragon Spear family. He picked up a whip in anger and wanted to teach her a lesson. At that time, I stood at the door, clenching my fists, listening to Soria's roars and Adele's screams. My heart was angrier than Soria, and I was in more pain than Adele. Every time, Merc hugged Alex tightly. His eyes were closed, and tears gushed down his cheeks like a flood. Since then, Adele wanted to commit suicide more than once. I stopped her more than once, but I hid it from Soria because I didn't want Adele to be hurt by him again. Adele. She's like a flower that has been trampled on and abandoned. Soria's attitude towards women is even more terrifying than the most inflexible Northlanders. When he's in the mood, he'll force her. When he's not in the mood, he'll ignore her and be indifferent to her. Thales closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Adele. She was too lonely, too pitiful. Merc stroked his daughter's hair, his eyes filled with sadness. She traveled a long way to come here, while Soria didn't know how to cherish her. He only treated her as a puppet and a chess piece, a bargaining chip to form a marriage alliance with Camus Union. I tried everything. I just tried to make her happy, tried to stop her from committing suicide again. Agitated, Merc muttered incoherently, from magic tricks, to flowers, to finding girls from Camus Union to relieve her boredom, to trying my best to get Soria drunk at night when she didn't want to. Adele was very grateful to me and happy that I did these things for her. She stopped trying to commit suicide and started to smile, even though she only smiled at me. My wife passed away in my hometown. When I didn't know how to raise the 5-year-old Croche in front of me, Adele was the one who took care of her. This made Soria's attitude towards her much better. We became more talkative. She teased Croche in the room, and I giggled outside the room. She asked questions in the room, and I answered her outside. King Nuven's expression was cold, but he did not say a word. Finally, that day, we won the war against the White Elves and the Alliance of Freedom. Merc sobbed softly. When we returned to Dragon Cloud City in triumph, Soria and we drank all night long, but that day, all I could think about was her. Adele. Merc stuck his face close to his daughter's. His tears did not stop, and his right fist was almost crushed. They were all drunk. I went to Adele's room and wanted to listen to her voice as usual. But my wound burst open at that time, and Adele asked me to go in and bandage it. Thale's gaze darkened. Thale's eyes dimmed. A memory surged up from an unknown place in his mind. Hey! Brother Brainiac, you're actually reading a romance novel. What the hell is a romance novel? This is a bestseller written by an American sociologist. This title is weird. Why would you read this kind of book? What are you thinking about? Hee hee. This. Don't think too much about it. It's just a classmate who asked. No, could it be? Oh hee hee, why are you blushing? It's hot, ha ha ha. Why are you touching my face? I lied to you. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny. Alright, don't be angry. I'll give you a vitality kiss. Ha ha ha. It's still very funny, what should I do? Hey, don't be so petty. Come, tell me about it. Ugh. How am I supposed to explain this? Alright, it's quite an interesting point. In the Western world, love originates from cheating. What the F***? Cheating. That's so cool. For example, in Celtic mythology, the story of Lancelot and Guinevere is like this. The marriage of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere was only a political function. There was never any love to speak of. True love is the taboo love between a knight and a queen. That is emotional, impulsive, and pure love. Just like in Don Quixote, one of the dreams of the protagonist is to be a knight and have a true love with the wife of the king he is loyal to. This originated from the Middle Ages, especially the Crusades. Alright, you can shut up now. I'm still on the side of the king and Lon. Get lost, Ardwolf. Get lost, Queen Lily. I'm going to see it again. Oh, right, so are we having an affair now? Different social situations can't be compared like this, sister. This piece of memory slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele, not long after Alex was born, Soria began to suspect. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let Adele and me go. He would clean up and cover up. Merc said as he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day, the assassin, Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't strike a second time, but Adele. Merc opened his mouth and roared in pain, Adele didn't know Soria's purpose. She thought that His Highness wanted to execute us. So, when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuvan seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. Chapter 369. Thales frowned and said, "Is there such a possibility? What are the consequences?" Silver Shadowman was silent for a long time. After a full 10 seconds, he replied coldly, "This is none of your business, Jade Star." Thales choked on his words and felt a little awkward. The Anti-Theft Chapter. Why would a good reader become an accomplice of a thief? If you want to read pirated copies, then so be it. Why are you hanging around in the book review section? Don't you know that you, who have 0 fan points, are talking about the contents of the VIP chapter, making me very embarrassed. How vexing. But he still sucked in a breath and stared at Silver Shadowman sternly. I have friends up there, in Dragon Cloud City. I want to know. I should know. Thales thought of Saroma and Gleeward. He even thought of the entire Shield District that was reduced to dust during the Great Battle of the Mystics. Shield District. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but tense up. Silver Shadowman seemed to be observing him. A few seconds later, he spoke slowly. What will happen to this curse in the future is not something you should consider, nor is it something you can control. At the very least, as you can see, I can still maintain the current situation so that the curse will not worsen and the number of deceased souls will not increase. Silver Shadowman seemed to feel that his words were not very convincing. It can maintain the status quo for a long time. Thales frowned deeply. A long time. How long? He stared at Silver Shadowman's silver light, which had clearly become much weaker after that strike, and could not help but sigh. If it's just as the general said, powerful existences like you are continuously dying and weakening, and the power you rely on to maintain your sense of self and intelligence is continuously disappearing, Silver Shadowman's black eyes flickered a little against the silver light. Once you can no longer suppress this curse and can no longer maintain its original state. Although I don't know what will happen to the curse, and I don't know what the consequences will be, but above us is Dragon Cloud City, Ekstet, and the Western Peninsula. Silver Shadowman did not speak. Thales stared at him. Is there no other way? For example, completely eliminating it once and for all? Silver Shadowman seemed to be absent-minded for a moment. He mumbled and repeated the prince's words, once and for all. The man's facial features immediately sharpened, and his tone turned cold. No. All of you. Stay as far away from it as possible. Silver Shadowman suddenly turned around. The contrast between light and darkness on his face was profound and dazzling, causing Thales to feel a chill run down his spine. Leave the rest to me. That's enough. This is the best solution I can think of at the moment, he said resolutely. Thales furrowed his brows for a long time. In the end, he shook his head. I don't understand. Silver Shadowman snorted softly. You don't need to understand. Because you can't do anything about it, Jade Star. He directly denied Thales' worries. Even if you are worried, you can't do anything about it. At the very least, the current you, the weak you, the young you, the immature you, is powerless. Thales was speechless. Under Silver Shadowman's radiance, the darkness around him reflected a cold light. A chill crept up Thales' spine again. The two of them were silent for a while. What about you? You're going to seal the black track, but, Thales asked airily, are you going to stay here forever? Can't you just leave? To the place you're supposed to be at? This question stunned Silver Shadowman for a while. Me? As if this was the first time he thought about this question, he lowered his head and mulled over this question for a while. I died a long time ago, Silver Shadow Man said faintly. A very, very long time, so long that I don't even remember how long it has been. But I, who died a long time ago, am still able to survive until now without relying on my body. Besides that great existence, it is also because of the effect of this curse. Thale's expression turned cold. Silver Shadow Man's voice became gloomy. It's very ironic, isn't it? I can only stay here and guard this curse forever until I perish together with it, Silver Shadow Man said quietly. Or let it conquer me, enslave me, and assimilate me. Thale's heart dimmed. At that moment, he suddenly felt a little cold. In this place, in this dark, damp, cold, dead, and silent place, the man in front of me, just like that, from death until now, he has been guarding this place tirelessly and endlessly. But that's not all. I am the only power that can restrain it. Silver Shadow Man's tone became firm and cold again. It allowed no room for doubt. By staying here, I can prevent new souls of the deceased from being dragged into the curse, creating tragedies, and turning them into puppets and nutrients for the next round. As long as I am here, it cannot continue to worsen. This is the reason why I stay here. When he saw the man's determination, Thales could not help but blurt out. What about you? When will you be free? You will always be trapped here, alone, and face these souls of the deceased, the rocks, the darkness, and the curse day and night, day after day, year after year, century after century. You will still have to live in fear and be careful to prevent yourself from losing your mind and falling into the hands of the enemy. What will you do? This time, Silver Shadow Man was silent for a long time. I can see that, Jade Star, Silver Shadow Man nodded slowly. His tone was slow and profound. In this regard, you are quite like Thor. Thor. Thales did not react for a moment. Who is Thor? Silver Shadow Man shook his head. You don't have to worry about me. He returned to his cold tone. I am already a dead man. My existence will not increase, and my departure will not be affected. I only do what I am willing to do, and what I want to do. That's all. Don't think of me as so pitiful, and don't think of me as so selfless and great. Thales stared at him in a daze. But Silver Shadow Man's tone immediately changed. But you are alive, young Jade Star. It is not time for you to join us yet. You should not die today, and you should not die here. His tone was a little dejected. In the end, we will have to part ways. The small cave was silent for a moment. I know. The prince sighed deeply and glanced at the expressionless Silver Shadow Man. But there will always be a way, right? Thales thought of something, and his eyes brightened. I might not be able to, but I know some people, some existences whose powers are beyond imagination. They are knowledgeable, and have sharp thoughts. Perhaps they will have a way. This time, Silver Shadow Man stared at him for a long time. It was so long that Thales could not hold it in anymore. You are not the only one who thinks this way, he said softly. The echo of his words rippled in Thales' ears. Silver Shadow Man did not look at him anymore. Instead, he slowly walked forward. As the silver light flowed around him, he appeared even more unique and dazzling. But just like how the Iron Blood King's deeds were the beginning of mankind's rise, here, the Iron Blood King's curse is also the source of all disasters. Silver Shadow Man raised his head. His deep facial features stared at the sealed, tightly locked, dark, and monotonous rock walls around him. The source of everything. Silver Shadow Man shook his head slowly. If you know how much the wizards have paid in order to get rid of this curse and get rid of the effects it brings, if you know how many so-called powerful, knowledgeable, and sharp-witted people have tried to get close to this curse and unravel its secrets. And how many geniuses among them have been lost on this path? They have gone mad on this path, and they have broken down along the way, and during this process, they have evolved, hastened, and brought about many evil consequences. Many of these consequences still torment the people of the world, and even today, I am afraid that they will not say such words so easily. Thales listened to Silver Shadowman's narration in silence with a puzzled gaze, but he could not understand Silver Shadowman's words at all. What does he mean? A kind heart might not necessarily bear good results. Silver Shadowman's words became stern and blunt. Some soil is destined to grow the flower of extreme evil. They sank into silence again. Is that so? Thales lowered his head and did not say a word. He only sighed faintly. Neither of them spoke until the light on Silver Shadowman's face flickered slightly. But, if you really want to do something. Silver Shadowman stared at him, slowly raised his right arm, and clenched his fist lightly. Go and prepare first. Thales forced a smile, raised his head, and sneered. Prepare for what? Silver Shadowman nodded slightly before he shook his head gently. Right now, you only have blood in you. Thales' smile disappeared. What do you mean? Only have blood in me? Silver Shadowman's dark facial features twitched. Young Jade Star, your mind is still childish. Your future is still unclear, and your understanding is far from enough. I heard what you said. Calamities still exist in the world, mercilessly harvesting lives, and brewing tragedies, am I right? Thales was slightly shocked. Ha! The light on Silver Shadowman's face flickered as he stared at Thales quietly. The prince suddenly felt that behind that silver face, there was probably a burning emotion that was far beyond his imagination. Tormund did not fulfill his promise. Silver Shadowman stared at Thales quietly and said slowly, but I can tell that he left hope for his descendants. Silver Shadowman gently spread his palm. A few silver rays appeared on it and flowed back and forth like a crystalline galaxy. It was amazing. There was a second of silence. Thales' pupils shrank slightly. Tormund. He mumbled, you mean, go? Silver Shadowman said faintly, but the echo in his voice was especially obvious, and Thales could not help but be shocked. Find the mission that belongs to your ancestors and family, take it, and become a man who can be entrusted to you. Silver Shadowman, who had a special status, moved his facial features slightly, as though he revealed the quietest smile. At that time, you will have the right to return and complete the long-cherished wish of Thor and me, which we failed to achieve at the last moment. The darkness in his eyes seemed to contain the profoundness of the entire world. At that time, you will have the right to end everything, and end the calamity, including this ancient curse. From the beginning to the end, you will have the right to end them. Thales stared at Silver Shadowman in this state. He seemed to have grasped something, but at the same time, he did not seem to understand anything. In the end, the prince furrowed his brows and shook his head honestly. I don't understand. Silver Shadowman swayed slightly, and the silver light on his face rippled. Then I hope that you will never understand. Thales was a little surprised. Silver Shadowman slowly raised the flowing silver light on his right palm and watched as the light on it gathered back into his body. Young Jade Star. He walked forward slowly and got closer to Thales while he said airily, thank you for giving me a few precious, interesting, and happy hours in the dark where there is no scale, no end, no future, and no direction. Although, I will soon forget. Return to the past. Thales stared at the man. The emotions in his heart were complicated and indescribable. In the next moment, Silver Shadowman placed his right palm on Thales' face. He leaned forward and placed his forehead, which was formed by silver light, on Thales' forehead. He stared at him quietly. Thales only felt a slight chill at the center of his forehead, where the silver light flowed past. He stared blankly at Silver Shadowman, who was staring at him with a profound gaze. He felt that the man before him shone with a silver light that he could not look at directly, and he had to squint his eyes. But his eyes were incomparably deep. Thales had never looked into the eyes of this extraordinary Silver Shadowman at such a close distance. He even had an illusion that the man's pitch-black eyes seemed to contain all the stars in the universe. May the mountains accommodate your footsteps. May the earth bless your journey. The light on Silver Shadowman's body lit up. With each syllable, the silver light on his body trembled. At that moment, Thales heard a faint ringing in his ears. Asterisk beep, asterisk it was lighter and gentler than any of the previous times. It was as if there was no sound. May you never be lost. When the last few syllables fell, Thales felt the gentle ringing in his ears gradually disappear. In the next second, the light on Silver Shadowman's body suddenly dimmed. Before Thales could react, Silver Shadowman let go of him. The cool sensation on his forehead disappeared. What is this? Thales stared at the man in a daze. But Silver Shadowman only shook his head and did not answer. Thank you. Silver Shadowman continued to face him quietly. Thank you for bringing her greetings. In the next moment, before Thales could snap out of his daze, Silver Shadowman turned around and walked towards the seamless, pitch-black rock wall. The silver footsteps behind him shone brilliantly, as always. The souls of the deceased will not disturb you anymore. Turn around and move forward. You will find a way out. Forget today and return to your life. Silver Shadowman's words echoed in Thales' ears. A thought appeared in Thales' heart. He had a feeling that this was his farewell. An inexplicable impulse drove the prince to take 2 steps forward and shout at Silver Shadowman's back. He shouted at Silver Shadowman's back, "Will we meet again?" Silver Shadowman's footsteps paused slightly. The light on his body trembled slightly. "Of course," he said softly. At that moment, the silver light suddenly flowed to the top of Silver Shadowman's head and turned into a line of words. He's lying. Thales was stunned. Silver Shadowman stood where he was, as if he still did not notice the abnormality above his head. One day, we will definitely meet again in hell, just like all the souls who rest in peace. Not here, in a curse of last resort. Young Jade Star. Silver Shadowman took a step forward again and walked back the way he came. His body, which was formed by light, slowly fused into the rock wall. The silver light flickered and turned into words again. He's still lying. Thales watched Silver Shadowman's body sink into the rock strata in a daze. He watched as the silver light gradually dimmed. The silver light also dimmed, and it continued to form a line of words. You will not meet again. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Finally, Silver Shadowman's body completely disappeared from the rock wall. The silver light faded away, and it could no longer be seen. The almost dim silver light spilled out its final words in the air before it disappeared without a trace. Farewell. In the next second, Thales' vision turned black. The entire cave sank into complete darkness after Silver Shadowman left. Thales was left alone, and he returned to the lonely and silent darkness. He faced the cold air, the stiff rock strata, and the endless silence. Thales could not see anything in the darkness. But he still stared in the direction where Silver Shadowman left with a stupefied expression, until a strange feeling rose in his heart. Not long ago, Silver Shadowman threw a heavy punch, manifested in armor, and mocked him in a relaxed manner. It was as if that scene was still fresh in his mind. I am a dead man to begin with. On the first day I opened my eyes here, I can only stay here, until I am destroyed together with it. Leave the rest to me. it has been a long time, so long that I can't remember how long it has been, thank you. In the darkness where there is no scale, no end, no future, and no direction, you have given me a few precious, interesting, and happy hours, even though I will soon forget them. In the end, we will part ways. Of course, one day, we will definitely be able to be like all the souls who rest in peace. Goodbye. Thales clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He felt an urge surge into his heart and seep into his veins. Asterisk bang. Asterisk his arm crashed into the solid rock wall. But Thales did not notice it at all. He opened his mouth with great difficulty and whispered in the endless darkness, but I will remember it. It was still dark and silent around him. Only his soft murmurs could be heard. There was no response. Even if you have forgotten everything, Thales lowered his head and resisted the desire to turn around. He whispered in the pitch-black cave, or cease to exist. At least, there is still one person in the world who will remember what you did here. He seemed to be saying this to himself. But he hoped that this could be conveyed to his back, to the other end of the rock stratum, and to the other end of the lonely night. To the person who could not rest in peace after death, but still smiled as he watched alone in the eternal night, some starlight glimmers. Did you hear that? In the bottomless darkness, the prince, who was in a bad mood, took a long breath and resisted the strange feeling in his nose. Rikaru, Aiksen. Or cease to exist. At least, there is still one person in the world who will remember what you did here. He seemed to be saying this to himself. But he hoped that this could be conveyed to his back, to the other end of the rock stratum, and to the other end of the lonely night. To the person who could not rest in peace after death, but still smiled as he watched alone in the eternal night, some starlight glimmers. Did you hear that? In the bottomless darkness, the prince, who was in a bad mood, took a deep breath and resisted the strange feeling in his nose. Rikaru, Aiksen. Or cease to exist. At least, there is still one person in the world who will remember what you did here. He seemed to be saying this to himself. Chapter 370. Once again, Thales sensed something in surprise. Time slowed down. In his slow-motion vision, he could see everything clearly. Nicholas shouted. His face was filled with shock and anger. Monty, on the other hand, strode forward with a fierce expression. He maintained the posture of extending his right arm and rushed towards the teenager. 3 throwing knives spun in the air in front of his right arm and flew towards Thales. As he stared at the 3 flying knives that he could not avoid, Thales' heart trembled. What to do? Looking at the unfavorable situation before him, Thales took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The air entered his lungs smoothly, breaking down and flowing, turning into energy in his blood. Wait a minute. Thales' pupils moved. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. He had just inhaled a mouthful of air, which took at least half a second. But everything in front of him, but in the slowed down time, there was no change. Thales exhaled again. He was surprised to see that the throwing knife in front of him had only moved less than an inch forward. As expected, his heart shook. This time, his breathing just now was slightly faster than the surrounding, slow movements. So, it's not just my mind that has become faster. Thales stared in shock at Monty, who was charging towards him. Is this the sin of Hell's River's new ability? But the feeling of weakness that followed made Thales realize that as he breathed faster than in slow motion, the sin of Hell's River in his body began to deplete rapidly. The power of eradication that he had accumulated with great difficulty after he recovered was almost empty. Obviously, the new ability did not come without a price. However, the current situation did not allow him to think too much. Thales cleared his mind and made up his mind. Not dodging or retreating would consume too much of his power of eradication, so he could not do it. Instead, he used Hell's senses to calculate the flying knife's trajectory, wind direction, and how the other party would dodge it. Then, Thales gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. The next moment, time returned to normal. Thales' vision blurred. He felt pain in his left hand and right shoulder, and the crossbow in his hand trembled at the same time. Clang! The crossbow of time dropped to the ground. Chee! This was the sound of a crossbow bolt entering flesh. Be careful! Nicholas' furious roar traveled into the air. Thales fell to the ground in pain. The increasingly intense soreness and hunger in his body made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Before his eyes, Monty had long since lost his balance and fell to the ground. Damn it, the Raven of Death cursed unwillingly. He pressed down on his left thigh with a pained expression. An arrow had penetrated deep into his flesh, and the shaft of the arrow was trembling. The weak prince trembled. Enduring the pain, he pulled out the short throwing knives from his arms and shoulders. He was still in a state of shock. In the nick of time, he had escaped death. This reaction and accuracy, by the side, Nicholas stared at the prince in surprise, as if he did not know him anymore. You still had this trick up your sleeve. Thales panted. He could not be bothered with the fact that his hand was still bleeding. He grabbed his crossbow and scrambled away from the spot. Leave Monty's attack range. The frightened prince ran to a safe area and wiped the sweat off his forehead with lingering fear. He only felt that he was hungry, and the soreness was unbearable. So, you finally stopped pretending, didn't you? Your loyalty doesn't only belong to the Secret Intelligence Department, right? As he spoke, Thales could no longer hold it in. He staggered to the side of the warhorse Monty left behind, took out a bag of jerky, and stuffed it into his mouth. This was probably the after-effect of using the sin of Hell's River to stimulate his vitality just now, when the teenager tore off a piece of jerky with his mouth full of food. Ah! Monty raised his head and glared at Thales in anger. Damn brat! Thales bit off the lid of the leather water skin and swallowed the jerky with the help of the water. He then smiled as if he was deep in thought. I see, I was wondering, so he already knew about the Raven of Death. You were the one who told him. Monty endured the pain in his thigh and had a fierce look on his face. What? You know about Adele and Merc? Thales shook his head in resignation. He felt that his stomach had at least filled up a little. So, he only found out about the Archduchess' birth from you. The Secret Intelligence Department planned to rescue me through you. He also found out about this through you. As the prince spoke, the Raven of Death's gaze became even fiercer. The Star Killer was even more puzzled. Thales thought of something and furrowed his brows. So, he came because of this, to use me to break out of the situation. Damn it. The prince swallowed the last mouthful of food. There was a rather vexed and indignant look on his face. To think that I was fooled by him. I thought that I was tricked into coming out, and I regretted it for a long time. Nicholas' dissatisfied question came from the other side. What are you talking about, young prince? Thales ignored him and only shook his head. Thales' face was filled with displeasure, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. As far as I know, there is only one person in this world who hates me so much that he doesn't want me to speak. Thales' face was filled with displeasure, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. As far as I know, there is only one person in this world who hates me so much that he doesn't want me to speak. The Prince of Constellation sighed. So, in the end, this is a fight between him and me. So, Raven of Death, Triple Agent. Thales gave Monty a friendly and amiable smile. Send my regards to King Chapman. Nicholas was stunned. And Monty, who was on the ground, became even more ferocious. He pounded the ground fiercely. F***ck. Finally, the three of them tore off the last bit of their disguise under the sun and exposed themselves to the other two people's gazes. In the next second, Thales walked slowly to Nicholas' steed and took out the luggage on the saddle. There were food, water, and money pouch. He transferred them to his own steed. The Star Killer's expression changed. "Hey, you, show." Thales raised his index finger to his lips and interrupted him in displeasure. He also stuffed the last piece of bread Nicholas gave him into his own saddle bag. Then, before the other two people's widened eyes, the prince listened attentively, followed the sound, and walked into a crack in the rock. He led out another horse, Monty's steed. F***ck. Monty's face turned pale. "Show." Thales shook his head in displeasure. He flipped over the bag of arrows in front of Monty and stuffed them into his luggage. "The supplies and belongings for 3 people should be enough," he said to himself. He bent down in front of the stream and filled 3 water skins. The 2 men beside the rock and on the ground were too injured to get up. They could only watch Thales do all of this. "Damn it, brat, come up here if you dare." Monty dragged his heavily injured thigh strenuously and said fiercely, "I'll definitely." Thales did not let him continue. The teenager smiled and shook his head. "How about this, I'll tell you a story." The Star Killer and the Raven of Death looked at him ferociously. It was obvious that they did not want to hear any stories. But the prince was still at ease. He said leisurely, "One day, 2 men passed by the land of barren rocks. Each of them dropped something, and they panicked." Thales walked forward step by step. He walked to a corner and bent down. At that moment, a prince suddenly appeared. He extended his hands to the 2 men kindly and asked, "Don't panic. Come, take a closer look." "What you dropped?" Nicholas and Monty's expressions changed. Thales straightened his back and walked to the 3 horses. He raised the 2 legendary anti-mystic equipment with a smile. "Is it the blade in my left hand, or the crossbow in my right?" Time seemed to have stopped. Both of them stared at Thales. The prince himself did not seem to feel anything. He even happily swung the rising sun saber and the crossbow of time in his hands. A few seconds later, Nicholas was furious. He glared at Thales and gritted his teeth. F***ck. Monty's gaze was hostile. He tacitly took over the Star Killer's words. "Your mother." This time, it was Thales' expression that changed. "Wrong answer." Thales stopped smiling and frowned. That prince said angrily, "You're all dishonest." Thales shook his head seriously. These things, he first tied the rising sun saber to his waist, then hung the crossbow of time on the saddle. He flashed a bright smile. "They're obviously mine." As he stared at their expressions, Thales happily untied the reins, stepped on the stirrups, and got on his steed. The horse did not resist his ride. It seemed that ever since Silver Shadowman gave him that blessing at the foot of the mountain, horses rarely rejected him. Thales snorted, looked at the sky, and smiled in a relieved manner. "You know." Thales exhaled and touched the quiver on the saddle. "I can raise the crossbow now and shoot all of you to death here." "Humph," Nicholas said coldly. "Try it." Monty was silent and focused on dealing with his leg injury. Thales rode on the horse and looked at the 2 heavily injured men in front of him. He suddenly smiled. "No." The prince shook his head. "Do you know what's the difference between me and you?" The Star Killer and the Raven of Death paused slightly. Thales looked at the Star Killer. "Nicholas, 6 years ago, I was indeed the one who brought disaster to Dragon Cloud City and brought you the humiliation of the White Blade Guards, but I was also the one who led you in counterattacking and chased Lampard out of Dragon Cloud City." Nicholas snorted coldly. Our enmity is indeed a little complicated. When Thales talked about the past, he felt a little sentimental. But it's okay. During the 6 years I was in Heroic Spirit Palace, we should have settled all our enmity. So, from now on, we don't owe each other anything. Nicholas looked at him coldly. In your dreams. Thales snickered. But his expression immediately became stern. He extended his hand and drew out the rising sun saber. But this saber, Thales stared at the golden saber in silence. Nicholas' expression tensed. The next moment, Thales suddenly raised his hand and threw the rising sun saber far away. Nicholas and Monty were both shocked. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the saber fell beside Nicholas' feet. The Star Killer stared at the saber under his feet in a daze. He did not react for a long time. What are you doing? Nicholas raised his head and asked through gritted teeth, pretending to be generous. No, I'm not that noble. The bones in my body that you broke are still hurting. Thales sighed and straightened his face. But this is the proof of the battle between you and Tolja, and also the weapon you used to protect Dragoncloud City. Your real enemy is not me, especially after I leave. Instead of wasting time and energy on me, why don't you think about how to take back the saber that belongs to you? So, protect her well. Thales revealed a faint smile. Even if it's for Dragoncloud City. Nicholas' expression froze. The prince turned to the Raven of Death. Monty, we haven't known each other for long. Thales looked at the man laboriously breaking the crossbow bolt, a little amused. I have to say, no matter what your original intentions were, it's all thanks to your skillful scouting skills that I was able to escort me out of Dragoncloud City's pursuit. Monty furrowed his brows tightly. Thales sighed. But you shot me a few throwing knives just now, then. The prince patted the crossbow on the saddle and revealed a mischievous smile. I'm not returning this crossbow to you. Monty's expression changed. Exasperated, he gritted his teeth and cursed, F***ck off. Ha ha ha. Thales laughed heartily. Nicholas watched all of this and curled up the corners of his lips slightly. A few seconds later, Thales slowly stopped laughing. You said that you live in the dark, and to survive, you don't care about who you're loyal to, but you remind me of someone. He seemed to be deep in thought, and his gaze was profound. A damn Camion. The Raven of Death gritted his teeth. Go to hell. Believe me, Lampard is not a good employer. He's too harsh on himself. Thales pointed to the east and shifted his gaze. So, one day in the future, when you're at your wit's end again, why don't you come to me? Maybe I'll give you a good price. Monty's gaze shifted. Thales stared at him seriously. Remember, this is a promise from me, Thales Jade Star. Monty did not speak. So, farewell. The prince shrugged and bared his front teeth at the two of them. Let's part ways. The moment he finished speaking, Thales swung the reins and whipped the other two mounts, driving them away. Wait. Thales' arm froze for a moment. Monty panted and raised his head. The desert is very dangerous. Heat, lack of water, sandstorms, getting lost, enemies, any one of these can kill you. Thales frowned slightly. I'm the only one who knows how to contact the person from the Secret Intelligence Department in the desert. The Raven of Death gritted his teeth and said with a trembling voice, why don't you tie me up and bring me along? I'm already so injured anyway, at least don't leave me here. Thales pondered for a while as he listened to his words. He turned his head to look to the south. There was only endless barren rocks on the horizon. If you ask me, Nicholas said coldly, you'll definitely die if you enter the Great Desert alone. But bring him along. The Star Killer said sarcastically, you'll die even faster. Monty glared at him. What do you think? You'll give me a good price. The Raven of Death stared at him. Then how about we start now? Thales sighed. All right, your words make me hesitate. Monty's eyes brightened. But Thales smiled again. But someone told me that there's a good way to overcome my hesitation. Monty's expression froze. That is, Thales waved his hand at him cheerfully. Don't give yourself the chance to hesitate. The next moment, Thales' expression was solemn. He lashed the reins on his horse's body. Asterisk clip-clop, 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 asterisk as the sound of the horse's hooves rose, the Prince of Constellation galloped towards the endless horizon. He left Eksted's borders completely. He ran towards his freedom. Only the two of them were left staring at each other in bewilderment. It felt like a long time had passed. Monty sucked in a sharp breath. He dragged his injured thigh and looked at Nicholas with a solemn expression. Damn it. Monty stared at the rising sun saber by Nicholas' feet and frowned. You're really close to him. The Star Killer also stared back at him coldly. The next moment, Nicholas endured the pain in his shoulder and exerted force in his legs. He kicked the rising sun saber into the air and grabbed it with his right hand. The Raven of Death grunted in pain and fell limply on the rock behind him. The Star Killer took a deep breath and swung the golden saber accurately. He used the hot blade to cut open the arrow and freed himself from the rock. Nicholas gritted his teeth and staggered forward. Tell me, old friend. His right hand trembled slightly as he held the saber. He pointed at Monty on the ground. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Do you want to barbecue, or cut it raw? The Raven of Death stared at him with an embarrassed expression. Can't I? No. Nicholas walked in front of him and interrupted him coldly. Monty sighed and closed his eyes in resignation. Nicholas slowly raised the saber. At that moment, asterisk whoosh, asterisk the sound of wind came. A figure suddenly appeared behind the Star Killer. Nicholas' expression changed. He immediately turned around and swung his saber. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Nicholas was shocked. His blade missed its target. There was no one behind him. The figure disappeared. What? But before the Star Killer could react, that figure appeared next to him again. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the Star Killer's arm clashed with the ambusher's fist. The ambusher was not fast, but the accuracy and angle of his attack were far beyond Nicholas' imagination, especially his next punch. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the ambusher hit the wound on Nicholas' left arm. Nicholas gritted his teeth and grunted. His movements became sluggish, and the enemy punched him again, hitting the arrow wound on the right side of his chest. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the Star Killer's arm trembled. The saber fell from his hand, and he knelt on one knee. But Nicholas no longer had the energy to care about his saber. He was breathing heavily. He recognized the enemy in front of him in shock and anger. He remembered his skills, his figure, and Nicholas raised his head abruptly. At that moment, the Star Killer lost his composure like never before. His face was ferocious, and he cried out in anguish, You! But in the face of such raging hatred, the other party did not respond. He only shook his head slowly. When you eat, you use your right hand, right? His voice was hoarse, and his tone was low, as if he was talking to himself. Nicholas shuddered slightly. He stared at the newcomer. The resentment and hatred in his eyes seemed to want to drown the entire world. He roared, as if he wanted to shout until his throat broke, It's you, but in the next moment, the enemy's hand struck the side of his jaw. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Nicholas' angry and indignant roar came to an abrupt halt. Under the heavy blow, the famous star killer fell to the ground in a dejected manner. He lost consciousness. Under the setting sun, the ambusher who knocked Nicholas down with one move slowly turned around and faced the Raven of Death. But at that moment, Monty stared at the newcomer with a dumbfounded expression, as if he had forgotten his pain. You? He only stared at the uninvited guest in a daze, as if he had been struck by lightning. A few seconds later, Monty sighed and closed his eyes. It's you. When did you come? The newcomer was silent. He did not answer, and he did not pay any attention to the dying Raven of Death. He only raised his head slowly and looked towards the south. The first rule, the ambusher said slowly. Monty suddenly opened his eyes. What? The Raven of Death stared at him in surprise. So, you've been following us since then. And I didn't notice it all along the way. He sized up the newcomer in shock. The ambusher did not speak. It was as if he should not speak. I understand now. Finally, Monty sighed and shook his head, as if he had been relieved. How could Spiky and his Archduchess guards catch up to me? So you were the one who lured him here. You didn't have the confidence to defeat me, the Raven of Death said dejectedly. So, you lured him here on purpose and waited for us to both be injured. Monty laughed in a seemingly mocking manner. He lowered his head desolately and did not speak anymore. The ambusher was still silent. A few seconds later, the uninvited guest slowly opened his mouth and repeated his first sentence. The first rule. This time, there was a strange undulation in his voice. Monty frowned. What? In the next second, the ambusher suddenly attacked. Asterisk bang. Asterisk he struck Monty's neck with his palm. The Raven of Death did not even have time to finish speaking before he fell to the ground and fainted. The ambusher did not even look at the Star Killer and Nicholas on the ground. Instead, he slowly turned around and looked towards the south. He looked towards the end of his field of vision. Chapter 371. Early in the morning, somewhere in the desert. When the first rays of dawn pushed aside the darkness on the horizon, a monster, who was tightly wrapped in clothes and thick cloth, moved in the shelter under a huge rock and climbed up clumsily. But it did not wake up naturally. In the darkness, the monster stretched out its thick limbs and yawned tiredly. It peeled its head and face out of the thick cloth and took a deep breath. The sky was bright. The teenager, who was wrapped in clothes, stretched his hand out of the huge rock in a hazy state. A gust of cold wind immediately blew past his palm, making him shudder. It's really cold. Thales, who had wrapped himself up tightly, shivered and rubbed his hands together. He touched the fire he had painstakingly started with flint and dried twigs last night, but it had been extinguished at some point in time. He shook his head with lingering fear. Next time, I can't spend the night on such a high sand dune. The wind is too strong, even with rocks to shelter me from the wind. So the prince thought, and leaned against the rock behind him in a daze, in the dim light of day. He looked at the endless desert from afar. It took him 30 seconds to completely wake up from his drowsiness. During Thales' 6 years of studying in Dragon Cloud City, almost every scholar who was lucky enough to go to Heroic Spirit Palace to teach the two students with prominent statuses would describe the Great Desert as hot, scorching, or other similar words. The truth was, only half of the time, it was deadly hot. The other half of the time, its nights were cold enough to store ice or freeze Thales to death. Damn it. Thales shrank his body and thought resentfully, they must have heard it from someone else. Serves the Northlanders right for not being able to enter the Great Desert. Thales sighed with emotion. He raised his gaze and took in the small canyon under the huge rock, as well as the endless sand dunes not far away. Nature was the most wonderful painter. Under the crimson horizon, the rolling sand dunes were dyed golden. The curves were elegant and smooth, like the buttocks and back of a beauty lying lazily on her side. It gave people an indescribable sense of gentleness. However, Thales was the only one who knew the merciless truth hidden under this refreshing and beautiful scenery. The sun rose, and the coldness of the night gradually disappeared. There were still a few hours left before the scorching heat of noon. This was the precious time he had to travel. Thales opened his luggage and checked his inventory. A piece of cheese and 2 rolls. And the last bag of water. He sighed. Thales pursed his dry lips and suppressed his slight hunger. He stuffed the cheese back into his luggage. He took out what was left of the bread and silently chewed on it in the quiet morning to replenish the energy he needed for the morning. Before he found another water source, he couldn't eat too much, as it would make his body water deplete faster. When he thought of this, the pressure in Thales' heart suddenly increased. Thales got up and dug a sandpit not far from the camp. He uncovered a piece of sackcloth and took out a few stones from it. He was glad to find that the bottom half of the stones were cold and wet. The prince treated them like lovers. He happily opened his mouth and sucked on the moisture on them. The taste was a little strange, but he could get some water from them without using up precious water. Why not? But water shortage was not the only threat. Thales tested the temperature around him and quietly took off his clothes to keep him warm for the night. He tied up his luggage and extended his hand into the bonfire, which only had a little bit of warmth left. He blackened the upper half of his face, especially the area around his eyes. When Thales, who had been walking in the endless desert for a day, realized that his vision was starting to blur, the panic in his heart almost overflowed his chest. Then he remembered this method. It was said that the Northland hunters in the day before the bitter cold winter would occasionally use this method to avoid snow blindness that could be caused by wandering too long in the white snow. Thales dared to swear on his experience in the desert for the past 3 days that this method was equally effective in the desert. After Thales finished blackening his face, he unfolded the piece of sackcloth used to collect water and tied it to the top of his head. He tied his hair and temples tightly. Although Thales did not think that the desert was very hot, even though everyone had told him that the biggest threat in the desert was heat, the headscarf should more or less be of some help, be it to keep out the sun or to keep out the wind. From the leggings to the cuffs, he carefully checked his clothes. He took out the black cloth that Jayla gave him and used it as a mask to cover his mouth and nose. Only his eyes were exposed. He carried his luggage and the crossbow of time, grabbed 2 tree branches that he used as walking sticks, and confirmed that the direction in which the sun rose was to his left. May everything go well today. Let me find a water source, or help. With that thought in mind, the prince took a deep breath and walked out of the shelter. He was done with his preparations and was just short of wrapping himself up as a surprise gift. The wind immediately blew against his face, bringing with it the coldness of the night. He could not help but narrow his eyes. There was a large sand dune in front of him. Thales carefully circled around its center and searched for a gentle slope that was far away but had a small slope. He tried his best to avoid the direction of the wind and went up it diagonally. He crossed this sand dune and foolishly went up and down in a straight line on his first day in the desert. After climbing over 2 sand dunes, he was panting and his legs were numb. Now, Thales had finally learned his lesson. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, asterisk the wind and sand blew against his back. Tiny grains of sand hit the sackcloth beside his ears and made a buzzing sound. Thales used the strength of his walking stick to move forward step by step. When he encountered a high slope, he would take a detour, and when he encountered a gentle slope, he would proceed cautiously. The sun gradually rose, and the cold desert gradually warmed up. Occasionally, he would turn his head to look around, but all he could see was yellow sand. He could only hear the wind whistling past his ears. There was no sign of any birds or beasts. Even if there were plants, there were only short shrubs and deep-rooted drought willows. They lay lifelessly on the sand. Thales was still the only person in the vast sand dunes that he could see. There was no sign of human habitation. There were not even animal carcasses. At least they could remind him of the danger here and replace the dreariness with wariness. Thales shook his head and tried to hum a little tune. He thought about some pleasant things. The prince, who had been trapped by the high wall for 6 years, had read quite a number of Wanderer's notes. He knew that in such an extremely harsh environment, the most fatal thing was not the threats from the outside world, but the mental pressure brought about by loneliness and panic. Nothing could destroy a person more than isolation and loneliness. This was Thales' 4th day in the desert. He did not know when he entered the Great Desert. It seemed that there was no particularly obvious boundary between Extet's city of faraway prayers and the famous Great Desert. For example, there was a boundary stone with the words Extet border or travelers are prohibited written on it. In fact, after happily parting ways with the other two, Thales rode for a day. The first place he entered was the rocky desert, which was almost identical to the land of barren rocks. It was full of exposed rocks. There were huge bedrock everywhere, and the terrain occasionally rose and fell. His field of vision was extremely wide. There were not too many low shrubs, which deceived Thales' eyes, making him think that the great desert was not in front of him yet. I have to continue walking. He tore open the dried meat in his mouth and told himself that he should be able to find someone to receive him at the junction. Thanks to Silver Shadowman's blessing, Thales could sense the direction he was going. He was heading south, and he was gradually reaching the end of the slightly higher rock strata in the north. The vegetation began to decrease, the temperature brought by the sun slowly increased, and his lips became drier by the day. As he traveled further, he no longer saw the bare bedrock in front of him. Instead, he began to see gravel the size of a pot lid in fists. Fortunately, the quality of Northland's warhorse's hooves was excellent, so Thales did not have to suffer the pain of trudging. However, Thales passed by an abandoned settlement that was empty. He shook his head in disappointment when he saw an abandoned well, and the strong Northland warhorses showed a reluctance to continue moving forward that could not be ignored. When the reins in his hands became increasingly difficult to control, the second prince, who had been mumbling about geography along the way, suddenly realized that he had entered an uninhabited area. He had unknowingly entered a no-man's land. Half a day later, rather than wasting his strength to drag a horse that constantly wanted to fall back and force his way forward, Thales reluctantly took the necessary supplies and let the horse go. He broke off 2 thick branches and sharpened them into walking sticks. He used one to carry his luggage, and the other to help him walk. He moved forward with difficulty. The ground under his feet was still hard, and the boundless Gobi Desert was still in front of him. However, the wind was getting stronger, and the temperature was getting hotter. As he quickened his pace, Thales frowned and realized that the gravel under his feet was getting thinner. His footsteps on the ground were no longer crisp and clear. 10 hours later, at dusk, he raised his head after he was stingy with water. Only then did he realize to his surprise that regardless of whether he raised his head or looked back, everything around him was already covered in yellow sand. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the Great Desert. Thales stared blankly at everything in front of him and thought so. The problem was, where was the person to receive him from the Secret Intelligence Department? Did he miss someone, or did he go the wrong way? Thales hesitated for a long time as he looked back at the road he came from, but he was at a loss. In the end, he decided to continue moving forward. He would head southeast according to the direction in his memory to look for an oasis and the supply line for the Constellation Army. Before this, Gleeward and Kurtz in Dragon Cloud City seemed to have predicted that he would not stop even if he escaped out of the city. They had long since prepared an outfit suitable for the journey for the prince. Monty's two mounts were obviously related to the Secret Intelligence Department. The luggage on the saddle was filled with the necessary items to cross the desert: water, bread, salt, flint, as well as thick clothes and ropes. There were also the 2 walking sticks he broke on the way. Thales felt good for a while after he finished checking his luggage. However, the hellish journey of the next day told him that he was wrong. Thales had underestimated the Great Desert. It was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The loose sand on the ground seemed harmless, but in fact, it was an obstacle that made it difficult to walk. With every step he took, he would sink into a pit. When he climbed up the slope, he would often slide toward his heels. It was even more difficult to deal with than the snowy ground in the north during winter. Thales even felt that he did not walk more than 10 miles on the first day. The wind in the desert was strong and rapid. If Thales was not careful, he would be blown off his feet. There was once when he was climbing up the slope, he was blown off. He rolled and screamed as he went down the sand dune. His 10 minutes of climbing were all in vain. After that, Thales made up his mind to never walk up high slopes or straight up sand dunes again. It would be best if he walked along the ripples in the sand. If he could not get past the wind would not be able to get past him. The terrain in the desert was not flat. Not only were there undulating sand dunes, he would also encounter huge sandstones and steep canyons from time to time. After Thales painstakingly explored the bottom of a canyon, he felt that it would be better for him to stay away from them. Just like that, he moved forward. The first day, the first night, the second day, the second night, he walked all the way until now. The 4th day in the desert. It was still the 4th day without any signs of human habitation. Step by step, Thales narrowed his eyes and tried his best to move forward. He counted the number of steps he took, and every once in a while, he would remove his water skin and take a sip of water to moisten his mouth. He did not know how long he had been walking. The sun was getting higher, and the surroundings were getting hotter. He could even feel that his skin was covered in sweat under his headscarf. Wrapped in his clothes, it was sticky, wet, stuffy, and uncomfortable. But he could not take it off. He could not. Thales resisted the urge to vomit. He held on to his staff and walked down a slope facing the wind. When he was leeward, he turned around and looked around. He could not help but frown. He felt that he had gone astray. Damn it! He cursed in his heart and stuck his staff into the sand. He looked at the shadow cast by the staff on the ground, turned around, found a stone, and placed it on top of the shadow. On the first day after he entered the desert and suffered enough, Thales encountered another problem that made things worse. The amazing sense of direction he obtained after he entered the black track made Thales so happy that he thought that he would never be lost again. However, this amazing ability failed after he entered the Great Desert. He could no longer sense the terrain under his feet or the direction ahead of him. It seems that no matter how omnipotent the power and existence is, there will still be problems of not acclimatizing to the environment. Thales thought wearily. While the sun was not strong and the sand was not hot, he sat down to rest for a while. How long more do I have to walk before I meet reinforcements? Will I die here? This is bad. F***ck. Thales shook his head and patted his cheeks to calm down his impatience. Don't think about it, don't think about it, don't think about it. Thales told himself, reach the next destination first, then think about the next step. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to find the place. The pressure would be too great and he would break down first. In fact, because he had not seen any signs of human habitation for a long time, there was no communication, and the scenery was monotonous. The prince now felt that he was already a little abnormal. His reaction began to slow down, and his vision began to become fixed. And his emotions became unstable. Thales chuckled and shook his head. No, he could not give up. He had to adjust himself until he found a way out. The funny thing was, on the first day, Thales did not think that the desert was that dangerous. He followed the vegetation that was not very sparse at that time and found a small, shallow pool under a huge rock at dusk. The edge of the pool was full of life. There were even a few jackals gathered in a narrow corner by the pool. They took a sip, turned their heads, and drank water vigilantly but inefficiently. At that time, Thales was overjoyed. He felt that at least he had used his newbie's luck. He happily slid down the sand dune to fill his water bag. When he slid to the edge of the pool, his legs gave way, and his legs sank into the quicksand. The more the panicked Thales struggled, the tighter and deeper he sank. At one point, he sank down to his waist. Thales' heart turned cold. At that time, he understood why the jackals gathered in that narrow corner. They were stingy with their water and were unwilling to approach the seemingly wide pool. Only God knew how much despair the teenager felt at that time. If Thales had not used the sin of Hell's River in time to calm himself down, give up struggling, and lay his body flat to prevent himself from sinking, the first heir of Constellation would have long since died in the desert. That day, with trembling hands, he took out the crossbow from his back, tied a rope to it, and shot at a strange tree in the distance. He even shot twice, but his hand was too shaky the first time. Then, he pulled himself up while trembling. While the jackals howled in dissatisfaction, Thales occupied their safe corner with lingering fear. He trembled as he filled his water bag with great difficulty. This was the first time Thales discovered the dangers of the desert. Thales, who had rested enough under the sand dune, sighed and brought his thoughts back to the present. He grabbed the second stone and placed it on top of the shadow of the staff, which had moved quite a distance. It connected to the first stone. Thales looked at the path he came from. He frowned and compared it with the line connecting the two stones. It's a little off. I have to correct it. He corrected his direction to the southeast, grabbed the staff he used to orient himself, and set off again. Huff. Huff, the sandstorm grew stronger. This was another threat in the desert. Thales gritted his teeth and climbed over a sand dune under the cover of a fishy smell and damp heat. He raised his right palm to cover his eyes and looked for a place with lush vegetation that could serve as a shade, and possibly a source of water. Noon soon arrived. He had to be ready for the next step of resting. He still remembered that on the first noon when he entered the desert, he chose to set up camp at the bottom of a large sand dune to rest to avoid the scorching sun and merciless sandstorm. However, when Thales woke up from his afternoon nap, he tasted sand in his mouth the moment he turned his head. Filled with fear and panic, he spat and got up. He was horrified to find that during the 2 hours he had been resting with his eyes closed, the sandstorm had already submerged his legs, and would soon cover his hands. If he had slept for another half an hour, Thales learned from then on that unless he wanted to find a free grave in the desert, he should never choose a place that was too low to rest. The prince silently recalled the many lessons he had learned during the past few days of suffering and torture. He found a place to rest, a small tree beside a steep slope. Thales took another small sip of water and continued moving forward. He moved forward with great difficulty. He could feel that the water in his body was rapidly draining away. As the sun rose higher and his surroundings became hotter, the amount of energy and nutrients he needed to move would increase exponentially. Rest, Thales thought solemnly. He forced himself to focus on the goal in front of him. He needed to rest and avoid the hottest few hours. The sandstorm continued. Thales watched as the yellow sand under his feet was slowly peeled away. He finally reached his destination after counting more than 800 steps. He hid in the shade of the tree to avoid the scorching sun. Feeling the rapid drop in temperature, he sighed and took off his headscarf and mask. Thales was ready to take an afternoon nap, but he was not in a hurry to find an empty space. Instead, he carefully grabbed his cane and knocked on the ground to push away the stones around him. It would be best if the stones were further away from him. Thales did not forget that the first friend he made in the desert was a rattlesnake. On the second day he entered the desert, when he was resting under the shade of a tree, he sat down on the ground in exhaustion. He pushed his left hand backward and pressed against a slippery and cold object. That thing quickly leaped up from behind the stone. She bit him on the forearm. Thales was scared out of his wits. The rattlesnake was obviously very dissatisfied with someone disturbing its afternoon nap. If Thales had not just experienced the bone-piercing cold of the first night and wrapped himself up tightly like a maniac, that bite would have probably killed him, although Thales did not know whether it was poisonous or not. Thales recalled the frightening journey that day and subconsciously touched his left arm. The tear on the three-layered sleeve was still carefully sweeping away the stones around it. Sure enough, after a larger slab-like stone was lifted, the new friend ran out in dissatisfaction. Thales frowned and looked at the black sand scorpion that was half the size of a palm. He looked at its pair of terrifyingly large pincers and inconspicuous stinger on its tail. He extended his cane, ignored its protest, and chased the sand scorpion far away. He sat down, panting, and took out his water skin and the last of his food. Everything in front of him seemed to have not changed. Just as the old crow said, there were only three things in the desert: the sun, sand, and sand. Thales suddenly understood why the old crow mentioned sand twice. Everything he saw over the past few days told him that this was a world that was completely different from what he usually knew. A teenager who grew up in the slums of the city and was used to the streets and castles could not imagine such a world. When he recalled the countless dangers he encountered in just 3 days, Thales could not help but shrink his body. Here, the heat was as deadly as the cold. Day and night were both terrifying. Here, life and danger appeared at the same time. The side of the pool, which was the source of life, was often the place where most animals were buried. Here, he rarely saw living creatures. Even if he did, their habits had changed a long time ago. The snakes in the desert never walked in a straight line. Instead, they folded themselves into waves and bounced horizontally like springs. The strange lizards dug into the sand, as if they had made up their mind not to go out until nightfall. The rats in the desert did not seem to need 4 legs, because they rarely walked normally. They preferred to touch the air and leap forward. The vultures that occasionally flashed across the sky did not seem to stop. They traveled long distances every day. The color of the spiders in the desert was indistinguishable from the sand. Here, he had to be humble. Thales recalled Hick's words. He had to relearn everything, such as the jackals by the pool. From then on, Thales learned to follow the footprints of the animals. At the very least, he would not make any major mistakes. Thales sighed, ate the last piece of cheese, and began to think about the most serious problem he faced. He ran out of food. It was not that the prince had never suffered from hunger before. His life in the abandoned house had never given him the experience of filling his stomach. But he was in the great desert. This was terrible. And his reinforcements were still nowhere to be seen. It was not that Thales had never tried to look for fruits from plants. In fact, he had indeed found fruits from a few strange plants on the leeward slope. He could not suppress his hunger until he saw a dried skeleton next to it. My God, Thales touched his forehead in pain. Who knew what else could be eaten in this desert? At this moment, he glanced to the side from the corner of his eye. The unlucky sand scorpion whose nest was occupied had not gone far. It was still poking and knocking on the ground, looking for its next nest. As he stared at the scorpion, Thales touched his hungry stomach and furrowed his eyebrows. Chapter 372. Thales sighed in frustration. In the next moment, Sand Scorpion realized that the destruction of its nest was not the worst thing that could happen to it. Above it, Thales' face was ferocious. He raised his staff and pressed it against the scorpion while he struggled with his thoughts. Finally, Thales swallowed painfully in his dry throat and made up his mind. He took out his JC knife and cut off the scorpion's stinger. As it struggled madly, he ended its life with a single slash. The desert god is merciful, the desert god is merciful. He picked up the sand scorpion that had died a heroic death and raised it before his eyes with an unpleasant expression. Thank you for your sacrifice. You saved the Jade Star royal family and Constellation's hero, he added in his heart. Strangely, Thales felt a lot more relaxed after he said those words. Perhaps it was because they had not spoken for a long time, but when he looked at the unconsciously twitching scorpion, he actually had a feeling that they were communicating. When he thought of this, Thales suddenly realized something. He did not dare to think anymore. He closed his eyes tightly and bit the sand scorpion in his mouth with great difficulty and pain. Crunch. F***ck. The first bite made Thales' face contort in pain. The magical taste and aroma entered his sensory nerves through the taste buds on his tongue and the friction between his teeth. Crunch. The second bite. Fat, juicy, crisp, chewy, and life-saving. Thales desperately thought of these words. He forgot about the strange taste in his mouth and bit the two exposed pincers into his mouth. Crunch. It felt like a fruit shell filled with a foul smell. As he chewed, pieces of salty and wet juice exploded from the inside. It filled his mouth and seeped into his throat. Splash. And soft meat with the same strange taste. Should I clean its internal organs first? Finally, Thales resisted the urge to turn his stomach upside down. He twitched and swallowed the thing in his mouth. Feeling the vague strange feeling in his abdomen, Thales wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a sigh. He raised his head expressionlessly and looked at the merciless and emotionless desert again. Hee. Now, I'm also a part of the desert food chain. Thales thought sorrowfully. When there was a first, there was a second. Thales searched the sand for stones and chased out a shivering Miss Spider. He frowned, but still cruelly cut off its head, put the whole thing into his mouth, and chewed. Sizzle, this texture and taste seem okay. If its stomach was bitten open, pfff. I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought that. I was really wrong. Thales swallowed it with tears in his eyes. A few hours later, in the slightly cooler evening, Thales set off again. This time, his footsteps were much lighter. Until the next resting point. Thales caught an innocent, big-bellied lizard in a cave that was not well hidden. This time, he delightfully removed its internal organs. Since it was night time, they had to start a fire, so Thales enjoyed a handful of roasted lizard meat. After the meal, his hunger slowly subsided. In fact, Thales was starting to miss the taste of eating it raw. The moment he ate the scorpion, Thales felt that he was different. It was as if he was instantly accepted by this place. What a pity, Thales touched his stomach and shook his head regretfully. That rattlesnake a few days ago, how could I let it run away? The problem of food was solved. As long as you did not care about enjoyment and taste, human resilience was far beyond your imagination. With a slightly better mood and the same loneliness, he closed his eyes on the fourth night. But soon, on the morning of the fifth day, Thales faced a new problem. He did not have enough water. Thales was anxious as he shook the leather water skin that could no longer pour out a drop of water. What should I do? Using stones to collect dew at night would not work. At least, it would not last him through the day. As for the water source, Thales tried to dig into the roots of a plant yesterday, but even if he dug 2 meters deep, enough to bury himself alive, there was only sand. At most, it was a little cold. Instead, he sweated a lot. How ironic. To be honest, Thales was fully prepared for the possible high temperature after entering the desert. But the truth was that the prince, who was exposed to the sun, was not worried about the heat, nor was he struck down by heatstroke. Instead, he was worried about food and water. Thales touched his chapped lips and began to frown. Water source. I have to find a new water source. With such a heavy heart, Thales continued his journey under the sun. Soon, the symptoms of dehydration manifested in his body. Thales' mouth became drier and drier. He felt that every step he took consumed a lot of energy. He persisted in breathing through his nose. Gleeward had told him before he left that it could help him retain the necessary moisture. His emotions became calmer and more lifeless. So thirsty. Thales thought in a daze. Every cell in his body was protesting against his master's exploitation. So thirsty. Want to drink water. Water. But not long after, when the sun rose to a tricky angle again, Thales' hands went limp. He did not manage to hold on and fell to one knee on the ground. He began to feel dizzy. The prince's heart immediately rang with alarm. **T, dehydration. Or heatstroke. Thales shook his head hard to clear his head. In short, he needed to rest. He could not wander around under the sun and waste his energy and water. He raised his head and glanced at the scorching sun with narrowed eyes. Thales was sleepy and thirsty. But he knew that he could not just sit down and rest. The sand under the sun was extremely hot. Increasing his contact with the sand would only make him lose water faster. I need to find the next resting spot, Thales thought in a daze and took the next step. One step. Another step. Every step he took was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. His throat was burning. His mouth was rubbing. His entire body felt weak. But he could not stop. He could not stop. Thales stumbled to the next resting spot. It was a shade under a dry willow tree to avoid the scorching sun. He rested for a while and recovered his energy in the shade. Thales even began to seriously consider whether he should live on his own urine. But at this moment, Thales raised his head. He was on a high slope, overlooking the plains below him. He was stunned. At the end of the horizon, far away in his field of vision, a glimmer of light appeared. The prince stared into the distance in a daze. As he watched the ripples of light reflected in his field of vision, his heart trembled uncontrollably. That's a lake. Thales stood up abruptly. He could not help but use Hell's senses to confirm the distance in his field of vision. That's right. It's the reflection of the lake. There's a lake in front. There's a water source. The prince, who had survived a desperate situation, suppressed the excitement in his heart. But he did not even wait for the sun to completely set before he set off impatiently. Based on his experience over the past few days, although it was in his field of vision, it would take him at least an hour to travel such a long distance. An hour. Just an hour. Thales took a deep breath and strode forward. He swung his staff and walked towards his hope. 1 step, 2 steps, 50 steps, 100 steps, 1,000 steps, 1,500 steps. He climbed over a sand dune and another. A shrub and another shrub. Very soon, very soon. Seeing that he was getting closer to his goal, Thales became more and more excited. Water, water, water. Oh my God, I'm saved. Thales laughed in his heart. His emotions fluctuated. There's no disaster for the desert god. There's no disaster for the desert god. He thought, that's right. The desert will never send disaster for no reason. Raphael was right. The weak are afraid of disaster. In the desert, only by abandoning weakness can one. However, Thales gradually became anxious. He did not know how long he had been walking. But he knew the number of steps he had taken. It seemed like it had been more than an hour, right? Thales gritted his teeth and licked the blood on his dry lips. He persisted and continued moving forward. His whole body began to ache and ache. Even numb. But he could not stop. Thales stared at the water source in front of him and moved forward desperately. I can't stop. Why isn't it there yet? Finally, the sun slowly sank and dusk arrived. His surroundings became shady and cool. Thales panted hard and supported his body in waves of dizziness. But his heart was also cold. There was no other reason. In his field of vision, the water source in front of him, the lake in front of him, the hope in front of him, it disappeared. Sand. There was only sand. Thales trembled and looked at the empty scene on the horizon in front of him. He trembled and shook his head hard. He felt his vision begin to blur. The dazed prince instantly reacted. What he saw during the day, what he longed for, and what he tried his best to reach, it was not a lake. It was not a lake. It was an illusion. It was also known as a mirage. The next moment, the prince's vision turned black and he fell into the desert. He lost consciousness. He sank into deep darkness. Mr. Wu, we have finished collecting evidence for this accident. We have studied the surveillance video of that day, and the scene, including possible brake marks and eyewitnesses. All the evidence shows that. We are still looking at her medical records, including her mental state. That is why we are here today to make a statement with you. But you better be mentally prepared. No, Mr. Wu, please don't be agitated. After all, you are still in bed. Maybe, we are just saying that it is possible. Everything is still under investigation. He did not know how long had passed. It felt like a lifetime. Or, an instant. Maybe, Mr. Wu, your girlfriend took you for a ride that day, maybe to suicide. In the next second, Thales trembled violently. Ah! He hurriedly took a breath and shouted, waking up from the boundless darkness. His heart palpitated. Oh. Take it easy, kid. You are seriously dehydrated. A fussy male voice reached his ears. Khan, come quickly. He's awake. Thales opened his eyes while trembling. What he saw was a glaring bonfire. There was also a bustling crowd around him. Is it night time? Thales thought in a daze while he was extremely weak. As he woke up, the bustling sounds around him grew louder. Teasing, noise, and conversation. It was so noisy that his head hurt. A long and narrow face squeezed into his field of vision. It was a red-haired man in leather armor with freckles all over his face. He looked to be in his 20s, and he was a little dirty. His eyes darted around, and he looked rather comical. Oh my God! I knew that you would come back to life. The red-haired man was in high spirits. He rubbed Thales' face hard, causing the latter to feel dizzy again. Khan, we can talk to him about the reward for saving him. Move aside, quick rope, stop shaking him. An old man's voice came from afar. There was a lot of dissatisfaction in his tone. You're not helping. The owner of the voice seemed to be quite dignified. As he spoke, the noise around him slowly died down. The man named Quick Rope also stopped shaking him. The old voice came again. Here, drink. Thales felt his head being lifted up, and something hard was shoved into his mouth. The moisture in his mouth made him slightly confused. Wait. Water. Thales thought of something. It's water. He struggled subconsciously, snatched the water bag with both hands, and sucked the liquid inside with all his might. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Thales held the water bag in his hand tightly like a madman. Oh my God. Water, water. He had never felt as if water was a gift from God as he did at that moment. Slowly, sip by sip. The dignified and old voice was very gentle. He supported Thales back while holding the water bag gently, controlling the speed at which Thales drank. You have just recovered. You cannot drink too quickly. Finally, a few minutes later, Thales let go of the water bag and leaned back, exhausted. He saw the owner of the old voice clearly. It was a bald man with a rough face. He was in his 30s, had a fine stubble, and was dressed in leather armor, just like Quick Rope. His eyes were deep, and he was staring at Thales with a thoughtful expression. Thank you, Thales said weakly and laboriously. Under the night sky, the bald man named Khan smiled under the light of the fire. Very good, you look much better. At that moment, hey, Big Khan. A sharp voice tore through the air, like a germaphobe who saw a cockroach. There was a commotion in the area again. The third voice sounded rather slippery and old. It came from afar, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. I heard that you were a busybody again and picked up a piece of trash on the road. I'm protesting against you. Although I respect you, you have to understand the risks of this journey, and prioritize our safety. Thales frowned slightly. He saw the red-haired man named Quick Rope, who was the first to enter Thales' field of vision, sigh. He said to the bald Khan with a bitter expression, Oh my God, it's that profiteer Seth. He's here again. The bald Khan raised his head and frowned slightly. I'll go negotiate with him. And you, keep an eye on him, Quick Rope, Khan said faintly. His old voice gave people an inexplicable sense of security. Wait for Louisa and Old Hammer to come back and take over. Khan stood up. Thales only then noticed that the man in his prime was burly, and the diagonal belt on his body was full of tools ranging from knives to ropes. Leaving the range of the firelight, he moved towards the acerbic voice. Thales struggled to get up and leaned against the luggage on his back. He looked around and was surprised to find that the fire in front of them was not the only one. There were a few other bonfires around them, and there were many people surrounding each bonfire. They were dressed differently. Some of them had their faces covered with scarves, some were protected by leather armor, some were covered in trinkets, and some were sitting in a pile of miscellaneous items, gesticulating as they talked. Many people looked at him curiously. Further away, more than 20 camels knelt on the ground and rested, chewing happily. Thales stared at the strange camp in a daze. He raised his head and looked at the red-haired, freckled young man named Quick Rope. The man was also staring at him with interest. Where am I? Thales asked with difficulty. He felt that his tongue was heavy. Quick Rope was slightly stunned. Where are you? He scratched his freckled nose, then his eyes darted around. He grabbed a handful of sand from the ground and rubbed it away from his hand. Of course you're in the Great Desert. Did you sleep too much? Thales thought of something when he saw the sand in Quick Rope's hand. I'm still in the desert. But, Thales stared at Quick Rope and mumbled, So, who are you? Who are you? When he heard this question, Quick Rope's eyes lit up. The expression on his face changed rapidly, and he instantly changed a few times. Who are we? He seemed to be hesitating. Thales looked at him suspiciously and urged him to speak with his eyes. After a while, Quick Rope finally made up his mind. He put away his hesitation and answered happily and decisively, "We." The young Quick Rope was beaming with joy. He said something that stunned Thales, "You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."